Chapter 1. Around midnight, Wednesday night. The stars were out in force this unusually clear night in April. The Milky Way, a distant, opaque streak, splashed across the sky. Billions of pinpoint lights that had traveled across time so he could see them tonight. He loved it out here. Even during the lowest times in his life, he'd made it here a few times a year to just sit and think, try to clear his head, he figured. A sort of reset button. His life didn't seem as crappy when he considered how small he was compared to the universe, how he was just one imperfect human. But his failings didn't keep the big wheel from turning. It gave him hope. After thrumming his fingers against the steering wheel for a minute, he got out of the car and stretched his back, then reached into the pocket of his thin coat. He should have worn something warmer. No cloud cover meant the temperature had dipped almost to freezing, and the wind was blowing as it always did. His fingertips brushed against the pack of cigarettes he'd purchased a half hour ago at the mini-mart. He'd kicked the habit years ago, but when he was stressed, like tonight, he often found himself buying a pack, a sort of test to see if he could get through whatever shit was happening without cracking it open. Tonight was one of those nights. The beach at the boat ramp was pitch dark and technically only open to the public for 50 feet on either side. With a few cranky exceptions, most residents didn't mind if folks strolled along the rocky shore collecting shells and rocks or even having a picnic. Besides, most of the homes were at least 200 feet up on the bluff overlooking the beach. They couldn't see things like the distant glow of the campfire that caught his attention. The 1980s Ford Bronco and dinged-up Chevy pickup parked nose-to-nose across from him probably belonged to whoever was having a late-night beach party. The bonfire was a good 100 yards away from where he stood, tucked against the bluff with massive beach logs protecting it and the revelers from the wind. Things hadn't changed since he'd been in high school. Kids still came out here over breaks, on weekends, and during the summer, especially seniors celebrating their last gasps as teenagers before the grind of adulthood stole their dreams. Nothing like a six-pack of cheap beer and swapping lies with friends. He'd been a kid like that, with dreams of his own, long ago in another life. He was starting to dream again. He'd been beginning to hope maybe he'd outrun his demons, until he'd seen him the other day. Why now, when it seemed like his life was finally improving? There was a little time before the man he was meeting would arrive, and the tug of the waves proved too strong for him to resist. Stepping off the concrete of the ramp, he picked his way to the water's edge. The tide was going out, the gentle waves leaving their unique pattern in the seaweed and gritty patches of sand as they retreated. It was a comforting cycle, and one he'd been close to his entire life. The waning moon had dwindled to an almost imperceptible crescent, but the stars were enough for him to see by. Enough at least so he didn't trip over the larger rocks and driftwood along the way. The wind changed direction, bringing the sound of laughter to his ears. He hoped the kids there had all their dreams come true. He hoped they never found themselves where he was right now, in his mid-30s with a criminal record and hardly any money in the bank, working menial jobs. There was a time when he'd thought he'd be married and maybe have a kid by now. He'd always liked kids and thought he might have been a good father. Maybe he still had a chance. But some strange instinct told him the gate was closing fast. Stamping down the desire to open the cigarettes, he pulled his cell phone out of his other pocket. He doubted his brother would pick up, even though he was awake. His brother didn't sleep much at the best of times. At the worst, he'd stay awake for days, powered by Mountain Dew and energy bars. Predictably, the call went to voicemail. He pressed end and tried again, a sense of urgency welling in his chest as he waited alone in the chilly darkness. Voicemail picked up again. This time he left a message, although it was probably far too late. "It's me, but you know that." He stopped, not knowing what he wanted to say, why he'd really called. I ran into someone today when I was dropping off a ride. I don't think I ever told you about him, but it probably doesn't matter. I'm meeting him down at the boat ramp. If I don't make it home... Fuck, I'm being stupid. I guess I just wanted to hear a friendly voice. Anyway, if you get this message, just delete it. I'm being paranoid. Far along the beach, the campfire sparked and shot a cloud of sparks upward as though the flames were trying to touch the stars. If he hadn't turned at that moment, he wouldn't have seen it. A terrible shiver crawled up his spine. He twitched his shoulders, thinking it really did feel as if someone had walked over his grave. If his grave was here on this beach, he supposed it wasn't the worst place for him to die. Picking his return route across the rocks, heavy with barnacles and kelp, to the boat ramp, he slid back inside the car, glad to be out of the wind. It wouldn't be long now. He found himself again stroking the smooth plastic of the unopened cigarettes. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to have just one. He would throw the rest of the box away. One would be enough. He drew the box out of his pocket and froze. In the rear-view mirror far behind him, car lights swung toward the boat ramp from the main road. The sense of doom he'd been trying to ignore intensified as the lights drew closer and stopped directly behind where he was parked. Why had he agreed to this meeting? Why hadn't he gone to the police or called his cousin, the fancy defense attorney? The driver got out of the other car, leaving the headlights blazing. Whether to intimidate him or blind him, he didn't know. Either way, it was working. He knew the dark silhouette was coming for him. He hadn't been wrong about that. When the man tapped on his window, he buzzed it down, regretting now that he was sitting in his car with nowhere to run. The dark glint of the gun didn't surprise him. Nothing would. Ever again. Chapter 2. Danny. Earlier Wednesday. Danny tossed a third hamburger patty onto the grill and stepped back as the flames shot upward toward the fan, grease sizzling and popping. The diner was busy as fuck. Sweat dripped down his temple from both the heat of the cooktop and the traditional dance of any short-order cook on special night. The owner had warned him that every ambulatory senior on the island stopped in for the early bird special on Wednesdays, because that was the only day it was bundled with the standard senior discount. She hadn't been exaggerating. Danny and the other cook, a guy called Dutch, were doing their best to keep up. "Plates ready for table 12? Danny asked his coworker. He poked at the patties with a thermometer. They were just about done. Lulu's was not a 4-star restaurant, but Danny would never send out crap food. He had standards. He had a certificate and hours of grunt work under his belt. "Plates set. Fries in one," Dutch grunted, unceremoniously smacking 3 plates with open hamburger buns set on them onto the pass-through before turning back to the fryer, where potato bits churned in the bubbling oil. Working with Dutch was a breeze. There was no unnecessary conversation between the two of them. Dutch didn't want to chit-chat any more than Danny did. They were there to cook up some grub and make enough money to pay the bills, or at least not have the electricity cut off. They weren't there to mess around. "Danny," the waitress, Ashley, Danny reminded himself, said, interrupting his musing, "is it too late to swap out one of the fries on 12 for a side salad?" Senior citizens drove him up the wall, substituting things at the last second when they suddenly thought they might have to explain a rise in their cholesterol to their primary care doc. But they also were the reason he got paid, so he wasn't going to bitch about it. He made a sound that could have been a yes or a no while grabbing a salad plate and tossing greens onto it. Also, yes, Lulu believed the customer was always right, and the seniors were their largest demographic. Dressing? Blue cheese? Ashley made a note on the ticket and stuck it back on the spinner before flouncing away, tossing what he was pretty sure was supposed to be a flirty glance back over her shoulder at him. He snorted. She was looking in the wrong direction if she thought he was interested in her, or, to be fair, anyone else on the island. Being gay didn't keep Danny single, but trusting someone enough for any kind of intimacy did. Turning around, he caught Dutch's amused glance and rolled his eyes.
"Sorry, dude,"
Dutch said,
"but I'm glad she's not eyeing me anymore. Dropping hints about how cute Hazel is and how it's so sad she doesn't have a mother. Gag."
"I guess I'm taking one for the team, then." Only that would never happen. Danny didn't have a bisexual bone in his body. Women were okay, but he didn't want to do the horizontal tango with them. Danny grabbed a container of blue cheese dressing from the under-counter fridge and slid it onto the plate before returning his attention to the burgers, pulling them off the grill and plopping them atop the waiting buns. Then, because he couldn't help himself, he set the iceberg lettuce and tomato next to the burger and placed the bun against it at a jaunty angle. Just so. Maybe no one else cared, but Danny wasn't sending dinners out looking like a toddler had plated them. The pale, skinny, high school-aged busser/dishwasher scurried into the kitchen and back to the dish pit, barely managing to maintain his grip on a tub of dirty crockery. Liam was a disaster waiting to happen. Danny would have said something about not filling the tub so full, but for one, the kid was jumpy as fuck, and for two, it was likely a mistake that would only happen once. Sometimes a lesson needed to be learned through experience. Been there, had the t-shirt to prove it. He glanced out the pass-through. The early bird diners were slowly beginning to leave. Based on the past couple of weeks, there'd be a short lull before everyone else who craved a burger or chicken fried steak would begin to trickle in. Lulu had warned Danny when she'd hired him that March through the end of September was high season on Piedras and to expect to be overwhelmed. It would take a lot to overwhelm Danny, but Lulu didn't know that. He'd cooked in far larger kitchens. This was a walk in the park. Danny had immediately liked Lulu, and he rarely liked anyone. The older woman was 80 if she was a day. Her hair was completely white, random strands sticking up on her head much like a cockatiel's crest. And she didn't seem to care. "You may wonder why an old coot like me is in the restaurant business," she told him. "Believe me, I ask myself the same question almost every day. This is the second time I've bought this damn place back after selling it and thinking I was retired. My condo in Hawaii is calling my name." Danny had wanted to learn more, like who had she sold the diner to the first time. But his job interview hadn't been the right time for questions, and he hadn't seen Lulu much since coming on board. She tended to be at the restaurant in the mornings, and Danny was in the kitchen at night. When he'd asked Dutch about her schedule, he'd been told that not seeing Lulu was a good thing, that it meant neither of them had fucked up too badly. The hum of conversation coming from the dining room increased, and Danny looked that way again. Two men who looked ready for a round of golf, wearing neat polo shirts and crisp slacks, had come inside and were looking over the menu. After a few minutes of muttered conversation and generally being in the way of anyone coming in behind them, they left without ordering. One of them had been almost rude, asking Ashley questions about the various entrees and how long they were going to have to wait. Ashley didn't suffer fools gladly, so maybe it was her attitude that drove them away. Danny wasn't sad to see them go. "Jack-offs," he muttered. What the fuck did they expect from a place called Lulu's that was painted purple and green? There were plenty of spaces on Piedras that catered to people on special diets or whatnot, especially in Hidden Harbor, the big town on the island. Lulu's was old school, and it had the oversized plastic menus, vinyl seats, and tasteless oil paintings to prove it. The art at Lulu's put Bob Ross to shame. There were no happy little accidents, just 24 by 36 disasters.
It's better they left,"
Dutch confirmed.
"We won't have to listen to them bitch about their food. Hey, you're sure you don't mind if I take off right at close, if things are cleaned up? My sister is dropping Hazel off here at 10. The regular sitter canceled on me."
Dutch's normal, cheerful expression was replaced by a frown.
"I don't like her staying with Terry, but I didn't have a choice."
"Yeah, of course. Go ahead and leave anyway. I'll make sure everything's taken care of." As if he were going to say no to Dutch. Danny was the new guy. He had to carry his weight and more. Dutch's daughter had seemed all right the few times he'd met her. Danny wasn't a kid kind of guy, but Dutch doted on Hazel. 7.5, she'd informed Danny last week, and about 4 feet tall. She had her dad wrapped around her little finger. Even Danny had to admit she was pretty cute. He didn't know what the family situation was, only that Dutch wasn't married and didn't have a girlfriend. One of the keys to survival in Danny's world was don't ask questions of others and they won't ask about you. It meant he hadn't made many friends since moving to the island, but that was just fine with him.
It's frustrating,
Dutch said, picking up a conversation they'd started earlier when Dutch had first mentioned hoping to leave early.
I moved here to get away from city life and give Hazel a quiet, healthy, I guess, upbringing. And then Terry decides she's moving here too. I'm doing my best to give her a second chance. But man, I'm starting to think I made a mistake. She's been acting squirrely lately. It would be so much easier if I could just pick Hazel up instead of this elaborate handoff. Family, you know?
Danny didn't have to answer that. He did know family. His, anyway. And he wasn't giving them any more chances. In my experience, family can seriously suck. Dutch nodded his agreement.
Hey, good luck tomorrow.
Danny winced. Thanks. We'll see.
You've got this, man. Prescott needs someone like you. You're too good for this place.
Taking care of the cleaning and prep by himself would give Danny less time to brood about the next day. He was spending Thursday testing out a second gig at Brooch Resort. Lulu's was fine. He had a paycheck coming in, but Danny had graduated from cooking school and interned at some big-name establishments. The resort could be his big chance. It was going through a major overhaul, and the new owner wanted to bring Danny in to change things up. Danny was the one who was insisting on a trial run. He wanted Cody Prescott to be certain. Danny was tired of uncertainty in his life. He was ready for a sure thing. Releasing a heavy sigh, he tore a sheet of paper from the notepad on the wall and grabbed the pencil stuck next to it. Setting the paper on the counter, he began a list of all the things that needed restocking since the dinner rush. The cardinal rule: always make sure the breakfast shift had what they needed. The morning cooks did not have time to prep and hunt around in the walk-in before the place opened at 5:30, and any fucking up would be paid for in blood. Or close enough. The kitchen at Brooch would be 100 times more demanding than Lulu's, the customers more discerning. If it worked out, Danny would eventually be in charge of hiring his own staff. Running his own kitchen was his dream, but also his nightmare. Not the hard work. That shit had never scared him. And not fear of failure either. Danny had failed plenty of times in his life. He was the king of kings at failing. Sometimes more spectacularly than others. The phone rang out front, and a minute later Ashley clipped a to-go order to the spinner. Automatically, Danny started a patty on the grill and tossed fries into the hot oil. This job was not a challenge. He wanted more. But Piedras Island was Danny's final bolt hole. Did he want to risk the relative anonymity of Lulu's for the upscale kitchen at Brooch, where he'd more likely be in the public eye? He snorted at the very thought. It was presumptuous to think he'd be successful reimagining the Brooch's menu, but he wanted it so badly. The pencil lead snapped mid-word, turning the words green leaf into something that looked like grief. Fuck. Tossing the useless pencil aside, Danny began rummaging through a coffee cup full of derelict pencils and dried-up pens that lived on the pass-through underneath the ticket spinner. One of these days he was going to go through the cup and trash all the pens that were out of ink, but not today. He grabbed one at a time, scribbling on the paper and tossing the pen back if it didn't work, until he found one that had some ink left. A few minutes later, Danny heard the door open. "Daddy, I have arrived." Hazel's brown hair was tied up in two non-conforming ponytails, one at ear level, the other much higher. Danny wondered if she'd done them herself.
"Hey, baby girl,"
Dutch called out. Danny chuckled at the scowl that appeared on Hazel's face and couldn't help but also notice that Dutch's sister hadn't bothered to escort her niece inside. Piedras wasn't the big city, but still.
"Damn," Dutch said. "Why does Terry do this? I told her not before 9. This is why I wanted to pick her up. Jeez. Never again. Obviously, she hasn't changed at all."
The last was said quietly enough only Danny heard. "It's okay," Ashley said brightly, sitting the little girl at one of the empty tables and grabbing a paper placemat and a cup of crayons from behind the counter. "She can draw a picture for me. Here you go. Draw a pretty one for me. I like flowers and bunnies."
"My little witch Hazel looks like she's in a mood already."
"I don't like flowers," Hazel grumbled, confirming Dutch's prophecy. Danny lifted his chin toward the little girl. "Go now. The rush is over. I can handle anything else that comes along." "Sure you do. Everybody likes flowers." Hazel turned her back on Ashley and folded her arms across her chest. "I want my daddy. I don't want you." Her gaze landed on Danny. "Mr. Danny! Daddy, can I have pie, please? Mr. Danny said he'd make me special pie." The first time he'd met Dutch's daughter, Danny had bragged about his apple pie a la mode, and that when he made it for Hazel, he'd even put a cherry on top of it. That hadn't happened yet, and Hazel had not forgotten.
"Not tonight. It's too late."
Dutch swiped his station with a bleach towel and started to reach for the order clipped to the ring. "Don't worry, Hazel. I'll make you apple pie a la mode with a cherry on top when your dad says it's okay." The little girl scowled harder, and her bottom lip jutted out another 1/4 inch. "Seriously, go now, before she completely melts down." Danny wasn't an expert on kids, but even he could see the storm on the horizon. Dutch didn't hesitate. He untied his apron and went into the back. A minute later, he reappeared, this time with his coat.
"I owe you,"
he said as he shouldered through the swinging kitchen door. After the two of them left, Ashley stood still for a moment, her arms crossed over her chest in an unconscious echo of Hazel, watching Dutch get his daughter settled in the back seat of his car before they drove off. "That little girl needs a mother." Danny, who was finishing up a to-go order, didn't reply. He didn't think she'd listen to anything he had to say about Dutch and Hazel. She spun around to stare at him through the order window. "What about you?" Danny froze in the middle of setting the containers on the pass-through. "What about me?" Did she want to know if he needed a mother? He missed his mom, but she was a distant memory for him, and he wasn't sharing any personal information with the young waitress. Ashley pinged his radar. He couldn't put his finger on exactly what it was, but she came across as slightly off. "Are you married?" Thankfully, the front door opened, and an older man came inside, and by the time he'd left with his order, Ashley seemed to have forgotten her question. An hour and a half later, Danny locked the door behind them. "Thanks, man," said Liam. Danny had ended up helping the kid get all the crockery and dishes put away, while Ashley finished up in the dining room. Helping Liam was mostly for Danny's own benefit. He wanted to be able to find things when he needed them. A Ford Bronco, older than Danny, was idling in the lot, and Liam climbed into the back, telling somebody to shove over and give him room. "So, are you married?" Ashley asked Danny again as the Bronco raced off down the road. Danny really did not want to have the gay conversation with Ashley, or any conversation for that matter, especially when it was only the two of them in a dark parking lot. "It's complicated." He unlocked his VW thing and got behind the wheel, pretending he didn't hear her response. Danny's headlights lit up the front of his apartment, and he released a gusty sigh at being home. After only a short time, this place had become his sanctuary. For once in his life, luck had been on his side when he'd met his landlord, the guy who owned the tattoo parlor in Hidden Harbor. Kim claimed he'd been looking for someone to rent his garage apartment for ages, and when Danny showed up for a design consult, they'd hit it off. They'd been talking randomly, the way you do when getting a tattoo, although this was only Danny's second. When Kim learned Danny had been looking for a place to live that he could afford, and that didn't require a credit check plus a year's deposit, only a slight exaggeration, Kim claimed he'd been looking for someone to rent his space and practically shoved the keys into Danny's hands. Danny wasn't a fool. He hadn't refused the offer, and he loved his new apartment. For the first time in years, he felt safe. There hadn't been many boxes for him to unpack, but his personal chef's knives were stashed safely in the kitchen, along with his starter set of all-clad cookware. He was almost as attached to them as he was to his orange thing. Not that he cooked at home much, but when he did, it would be incredible. His apartment was located over what had been, 100 years or so ago, a carriage house. At some point, the space had been remodeled and the upper level converted into a large and airy one-bedroom apartment. Danny had his own kitchen, one he didn't have to share with shitty relatives or complete strangers. His own bathroom. This was the first time in his 26 years on Earth that he'd had a place to himself, much less an entire living space. There was no mess to clean up that wasn't his. There was no one snooping through his shit. And he had Kim Carr to thank for it. He tugged his keys from the ignition and cracked open the car door. He was ready to crash. Out on the main road, a passing car slowed, its headlights briefly illuminating the driveway before it sped up again, the sound of its engine soon disappearing. It was nearly midnight, and Danny wouldn't have heard the car if he hadn't been lingering outside, thinking about life, the universe, and everything. There were no other residences close by. Something else he liked about Kim's house. Hidden Harbor was another few miles north, and Killigan's Point, the other town on Piedras, was in the opposite direction. And no one knew he was here, especially not his family. He shook off the uneasy feeling that crawled across his skin. His family wouldn't find him. Maybe they weren't even looking, and he was being paranoid for imagining they were. They were mostly dead or in prison, and the remainder were hopefully too lazy to care what he might be up to. He forced out a chuckle. Mostly dead was about right. He had to quit jumping 10 feet in the air at the unfamiliar. There was no reason for him to think his remaining relatives cared enough to plot his demise. There was no need to run anymore. The Petra family had been taken down by the FBI. Danny had escaped them, and Piedras Island was the perfect place for him to start over, to start living his own life. No one would think to look for him here, where Franjo Petra had been taken into custody. The driver had slowed for some nocturnal creature. A raccoon or a coyote, maybe. Dismissing the car from his mind, Danny climbed out of his thing and made his way up the outside staircase to the front door of his apartment. Tomorrow was a big day, and he needed some sleep. Sometime around 4 a.m, he was woken by the sound of fire engines blasting by on the main road. Maybe he would have fallen back to sleep if he hadn't been wound up about the new job. But even after punching his pillow and pulling the covers over his head, he lay awake until daybreak. Chapter 3. Soren. Thursday morning. Don't even think about emailing, texting, or in any way communicating to Sheriff Dempsey about this. Deputy Bertie Flynn ground out. Deputy Soren Jorgensen side-eyed the deputy who'd been left in charge of the Piedras County Sheriff's Office while Sheriff Dempsey and Neil Hammerson were vacationing in Thailand for 2 weeks. They'd left approximately 24 hours earlier. It was possible they hadn't even landed in Bangkok yet, and the shit had already hit the fan. Yesterday, Janelle Rogers had reported her elderly but not ancient father missing, and now there'd been a fire at the historic Broach Resort.
Message received.
Not that he had been considering it, but Bertie's request seemed a tad odd. It took me months to convince the sheriff everything would be fine while he and Neil took their honeymoon. We will not have them cutting it short. Soren nodded his understanding, and they both returned to staring at the smoldering remains of one of the resort's bars. No one had been hurt in the fire. Thankfully, the bar, separate from the hotel, had been closed at the last minute because the ancient plumbing in the smaller building had failed, meaning there was no ice for drinks, no way to wash glasses, no water at all. Rather than have the bar staff carry everything back and forth from the main kitchen, the manager, Cody Prescott, had opened one of the bars in the main hotel building. usually reserved for resort guests to the public, and kept the kiln closed. The Broach Resort had begun its days as a lime quarry. Once the bottom fell out of the lime market, and thanks to the natural beauty of the area, the property had been turned into a hotel with a private marina. The hotel structure dated back to the 1890s, a 3-story building that had originally housed the families who'd owned the mine and the surrounding acres. Cody Prescott was the last of one of the families, and the other, Foster Jennings, was happy with his work as an EMT and not interested in running a hotel. Soren would never understand why people believed they needed that much space for themselves. He'd grown up in a 1950s-built Cape Cod-style bungalow with 2 bedrooms and 1 bath, and no one had ever complained about having a roof over their head.
"Did the fire chief have anything else to say?"
he asked. He'd left his apartment as soon as he got the call, but Bertie had still beat him to the scene. "Devin Flynn. He's my older brother. Yes, I talked to him." Soren had figured the chief and the deputy were related, but hadn't wanted to assume. The island's population wasn't huge, about 8,000 permanent residents, a number that doubled in the high tourist season, May through September. Bertie shrugged. "Nothing much yet. No casualties, luckily. They don't think it was electrical, although it seems the sprinkler system wasn't up to code. Off the record, Devin suspects an accelerant was used to start the fire. Something about the char pattern, which is good enough for me. Cody Prescott claims he had no idea about the sprinkler issues, but Devin says he did the inspection last spring and the owner was informed."
"But?"
"The previous owner was a homicide victim just last summer. It's possible that the paperwork was misplaced or that the current owner was misinformed."
Damn.
Soren didn't know if Bertie's comment meant she suspected the new owner or not, but he sure did. Fire was unpredictable. They were lucky it hadn't spread and that no employees or guests had been injured. April wasn't the best time of year for arson, if that's what it was. Everything was still waterlogged from the winter storms. A damp old building like the kiln might need a little more encouragement for the fire to catch hold. Encouragement like gasoline. But once it got going, it wasn't going to stop. "Indeed," Bertie said. The April chill burrowed deeper into Soren's bones the longer he and Flynn stood there, making him feel stiff and older than his 30 years. They were watching the remaining firefighters and the chief make sure all the hot spots were officially cold. Until they knew whether the fire was confirmed arson or not, there wasn't much for them to do except wait. The guests had been asked to stay away from the scene, although a few bundled figures were standing outside, keeping an eye on the goings-on, along with Soren and Bertie. 2 couples had packed up their cars and left since Bertie and Soren had arrived. Maybe they'd planned early checkouts, but Soren suspected not. Standing there on a misty morning with smoke drifting upward from the remains of a historic building, he couldn't help but worry. The fires he'd been told about when he'd arrived on the island had largely stopped after Sheriff Dempsey had apprehended Franjo Petra last summer, and most people had assumed they'd been his doing, either directly or via an associate. Could this be related? Or was it the work of someone new? Franjo Petra was in federal prison now. Regrettably, he wasn't the last of the Petra crime family. There were still more of them out there, although they seemed to be lying low for now. Was Petra orchestrating something from afar? Was this payback? It seemed far-fetched to Soren. If it was revenge of some kind, wouldn't the perpetrator have set fire to the main building, not just this smaller outlier? It wasn't out of the realm of possibility, he supposed. The Peters were like human black mold, almost impossible to get rid of, and deadly to those who came into contact with them. Repulsive beings who specialized in human trafficking and dabbled in everything else, driven solely by avarice. Soren hated every last one of them. They were despicable beings who preyed on the weak and less fortunate. Hate wasn't a strong enough word for how he felt about that family. Soren lifted his hand, rubbing his chest through his fleece jacket. The wound was fully healed, but sometimes he had phantom pain. He had twinges there today. Maybe it was the cold, but he couldn't shake the odd ache. The fire chief tromped over to where Soren and Bertie waited. "Can you tell us anything?" Bertie asked. Devin Flynn was likely a few years older than Soren, maybe mid-30s. Soren knew from Bertie that Devin was the only paid member of the fire crew. The rest of the team consisted of volunteers. It was difficult to tell what Devin looked like underneath the fire gear and the soot smeared on his face, but he was a few inches shorter than Soren, with dark hair and eyes. Devin pulled his headgear off and ran a hand through his sweat-damp hair, making it stand up in all directions.
I'm almost 100% sure the fire was purposely set, but what was used to start it I'm not sure about. I have some ideas, though. We may have to beg the county to send off some samples to be analyzed. We'll definitely need to talk to the owner, Soren said. Chief Flynn nodded. Quite honestly, I doubt it's Prescott. He's young and only just inherited this place. He needs a lot of work and is probably costing him an arm and a leg to keep afloat, but I don't see him burning it down. Soren pursed his lips. Money pressure could change people's minds about things. He'd seen it happen more than once. It's all he has left of his family. This is a historic site. Cody is young, like Devin said, and, well... Bertie waved a hand. The resort is his whole life. I just can't see it being him. Until they had solid proof, Soren was keeping the new owner on the top of his suspect list. Bertie and Devin Flynn might think they knew Cody Prescott and therefore knew he wouldn't set a fire in order to profit, but those you thought you knew the best were the ones who could most easily betray you. They knew just what to say and how to act in order to displace blame. Regardless, we'll question him. Who else do you have on your list?
Soren was certain Bertie Flynn had a mental list of suspects. As far as he could tell, the only person who knew the island and its residents better than she did was Sheriff Matt Dempsey. Let's start with the staff here. We'll need a list of who was working last night, who Cody's had to let go, and who's quit recently. If that doesn't get us anywhere, I guess we may have to look at guests, but let's start with employees. Until Devin tells us otherwise, we'll treat the scene like arson. Soren glanced away from the burned-out structure toward the main building. Several more people were loading luggage into their vehicles.
I hope we won't have to question the guests.
Bertie followed his gaze. Rats fleeing a burning ship. But I guess I might check out too. Fire is frightening. This'll hurt Cody's business.
And there it was again. The acknowledgement that Bertie knew Cody Prescott personally. Maybe she'd grown up with him. Maybe they'd been in the same classes at the small elementary school on the island. That could mean Bertie wouldn't look at him as closely as she should. Maybe it was a good thing Soren was still new to Piedras. An outsider. He could evaluate things dispassionately. Leaving the smoldering ruins behind them, Soren and Bertie trudged over to the main hotel building and into the lobby. Now a family of 4 was loading their things into a huge Cadillac SUV, and a Honda CR-V was driving off. A white Tesla remained, making Soren wonder if the island had a public charging station. There were also a couple BMWs, Audis, and Mercedes. From the look of things, Broach catered to a high-end clientele. Cody Prescott looked terrible. He was probably a few years younger than Soren, but he looked 10 years older that morning. They had to wait to talk to him because of the number of guests waiting to be checked out. Prescott behaved professionally as one guest after another approached the desk, and he not only waived charges for the night but offered a discount on a future stay. In addition to this fire costing Prescott a building, it was seriously damaging his bottom line. Even a newcomer like Soren knew it would be a blow to the island if Broach Resort closed. Who might benefit from something like that? A larger economic hit. He hated to think that an unknown someone might be trying to run Prescott out of business, but the value of the resort just in the land was in the millions. Was someone trying to force the value down? Did someone want Prescott to sell while he was in a vulnerable position? Soren pulled his notepad from his shirt pocket and jotted down a few questions he had for Cody Prescott. While they waited, Soren glanced around the lobby. The interior had been kept true to the era of its construction. Even the lighting was, if not original, crafted to appear that way. Directly behind Prescott was a wall of black and white photographs. Soren figured they were shots of famous people who'd stayed at or visited the resort.
There was even one of Theodore Roosevelt, with his bushy mustache, sitting in front of a gigantic tree stump like he'd stalked it down and killed it himself. A grand staircase, crafted from mahogany or some other dark wood, swept down from the upper levels, where most of the guest rooms were located. Bertie had informed him there were 22 rooms, as well as several separate cottages that were rented for longer stays. On the walls, without the photographs, hung several framed watercolors and oil paintings. Whoever the artists had been, they seemed talented to Soren's untrained eye, capturing the essence of Piedras and the surrounding islands, dramatic cliffs falling to the sea, lonely seabirds huddled on rocky beaches, a meadow full of wildflowers, and even a portrait of a disgruntled sheep staring directly at the artist. A curio cabinet with a display of old mining equipment and other things used by the lime miners and their families who'd lived on the property sat against the staircase. When the last of the guests departed, Soren and Bertie approached the desk. "Hey, Bertie, Deputy Flynn," Prescott said. "What can I do for you?" Even his voice was tired. Soren wondered if he'd been up all night. Most likely. "Cody, Deputy Jorgensen and I need to ask you a few questions. But first, I want to say how sorry I am this happened." Cody grimaced. Maybe it was supposed to be a smile, but Soren wasn't convinced by it. The guy was barely holding himself together. Soren was beginning to agree with the Flynns. Prescott was seriously shaken up, or he was an excellent actor. "Thanks." Cody's mask slipped a little further, and for a hot second he looked like he might break down right there, his eyes filling with tears. Instead, he raised a finger and muttered something like, "Just a sec, I need to grab this," before disappearing behind the desk for a moment, and when he stood back up, he'd wiped his eyes and plastered a professional expression back on his face. "Do you want to talk here, or maybe in your office?" Flynn asked. "I might as well do it here. Laura called in sick, so there's no one to cover the front desk if we go back there. At least Mike King was here for the 11 to 8 shift, but I was here too, of course. I'm living in the Rose Cottage right now, and I was the one who called the fire department when I smelled smoke. I've never been so scared in my life." Soren clicked his pen and jotted names down. Some arsonists did it for the rush and the fire engines. Was Cody one of those? Did they have someone on staff who liked fires? Of the few arsons Soren had investigated in Skagit, most had been set by business owners who erroneously thought insurance would settle. One was set by a teen who, it was later discovered, had lived in an abusive household and been abused for years. "Did you see anyone around the building? Or anyone acting in a way that now seems odd to you?" Bertie asked. "No, I didn't see anyone, and—" He shrugged. "Guests are always weird. Some want to be your best friend, and others want you to leave them alone. I had a guy last week demand I show him every available room in person before he decided which one he'd stay in. Something about feng shui. Another time, a guest covered up the art in her room with bedsheets because she didn't like the way the eyes kept following her."
"What's Laura's last name?"
Soren asked. Cody's gaze swung away from Bertie as if he was just realizing Soren was standing there with her. Laura Bruce," Bertie answered for him. "She's pregnant and having a hard time, last I heard." Soren wrote her name down anyway. Nothing said pregnant women couldn't commit crimes. Maybe she was sick now. Didn't mean she couldn't have set the fire earlier. It seemed convenient. "Tell us what you can about the fire," Bertie prodded gently, "and then we'll need a list of all your employees and another list of those who have quit or been fired recently."
"And any video feed, both from the parking lot area and around the buildings and walkways,"
Soren added. "Okay." Cody's eyes rabbited back and forth between Bertie and Soren. "I'll have to download the feed to a memory card." He tapped the desk, a bewildered expression on his face as if he'd already forgotten what Soren said. His glance landed on a cup of Broach Resort pens. Seeming to snap out of it, he snatched one up and began to scribble on a notepad. "If I don't write this down, I am never going to remember it. It shouldn't be this hard. Why did this have to happen now, when I have a million things going on? The painters are supposed to be here again tomorrow, and the plumbers—" He looked back up. "I guess I can cancel them. There's nothing left to fix." His lips trembled, and he made a visible effort not to break down. "Cody?" Bertie stepped closer to the desk. "I'm going to take off my deputy hat for a minute. Okay?" He nodded. "Remember, you have people on the island who would be more than happy to help you out. Have you called Sage? I'd bet the swear jar back at the office that she'd come herself or has some resources."
"Who's Sage?"
Soren asked. "A distant cousin of Cody's. She manages Chester's, the grocery in Killigan's Point. How about I call her for you?" Without giving Cody a chance to react, Bertie tugged her cell phone out of her jacket pocket and punched in a number she clearly knew by heart. "Sage? Bertie, I'm at Broach. There was a fire last night at the resort, and Cody could use some help for a couple hours." While Bertie was on the phone, Soren watched Cody. As each second passed, the young man deflated a little more, not able to push aside his emotions any longer. Bertie clicked off. "Sage will be here as soon as she can. We'll wait to question you. But Chester's, I think you should worry about Broach and accept the help you need." "Okay." He visibly took a deep breath, holding it for a second before releasing it. "Okay, do you guys want coffee?" He stretched a hand over the counter toward Soren. "We haven't officially met. I'm, as you know, Cody Prescott, the owner of this mess."
"Deputy Jorgensen."
Soren shook Cody's hand. It was clammy, and he felt a slight tremble. Soren figured his hands would be clammy too if his business was going down the toilet right in front of his eyes. "I need coffee. I'm sure you do too." Cody tapped the countertop. "Just a sec. Let me call back to the kitchen. That's the only thing that's gone right this morning."
"What? The coffee?"
Soren asked. "No." Cody shook his head as he picked up the desk phone and pressed O. "The new chef I hired showed up this morning for training and stayed, even though it's been complete chaos with almost every guest checking out. But they want to eat first. He's been working the breakfast buffet in the dining room. Guests can't complain we didn't feed them." Raising one finger, he spoke into the phone. "Hi, it's Cody. Yeah, do you mind bringing 3 coffee setups to the front? I know coffee delivery is not part of your job." He covered the mic. "Cream and sugar?" Soren nodded.
"Both, thanks."
"Just cream for me," Bertie said.
"Why are you changing chefs?"
Soren asked. "Oh, the old one is a moody bastard who doesn't like me much anyway, and is irritated I want to change directions. I was lucky to have this guy recommended to me. I think it's going to work out. It's harder than you think to find a decent chef who wants to live on the island." Soren and Bertie stepped aside to allow the 30-something couple who'd clomped down the broad staircase, luggage bumping aggressively behind them, to approach the front desk. Their body language was decidedly negative. Their shoulders were stiff, and the woman looked like she'd swallowed sour milk. When the man rested his free hand at the small of her back, she twitched, and he took it away. "This has ruined our honeymoon, I hope you know," the woman declaimed, as if Cody had planned the fire specifically to offend her. Her hair was a shade of blonde that only came from a bottle and was cut precisely to the angle of her jawline. Someone Soren had known back home had called this the "I want to talk to the manager" hairstyle, and in this case his friend would be correct. And Piedra's was his home now, he reminded himself. The woman's loud comment was an attempt to get attention, or a discount. Maybe both. If Cody had been dealing with people like this all morning, Soren had even more sympathy for him.
"We demand a full refund,"
the man growled. He seemed equally expensively groomed, not a dark hair out of place. A short-sleeved, dark blue polo shirt stretched across his chest and biceps, displaying well-developed muscles, and the charcoal slacks he wore had sharp creases. He looked ready for a round of golf or perhaps the conference room. Cody looked pained. "Mr. and Mrs. James, you were due to check out today anyway. I can only offer you a refund for last night's stay."
"This is unacceptable. We demand to talk to the manager."
Soren didn't roll his eyes at the man's words, even though the desire was strong. "Our honeymoon has been ruined, our precious memories destroyed." Mrs. James sniffled dramatically. Soren and Bertie exchanged glances, ready to step in if the exchange grew more heated. This was not Cody's morning. Soren couldn't imagine a much worse morning. "I am the manager," Cody informed the couple. "I'm also the owner. I'll refund you for last night, but the rest of your stay is non-refundable." He sounded firm, but Soren thought he detected a wobble at the end of Cody's words.
"Do you know who we are?" the man demanded, obviously hearing the same thing Soren had. "We will ruin you. This rundown property won't be getting a good review on TripAdvisor. You are finished. We are going to make sure you are destroyed."
Someone carrying a tray had stopped in the shadows at the end of the corridor to Cody's left, waiting for the couple to leave. But at those words, both he and Soren stepped forward.
"Do you need help out here?"
the employee said, his tone protective. His chef's jacket had a smear of something across the front. Black jeans and heavy-soled black shoes completed the uniform of a traditional kitchen employee. And he didn't belong on Piedras. Soren's heart skipped a beat, and the ones that immediately followed were off pace and erratic before the organ in question set itself right again. The blood drained from his face before flooding back too quickly, making him lightheaded as well as flushed and hot with fury. He'd thought he'd never hear that voice again. He'd wanted to at first. He'd hoped he'd been wrong about Danny running away, deserting him before they had a chance, before they were solid. But as the days, months, and then years had passed since he woke up in the hospital, he'd forced himself to accept that Danilo Petra had disappeared forever. Danny turned toward Soren. Soren could have sworn the movement was involuntary.
"What are you doing here?"
Soren managed to grind out, almost not recognizing the sound of his own voice. It was raspy, dry and brittle. His throat ached, as if all the words he wanted to say were jammed up at the base of his windpipe, fighting each other to get out into the open. He felt like he was drowning. After Danny ran, Soren had cycled through the stages of grief several times until he'd thought he'd accepted Danny's disappearance. But today, as 100-proof fury roared to life, he realized he'd never healed from the wound. His emotional meter had stuck in the middle of the red zone and never moved past it. Danny looked good. Soren registered a jolt of surprise that he'd noticed. He looked the same, but also older. Of course, he was older. So was Soren. He'd filled out, put on more muscle since Soren had last seen him, but his hair was still as black as a raven's feather, and his dark, intelligent gaze pierced Soren to his core. "Deputy Jorgensen?" Bertie's concerned voice brought Soren back to the present. He shook his head.
"Apologies, Bertie."
She frowned. "You look as if you've seen a ghost." Soren had seen a ghost. He'd come to Piedras to start a new life, to begin again, and someone was playing a terrible joke on him. Because his old life, Danny Petra, real, alive, was standing in front of him. Danny's eyes widened, and he froze in place for a few seconds, possibly as startled by Soren's appearance as Soren was by his. But Soren and Bertie's exchange propelled him into motion. He set the tray with the 3 mugs and carafe of coffee down on the desk in front of Cody. The tray clattered against the wooden surface. Ignoring Soren and Bertie, Danny spoke quietly with Cody for a moment. The angry couple started to say something, but Danny shot them a baleful look, and they decided leaving was the better choice. Soren thought they'd prove to be trouble, but then, so was Danny Petra, who'd started to walk back down the service corridor.
"Don't think about going anywhere. We'll be questioning all the resort employees,"
Soren called after him. Chapter 4. Danny. Thursday, mid-morning. Danny didn't acknowledge Soren's command. He walked quickly down the empty hallway, passing the kitchen and the 5-gallon buckets of paint, waiting for the painters, and stopping at the employee locker room. Once inside, he ripped off his chef's whites, balled them up, and tossed them into the laundry basket in the corner. No one else was in the locker room. Most of the staff, except for the other cook, a dishwasher, a bellhop, and the 2 girls who cleaned the rooms had been sent home or called off their shifts by Cody until he had the all-clear from the fire department. Thank fuck for small miracles, because Danny was on the verge of an epic and unprecedented breakdown. He needed to get off the island, now. His entire body was straining with the need to flee, and he'd been specifically told not to leave, not to go anywhere. But he couldn't stay here. That much was obvious. Danny never had managed to follow directions very well. In fact, he had a history of not following them. A lifetime of oppositional behavior. He'd read about it in an online article, and what the author said hit him hard. His Converse were tucked underneath the bench in front of the lockers. Danny sat down and tugged off his kitchen shoes. His hands shook as he tied his sneakers, and he ended up having to start all over again, like he'd only just learned how. He was breathing too fast. Was this what it felt like to have a panic attack? Leaning forward, he tucked his head between his knees and concentrated on breathing in through his nose and out through his mouth. You need to calm the fuck down. You didn't set the damn fire. Soren Jorgensen may know things about your past, but those things don't apply to now. When his breathing was back under control, Danny dragged on the hoodie he'd hung in the locker he'd claimed first thing that morning, making sure his car keys and wallet were in the pocket. There was nothing else in the locker. He'd only been at Broach for a single shift, not enough time for ephemera to build up. A metaphor for his life. He was never anywhere long enough to build lasting relationships, even with a glorified closet. Leaving Piedras was going to suck. After only a few hours of being in the Broach kitchen, Danny knew he wanted to help Cody Prescott bring the resort's menu into the 2020s. He'd been making a list of local farms, cheesemakers, and other producers he wanted to reach out to. He knew he would have been able to convince Cody to trust Danny's dream. And now Danny was deserting him before he got started. Fuck. He should have been honest with Cody from the start about who he really was. But he had wanted Cody to judge him on his own merits as a chef and human being, not as a member of the Petra crime family and, even worse, directly related to the man who had murdered Cody's uncle. Cody Prescott was a genuinely nice guy, and once he knew, Danny was certain Soren Jorgensen was filling Cody in on Danny's history right now. He'd want no part of him. This was why he'd started going by Peters instead of Petra. Danny Peters was working on being an okay guy. Danny Lowe Petra was a lowlife destined for a criminal career. Danny Peters had been on the way to making some new friends. Danny Peters had considered seeing if Dutch Schumacher wanted to come over when the weather was nice and bring that kid of his for a barbecue or something. Kim had made sure Danny knew he could use the covered patio, only reminding him every time they saw each other. It looked like that was never going to happen. His things sat in the employee parking lot, tucked away to one side. When he'd arrived, he hadn't wanted to be in the fire truck's way. Crossing the lot, Danny took one last look around before unlocking the car and climbing inside. The fire engines were gone now, although the fire chief's vehicle was still on site. As he drove out of the parking lot, Danny could see the small figures of the chief and someone else picking their way through what was left of the building that had burned. He figured the only reason the cops were sniffing around was because they suspected the fire had been set. Why would someone burn down that building? It had been closed the night before. Cody had told Danny that morning that the 1930s plumbing had failed and the bar had been closed. The resort had been lucky. If the kiln had been open when the fire started, both employees and guests could have been injured. Danny didn't think Cody had set the fire, or had someone set it for him. He'd only known the guy a short amount of time, but he just didn't seem the criminal type. Mulling over the fire was much safer than thinking about Soren Jorgensen and what the fuck he was doing on Piedras. Obviously, Danny amended. He was there being a fucking cop. But when had that happened? And why? 2 years, and the man had only gotten better looking. more solid. Solider? Danny had only caught a glance, but it seemed there was no vestige left of the soft, innocent Soren. And whose fault was that? A little voice demanded. His thing bumped along the long driveway back out to the main road. He slowed, flicked on his turn signal, and turned left, intending only to stop at his place and grab his knives before heading to Hidden Harbor and the ferry, not stopping at Go, not collecting his clothing or cookware, just disappearing. Again. Danny pounded his fist against the steering wheel. The blare of the horn startled him and several crows hanging out on the shoulder, enjoying some unidentifiable roadkill. Fuck Soren Jorgensen and the horse he rode in on. Fuck him for ordering Danny to stay. That they were questioning all the employees as if he already suspected Danny had tossed the match. Fuck Danny and his fucked up feelings. That was the problem, wasn't it? Literally fucking Soren Jorgensen had been the most magnificent mistake Danny had ever made. The first crack in his heavy armor. He didn't want to be thinking about fucking Soren. About how the exactly 3 times they'd been together had seared themselves into Danny's memory. Turning the knob on the cheap stereo he'd installed himself, the Linkin Park disc he'd left in the player came on mid-song. In the end, blasted from his crappy speakers as he drove the thing as fast as he dared down the main road. Linkin Park at top volume did not drown out his thoughts like he wanted. Danny had to pull over to the side of the road and either dig out the Wing CD that had come in the car's glove box, because he had a secret love for Band on the Run, or get his Bluetooth to hook up so he could search for something that would distract him from his thoughts, instead of something that made him question every choice he'd made in his life, something that would stave off the sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. When he tugged his phone out of his pocket, he found a text from Kim. His already upset stomach twisted harder, and his hand started shaking again. Fumbling with the door handle, he stumbled out just in time to heave the coffee that was the only thing in his stomach into the weedy ditch. Fuck! Danny wiped his mouth on his sleeve before leaning into the back and grabbing his backpack, where he kept a full water bottle. Against all odds, Kim Carr, owner of Octopus Inc. in Hidden Harbor, trusted Danny, had rented him the apartment above his garage and invited him into his and his boyfriend's life with almost no questions asked. If Danny left the island, he'd be letting both Kim and Cody down, and proving Soren right. The water had settled at the very bottom of his backpack. Danny fished it out and cracked it open to rinse out his mouth. After spitting into the weeds, he read Kim's text again. "Wynn's trying a new recipe tonight. Do you want to come over to the house for dinner?" Danny snorted, amusement momentarily overcoming the nausea. Winston was teaching himself to cook. Kim was not so subtly inviting Danny over so he could give Wynn tips. Chaos trailed along behind Winston Parsons like a comfortable blanket. One of the last times Danny had been over, Winston had left a casserole pan on a hot burner. They'd been lucky no one had been near the stove when it exploded. It had only been 2 months since Danny had moved in, but the 3 of them had fallen into a sort of routine, and Danny had found himself eating dinner with the couple on Sundays. Instead of answering Kim's question, Danny texted back, "Are you at the shop?" When the quick yes popped up, Danny pulled back onto the road. Kim was the only person he could talk to. Formerly known as Harbor Barber and Tattoo, Octopus Inc. was housed in a tiny 2-story building almost directly across from the ferry terminal. Kim had recently commissioned a talented local artist to paint a huge, stylized octopus on the side of the building. Kim had told Danny that there was nothing like bored drivers waiting in the long ferry line. They'd come in and get quick tattoos from the flash he had displayed on his walls. "A happy visit to Piedras means I ink lots of hearts, orca whales, and ferry boats." Danny squeezed his car in between a pickup truck and a shiny SUV. When he pushed through the front door, he felt a sense of relief at seeing Kim waiting for him, straightening his binders of designs that sat on an old bookshelf.
Hey, I'm surprised to see you. What's up? Did something happen in the kitchen?
Kim must have seen something in his expression. He glanced at the wall clock, stepped over and turned the open sign to shut, and flipped the lock on the door so no one else could come inside.
I've got a half hour until my next client. Spill.
Nothing in the kitchen, but there was a fire at the kiln overnight. It looked bad when I got there.
Shit. Poor Cody. I need to call him.
Yeah, I think he could probably use some moral support. Danny looked down at his feet. He didn't know how to prepare Kim for what he was about to tell him. He took a deep breath, but still couldn't look him in the eye. He felt so fucking dirty. He was tainted by the Petra blood, to the very marrow of his bones. Seeing Soren at the hotel had been fucking shocking. His hands still quivered, and he shoved them into the pockets of his jeans. Now he understood how it felt to have an entire bucket of ice water poured over his head, the abruptness, the chill. But, if nothing else, seeing someone who knew him and realizing it could happen again, anywhere, anytime, was forcing Danny to be honest with Kim about his history. He'd wanted to leave the old Danny behind, but the fates had other plans. I don't know where to start. Did he really want to be someone else? He'd scraped and fought like hell to be where he was now, to still be alive, if he was going to be super dramatic about it. He flopped into one of the old theater seats Kim had found for the waiting area. Kim pulled over a trolley thing he kept supplies in and began refilling it with gloves, tissues, lotion, and other things. But Danny knew he was listening, waiting for Danny to tell him what was going on.
Spit it out. I'm your friend, remember?
Danny popped up again. He couldn't sit still. His nerves were too jangly for sitting. Turning, he stared out the big front window toward the ferry dock. There was no ferry in view, but a few cars were lined up already, heading to one of the other islands or Anacortes. He didn't want to leave Piedras. He didn't want to pile his belongings in his car and head to places unknown. Again, he was tired of the unknown. The little apartment over the carriage house had become his home. He liked Kim and Wynn, Dutch and Hazel, and even Lulu. If he left Piedras, he'd be letting the past chase him away. If he did that, when would it stop? Where would he draw the line? My real name isn't Danny Peters. The words spilled out into the quiet of the waiting area. Danny didn't know what he expected, but it wasn't a sort of nonchalant furrowing of Kim's eyebrows, followed by, "And what? Are you an axe murderer? Did you skip out on bail? Are you being hunted by the feds?" No, and I don't know. It's possible."
"Sit."
Kim pointed at one of the theater chairs. Danny sat down again. Kim took the other chair.
"Explain. But first let me assure you, I may not have known you for long, but I know you are a good person. Only a kind person would pretend to like the macaroni and cheese that Winston made the other night."
It was pretty bad. The noodles had been undercooked, and the cheese sauce more like something found at the mini-mart.
And instead of making fun of him, you politely and kindly gave him a few hints on how to make it even better.
Kim sat back and crossed one ankle over his knee as if his case was settled.
"Now tell me the rest. Who are you really?"
Imaginary drums of doom played dum-da-dum. Danny shoved his hands in the pocket of his hoodie. "My real name is Danilo Petra." Danny furtively glanced at Kim to watch his reaction, to see whether he recognized the name of the man who had terrorized the island last year, the man who'd murdered Cody Prescott's uncle and was now rotting in federal prison. Kim didn't say anything, just waited for him to continue. "Look, I don't know how to tell you all this." Sometimes Danny felt like he was suffocating underneath his family history, under the burden of being the only semi-decent human being born to the Petra family, like he was a genetic mutation, a mistake. If he didn't look so much like his cousins and uncles, Danny could have pretended he'd been adopted. But he hadn't been. He'd grown up right alongside some of the most horrible people he'd ever known. They weren't a newspaper article or a true crime show. They were his blood relatives, and in order to survive, Danny had looked the other way at best, and at worst, participated in some of their unsavory activities.
Just tell me what you think I need to know. If there's more you want to tell me later, or maybe never, that's okay. You're in charge of your life. No one else.
Danny glanced at the ceiling and released a long breath. He'd never felt in charge of his own life. He'd always felt he lived or died at the whim of his family. Okay. He shared it all. His sordid family history. How the Petras were human traffickers who lived off the blood of others. He even told Kim about how his childhood friend Karsten had been lured and then kidnapped by one of his uncles. He did not tell Kim about Soren Jorgensen. For one, Soren was a painful subject. For two, what was happening right now, today, wasn't about Soren. It was about Danny's past catching up with him and triggering a flight response he wished he didn't want to cave into quite so badly. Soren was part of his past, yes, but not the part of the past that made him want to leave Piedras. When Danny finished, the only sound in the shop was the buzz of a trapped fly and the voices of strangers walking along the sidewalk outside. The wind was blowing, but that never really stopped on Piedras. He waited for Kim to speak, to demand he leave and never darken Kim's door again. That seemed to Danny how Kim would phrase kicking him out.
Just so I'm clear, these were the actions of your family, not you.
They used me as a runner and a lookout when I was a kid. He wasn't whitewashing or hiding anything. Kim needed to know the truth about him. He wasn't a nice guy. No one was nominating him for Citizen of the Year.
See those words right there? They used me. They mean it wasn't you. Danny, it was your family. Somehow you grew up in the midst of all that hate and awfulness and still became a good person. A person who recognizes right from wrong and chooses right, even when it's the hardest thing to do.
I didn't say no.
How old were you?
He shrugged, picking at a hangnail. The first time I knew I was doing something bad, probably 9 or 10. The last time? Danny didn't want to think about that. After Karsten disappeared, he'd done everything and anything he could to never be at home, to never be around his grandfather, uncles, or cousins.
You were too young to say no, Kim insisted. You are a good person, Danny.
Maybe. Danny wasn't a good person, but he did try on occasion. He was glad Kim was busying himself getting ready for his next client. Full-on attention would have been too much to handle. But Danny turned to look at Kim, the friend who hadn't rejected him when Danny revealed the truth. Yeah?
You need to come clean with Cody.
Kim stopped organizing the tray and inks to look Danny directly in the eyes.
I get it. I understand why you did what you did, and I forgive you, if that's what you need to hear. But you have to tell Cody.
Chapter 5. Soren. Thursday. There was no chance in hell Soren was explaining Danilo Petra to Bertie Flynn. Not if he didn't have to. If growing up in a household of stoic Norwegian immigrants had taught him one thing, it was how to keep his emotions locked away. He shoved aside the feelings that had roared to life at the sight of Danny. By the time he and Bertie were finished talking to Cody, Soren had regained his internal balance, enough to act normal, anyway. He was going to have to say something. Bertie wasn't stupid. In fact, she was very smart. She deserved at least some version of the truth about Danny Petra.
This goes back to January. Is that far enough?
Cody held out a sheet of paper. Soren took the sheet, scanning the names of current and former employees. There weren't many, but it wasn't tourist season. His eyes halted on Danny Peters, and he snorted, shaking his head as he handed the page to Bertie.
"This is only from the beginning of the year?" he asked. "It's a good start, but we may end up needing to go further back. Do any of the names stand out to you as problem employees? Someone you had to let go or anything?"
No. Business is only starting to pick up for the season. It was a skeleton crew here until mid-March. Most people are grateful for a job.
Any obviously disgruntled employees?
Cody shrugged. Like I said, the chef I inherited isn't happy with my changes, but he's already lined something else up.
Soren wanted to ask about Danny Peters. How long had he been at Broach and what exactly his role was, but he wasn't ready. Bertie took control of the list, as she knew most of the island residents.
"We'll take this back to the station and go over it there," she said, folding the sheet into quarters and tucking it into a pocket.
"You said you smelled smoke," Soren said. "Can you tell us what happened then?"
"I couldn't sleep. There's just so much going on with the resort. Uncle Paul was not a great businessman. Since I was awake anyway, I decided to see if I could get some work done. As soon as I opened the door, I smelled the smoke. I think it was luck. The wind changed or something. At first, I thought it was a beach fire, and those are banned here, so I was going to give whoever it was my 2 cents. But then, as I crossed the parking lot, I saw smoke coming from the kiln."
A wild laugh bubbled out of him.
"That would be funny if it didn't mean we could have been killed."
"You immediately called 911? And then what?"
"I ran in here and pulled the fire alarm. We had about 50% occupancy last night. I had to personally knock on a couple doors, but eventually all the guests exited the building and waited in the parking lot until the fire engines arrived, and Devin said it was okay for them to go back inside, that there was no danger to the main building. Some of them acted like they were doing me a favor."
"You did a good job, Mr. Prescott. No one was hurt."
Cody tried to smile at Soren. "Please, call me Cody. We'll be in touch, Cody. Thanks, Bertie, and you too, Deputy Jorgensen. Please catch whoever did this."
"We don't know for sure it was purposely set,"
Soren reminded him. Cody shook his head.
"You mean Devin Flynn won't say yet, but I know it was. I just have a feeling."
He looked around the lobby.
"Maybe this place is cursed."
Leaving Cody with his feelings, Soren and Bertie strode back out to the parking lot where their cruisers were parked.
"I'm going to talk to Devin. Maybe he's found something else," Bertie said.
"I'll head back to the station and start putting a report together."
Soren's stomach rumbled. The bowl of cereal that had started his day had long been digested.
"Feed that monster first," Bertie said with a grim smile. "I have a feeling this is going to be a long day. I don't need either of us getting hangry."
She walked away, heading for the fire chief, who was bent down looking at something. Instead of leaving right away, Soren went back into the hotel. He wanted to ask Cody a few questions without Bertie listening in.
"He's gone,"
Cody said when Soren returned to the front desk. His red-rimmed eyes were wide, and he was biting his lip again. He was close to breaking down. Soren hoped his cousin or whoever would be arriving soon.
"What do you mean?"
"He's gone." Soren worked hard to keep himself from growling out the words.
"Danny, the new chef, he's gone. He left. He never returned to the kitchen, which means I am even more fucked than I was 20 minutes ago."
Cody snatched up his cell phone, shaking it at Soren.
"I'm texting him and finding out what the hell is going on. This is the last thing I need today. I am one tiny centimeter away from losing my shit."
At least his despair had, however briefly, turned to anger. Soren held out a hand to stop him.
"No. He's a suspect."
"What are you talking about? He's a suspect. He arrived for his shift this morning in spite of the fire."
I can't discuss that. If you could give me his phone number and home address."
Cody glared at him, and Soren thought he heard Cody mutter something along the lines of, "And I thought he was the nice policeman." Soren was nice, just not when it came to Danilo Peter.
"I'm a cop. I can find it out another way. This just saves time."
He knew he was coming across a bit forceful and attempted to moderate his tone.
"If we can rule him out, the sooner the better. Right? Maybe he had a family emergency."
"He doesn't have any family here. When you talk to him, tell him I'm pissed off, but I'll forgive him if he shows up for his next shift." Cody stared glumly around the lobby, empty of guests. "If there's anyone here, I guess." He scribbled on a notepad with the hotel logo printed on it. Soren looked at the address. It was located about halfway between the resort and Hidden Harbor.
"Thank you for your cooperation.
Please just find the person who did this." Bertie's cruiser was gone from the parking lot by the time Soren made his way back outside. A middle-aged woman with bright blue hair had just gotten out of an old Volvo and was hurrying toward the lobby. Hopefully, this was Sage. The piece of paper with the address Cody had given him seemed electric. He'd folded it and jammed it into the pocket of his uniform shirt. But damn it, he felt it there over his chest, humming like a live wire. It had been 2.5 years since the shooting. Just a little longer since Danny had exploded into his life, changing it and him forever. Soren believed he would have come out eventually anyway, but Danny Petra sure had hurried up the process. He'd been on a few dates since Danny, but none of those men came close to making Soren feel the way he'd felt with Danny. And here Danny was again, this time smack in the middle of a case, because Soren needed his life to feel more screwed up and upside down than it already did. And maybe the only thing Danny had done wrong was drop into Soren's life again, but seeing him had thrown Soren off balance. The decision to leave Skagit had been the right one, Soren knew, even if it meant he'd left everything familiar behind him. And sure, Skagit was only a ferry ride and an hour or so's drive away, but Soren had never lived anywhere else before. Leaving the town he'd grown up in had been hard. Leaving his family, not as hard as he'd expected. His parents tried to be supportive of him. They didn't hate him, anyway. That was good, right? His dad was the one who, in that way that Scandinavians had of talking about something without ever mentioning it, had passingly suggested to Soren that if he was gay, it was okay. Not fine to talk about, of course, but they wouldn't judge him for it, though they might not want to meet the man Soren eventually settled down with, because they'd never mention it again, it being the gay thing. He'd felt like an outsider his entire life, so leaving town to join the Piedras County Sheriff's Office, where the sheriff himself was an out and proud gay man, that had felt right to Soren. He could define himself instead of allowing others to define him. Now he just needed to figure out where he fit here on Piedras. He shook his head at his thoughts. He should head back to the station. Instead, he sent a text to Bertie informing her he was taking his lunch break and heading to the historic English settlement park, which took up a good chunk of the southeast side of the island. They weren't going to catch the arsonist in the 30 minutes he had to eat lunch, that was certain. The park ranger was new to the island as well. He'd started a month or so after Soren arrived, and they'd bonded over being the new guys. Soren didn't see Winston Parsons' job as much different than his. As a ranger, Wynn had to enforce the law and ordinances in the park, just like Soren did on the rest of the island. They were becoming friends. Wynn was gay too, and he had a boyfriend he talked about all the time, which was nice, while also making Soren realize how much he wanted that for himself. Most of Soren's Skagit friends were straight, and he'd never really felt he could be himself around them. The few gay friends he'd had were older and already in relationships, inevitably making him feel like a third wheel. It was only a 5-minute drive from the resort to the park. Soren pulled in next to Wynn's pale green Forest Service vehicle. The park ranger office was situated in one of the original buildings from when the English occupied Piedras sometime back in the 1800s. Along with the office building, there were 2 officers' lodgings and a third larger building where the regular soldiers had bunked. They were all built from logs original to the property, same as Broach. The bunkhouse had been damaged by a trash fire sometime in the past month or so. Luckily, the damage was minimal, but last time Soren had seen Wynn, he'd been complaining about the amount of paperwork involved due to the buildings being historic and protected landmarks. Opening the compartment between the driver and passenger seats, Soren plucked out the paper sack he'd packed his lunch in that morning. Wynn was going to give him crap about brown bagging it, he always did, but how else was a guy supposed to pack his lunch? As he made his way to the office, he pushed away the guilt over taking a break. Bertie had said it was fine, and the fire wasn't confirmed arson yet. But he didn't want it to even appear as if he was not doing his share, carrying the load right along with Bertie Flynn. Wynn looked up from what he was working on, smiling when he saw Soren standing in his doorway.
"Soren, what are you doing here? Not that it isn't great to see you. I've been so busy with paperwork and figuring out this job, I haven't gotten out much. I thought I'd take you up on your offer of lunch."
He raised his bag so Wynn could see it.
"I brought my own. You know, they make these insulated coolers that keep everything cold. Lunch sounds great, though. I'm starved."
Soren shrugged.
"Maybe when I get a decent place. I don't feel like buying a bunch of stuff I'm just going to have to pack up again. Too bad Kim already rented the carriage house. It's a sweet spot." "It's okay. I'll find something one of these days. Bertie told me there might be an apartment opening soon in the building over by the senior center."
If he didn't find something in his price range, Soren was worried he'd have to look on one of the other islands, and he really didn't want that. Right now, he was subletting from a friend of Bertie's.
Cool. Let's go eat in the mess hall. I'm tired of these walls."
Wynn stood to push his chair in.
"Were you guys called to the fire at Broach?"
he asked as he leaned down to open a drawer and grab his own lunch, which Soren noted was packed in a fancy, insulated container. Maybe he should pick one up after all.
"Yep,"
Soren said as he followed Wynn out of the office and over to the mess hall, a 1-story building next to the officers' quarters. It had actually been the kitchen when the camp was in use. Sometime in the 1930s, the Forest Service had installed heavy wooden tables and benches for park visitors to use, and just outside were freestanding barbecues. Soren would have preferred to sit outside, but it wasn't quite warm enough, and the wind on this side of the island never quit. It chose that moment to gust against his back, hurrying him along.
"Was it—"
Winston glanced over his shoulder, his dark eyes full of concern.
Can you talk about the fire?"
Soren grinned at his friend.
"It was fire, not a homicide. But we don't know much yet. Luckily, the only building affected was the pub, and no one was inside. That's rough. I've only met Cody a couple times, and the first time was beyond embarrassing. But he has to be devastated. The resort means everything to him."
There were no doors on the mess hall. It was more of a shelter than a building. Wynn stepped inside and kept moving toward where a stone fireplace stretched from floor to ceiling and would protect them a bit more from the wind. No other people were there. Maybe it was the weather or too early in the season, but Soren was glad for the relative privacy. Wynn chose a table and plopped down on the end of the bench. Soren sat opposite him. They began to rummage through their lunches like little kids.
"This is almost like when I was in elementary school and it was the big reveal. Did I get smashed tuna fish or peanut butter and jelly with the jelly all oozy?"
Wynn pulled out a wrapped sandwich, opened it, and peeked inside.
"Cheddar and avocado. My favorite."
"Does Kim make your lunch?"
"No, but I like to pretend to be surprised by what I put in there."
Soren couldn't help but laugh.
"So what brought you out here? You look like you might have more than a fire on your mind."
Really? It was that easy for Wynn to see through. Maybe he wasn't as good at hiding his emotions as he'd thought.
"I have a pretty good antenna,"
Wynn said, seeming to read Soren's thoughts again. It's a byproduct of my childhood, probably tied to all the emotional minefields I dodged growing up. Soren could relate. Much of his childhood had been like that, too. He'd learned early to read the room before opening his mouth. Still, did he want to talk about Danny? The answer was both yes and no. On the one hand, he didn't want to talk about Danny at all. But he was trying to change, trying to be less a stereotypical Jorgensen male and become someone who didn't clam up when feelings were mentioned. He also didn't want to end up full of hate and anger like his uncle. Wynne, somehow, was easy to talk to. Over the past couple of months, Soren had found himself sharing stuff with Wynne he'd never told anyone before. Wynne just had this way of actively listening that made Soren feel he was being heard. He took a deep breath. I ran into someone I used to know, and it really threw me. Wynne nodded as he nibbled on his sandwich, encouraging Soren to continue. He was my first guy, and things didn't end well. It really surprised me to see him, and it brought back all sorts of feelings I thought I was finished with. That sucks. It wasn't Cody Prescott, was it? No. Wynne answered his own question. Cody isn't your type, I don't think, and it's none of my business. No, it was someone who works for him. That must have been a real surprise. Soren bit into his peanut butter and jelly sandwich, chewing and swallowing, giving himself time to consider his answer. Surprise did not encompass how it had felt to see Danny for the first time since the hospital, to have him within arm's reach. Wynne watched him chew. PB&J? Does that actually fill you up, big guy? Not really, Soren admitted, but I'm not much of a cook, and lunch is just so... lunch. There's nothing interesting about it. You don't have to tell me anything if you don't want to, Wynne said, returning to the subject. As much as Soren didn't want to talk about Danny, he needed to, because he couldn't figure out how he felt about him. Maybe it didn't matter. Maybe he was bearing his soul to Wynne for nothing. Maybe Danny was with someone else, or he'd disappear into the wind before Soren had a chance to confront him. Maybe what he needed was closure, a chance to say his piece. I guess I don't know how I feel. It was shocking. I never thought I'd see him again. And? Soren parroted. And what happened? Did sparks fly? Did your eyes meet? In that special way? Soren snorted. No, none of those things happened. By the time I decided I wanted to talk to him, he'd left the premises. We need to question him about the fire, although Prescott is sure he had nothing to do with it. I have his address, but I should probably have Flynn talk to him. Why? Wynne munched on a carrot stick. Because you think you hate him? Or you think you love him? Didn't someone super smart say something about love and hate being opposite sides of the same coin? Soren rolled his eyes at Wynne's words and stuffed the last of his sandwich into his mouth so he wouldn't have to answer right away. Wynne was never halfway about anything, including homing in on Soren's feelings. Well, if you love him, you'll want to make sure he doesn't get framed for this fire. If it was arson, Wynne fished. Framed. You've been watching too many Law & Order reruns. Had he loved Danny? When they'd met, things between them had gone from 0 to 90 in seconds. Acting quickly was not how Soren worked. Danny had been an anomaly. He had thought he'd loved him, though. It's called streaming these days. Jeesh. Ha ha. I hate that show. What about NCIS? Even worse. No fun at all. Wynne shoved his trash back into his lunch bag and zipped it up. I've got to get back to work. I hope I helped, but I think I probably didn't. Hey, we want to have you over to our house one of these days so we can give you the tour, maybe when the weather is warmer. Kim is dying to use the new grill we bought. Soren vaguely agreed to an evening at Casa Parsons and Carr before leaving Wynne to his paperwork. Out in the poorly maintained parking lot, he decided it wouldn't hurt to check out where the bunkhouse fire had been. Not that he had any real idea what he might see after all this time. He roamed among the buildings until he found the affected structure. Even someone who knew little about fires could see this one had most likely been caused by a careless smoker, a teen, or more than one, who snuck out here to party. The fire had been contained to an odd corner, shielded from the wind and hidden from the road, a perfect place to hide and smoke. He took a few pictures and made some notes. Not that they would ever come to anything. Maybe Bertie knew something he didn't. Well, she did. She knew a lot that Soren didn't. But he wanted to prove to her and the rest of the team they'd chosen the right candidate, which meant he needed to firmly put Danny Petra in the off-limits column and quit thinking about him as anything other than a potential person of interest in this investigation. Quit wondering where he'd been all this time and why he was on Piedra's now. After spending the afternoon at the station with Bertie, going over the list of employees Cody had given them and crossing them off one by one, Soren felt restless. Arson was a difficult crime to investigate, one that often went unsolved because the perpetrator didn't have to be present when the fire was burning, but no one on the list raised a flag. The ones who'd left had moved away from Piedra's, gotten married, gone back to school. There was nothing else to do today. They'd need to wait for more information from Devon. A smoking gun would be awesome. A fingerprint or something. But with as many visitors as the hotel had, there were likely many, many fingerprints, and they couldn't send them all to be analyzed on the off chance one of them was registered.
I'm going to swing by the address Cody gave me for Danny Peters.
Danny hadn't answered when Soren called. Maybe he was like Soren and never answered numbers he didn't recognize. Go home afterward. Nothing is going to happen this evening, Bertie replied. Following the directions from the cruiser's GPS, Soren turned right off the main road and found himself bumping down a well-maintained gravel drive. Evergreens, low huckleberry shrubs, and juniper bushes lined the sides. At the end of the drive, in the waning evening light, he could see that the trees and shrubbery gave way to a wide expanse of lawn that had been manicured sometime in the distant past, but now the owner was letting nature reclaim some of her territory. Cody's scrawl indicated Danny lived above the garage, not in the main house. So Soren parked next to a tangerine-colored VW thing he'd seen in the Broach parking lot. He should have known it was Danny's. They may not have been together long, but it seemed like the kind of car Danny would own. Switching off the engine, Soren climbed out of the cruiser and took a deep breath, reminding himself he was there as a professional to interview Danny about the fire. And just what kind of professional visits a possible suspect in a fire that hasn't officially been declared arson yet in their own home? Apparently the kind Soren was. He couldn't resist taking a closer look at the thing, which was cool in a weird, retro way, like the way video games from his childhood were suddenly in. Danny kept it in good shape. The thing had hideous tiger-stripe front seat covers that were somehow perfect for it. The convertible soft top was pristine, no rips or tears that Soren could see. Next, he peeked inside the windows of what had been, in a previous era, a carriage house, or maybe even a stable. Inside, it was jam-packed with paraphernalia. Even though it was too dark to see well, Soren spotted a couple of canoes, wheelbarrows and other gardening equipment, boxes stacked from floor to ceiling, and cables and ropes.
You told Bertie you'd talk to him. Quit stalling, he muttered, heading back to the cruiser to place his service weapon in the safety of the trunk gun locker. He didn't need a weapon to interview Danny Petra.
Feeling more than a little nervous, Soren began to mount the stairs. He didn't know how Danny was going to react. More than that, he was unsure of his own feelings. These nerves were more than a reaction to questioning a witness. He was about to see the man who'd almost broken him. It was nothing. He reassured himself again. He was a professional, a well-trained cop. He could deal with seeing and questioning an ex-lover. It was no big deal. At the top of the stairs, he didn't hesitate. He lifted his hand and rapped on the window with his knuckles. The sound seemed loud in the quiet of the dusk settling around him. Maybe Danny wasn't home. Maybe he didn't have to do this. He heard the soft rustle of movement on the other side of the door, footsteps padding closer, the click of the lock releasing. The handle turned, and the door opened a sliver. Chapter 6. Danny. Thursday evening. The knock on his door startled Danny from staring at his walls. Visitors were a non-starter for him, so he assumed it was Kim. It was sloppy, a careless mistake to take off the chain before making sure he knew who waited on the other side. Never open the door without checking who was on the other side was one of the first vicious lessons he'd learned from his grandfather. He did know who was knocking, though, didn't he? And telling himself he'd expected to see Kim's face didn't make it true. No, he'd known since that morning he'd be seeing and talking to Soren again. It was inevitable, like the sun arising in the morning. And fuck, Soren Jorgensen looked as good as he ever had. As good as the first time Danny had laid eyes on him. Through a driving rain after jaywalking across a dark road where Soren had nearly run him down. That night, Soren had been a lighthouse warning Danny about a rocky shore. Steer clear, and your heart will be safe. But he hadn't steered clear. Had he? He'd ignored the warning and sailed directly for that dangerous coastline. And they'd both lived to regret it.
Danny Petra?
Was Soren going to pretend they didn't know each other? Fuck that. He squinted at the man he'd never forgotten. The bare porch light illuminated his strong features, his straight nose, arching eyebrows, and high cheekbones. Are you high? Danny wanted to get a rise out of him, some kind of emotion, anything but this bland cop face. Soren's brow wrinkled.
You know I don't do drugs.
Then what the fuck are you asking me my name for? Soren's nostrils flared, which was much sexier than it should have been. Danny loved riling Soren up. It was so easy and, in the past, entirely worth it.
I'd like to ask you some questions about the fire at Broach Resort this morning.
Am I a suspect?
Did you set the fire?
Soren countered. A muscle in his cheek twitched. Danny nodded. I think your response means I'm not a suspect. Whatever, I'll answer your questions. I don't have anything to hide.
If you don't have anything to hide, why are you using a fake name?
Soren had to know as well as Danny that the Petra name would not be well received on Piedras, and Soren knew, or he should, that Danny was not like the rest of his family. Therefore, he was trying to be an asshole, and largely succeeding. Ignoring the question, Danny turned away from the door and crossed the large, open room. The kitchen was located on one end, a freestanding counter separating it from the rest of the room. At the far end, a couch he'd picked up from the local consignment store was arranged in front of a beat-up coffee table, creating a living room. The crossword book he'd finished the other day lay on the counter where he'd tossed it. Soren would follow him inside. Whatever else happened, that much Danny was sure of. Goosebumps formed on his arms. Awareness of Soren's proximity skimmed across his skin and made him shiver. He wasn't afraid. He was turned on. As Danny reached the overstuffed, light green couch, the quiet snick of the door catching reached his ears. He flopped down onto the sofa. It protested with a loud creak and slid flush against the wall, but it held. He didn't bother to hide his perusal of Soren as he moved closer. He watched as Soren took in Danny's space, the ugly couch and coffee table, the tiny kitchen table built for two, shiny pots and pans hanging from a rack set into the ceiling above the stove, his knives. Not much else. He sure wasn't going to display pictures of his relatives, and he didn't collect art. Although, now that he followed Soren's perceptive gaze as it flicked around his space, maybe he should at least get a poster or two to cover the blank walls. Soren looked good. Pissed off, but good. Older. His face also seemed a little harder, more chiseled. He'd put on more bulk, like he was going to outmuscle Chris Hemsworth, or at least try. The sheriff's office uniform did nothing to hide his toned arms, broad chest, narrow waist, or wide thighs. If anything, the ugly tactical pants and button-down shirt seemed as if they'd been tailored just for him. Danny had spotted Sheriff Dempsey once or twice since he'd moved to the island. In his opinion, the sheriff didn't wear the uniform nearly as well. "Have a seat." Danny patted the cushion next to him. Soren raised one blonde eyebrow, and instead of accepting the invitation, he pulled out one of Danny's 2 kitchen chairs from the table just a few feet away. Flipping it around, he sat down, his thighs spread wide and beefy forearms resting against the chair's back. Damn. Danny managed to stop himself from licking his lips. There was something about Soren Jorgensen that flipped all his switches.
"Thanks, I'll sit here."
Danny smirked. "Do you think I'll bite?" Soren's cheeks pinked, along with the tips of his ears, and Danny mentally patted himself on the back for getting another rise out of the reserved man. "Oh, you want me to bite? I can do that."
"Where were you last night?"
Soren asked abruptly. If Soren believed he'd stop Danny from taunting him by pretending it wasn't happening, he thought wrong. He pretended to think, tapping his bottom lip. "After I got home from my usual Wednesday night orgy, I showered, had to get the smell of cum off my skin, and went to bed." Soren rolled his eyes and waited. "Fine." A gay orgy, I might add. There seem to be a lot of us gays on the island, and we all like to get together and have wild sex. Some people have game night. We have orgy night. This time, Danny thought he detected a glimmer of frustration in Soren's light eyes.
"Danny, this is serious. If the fire at Broach was purposely set, you will need to provide an alibi."
Soren's mouth was set in a grim line. Maybe he should let up a bit. "I was at my other job until around 11. As Danny spoke, Soren pulled a notepad and stubby pen out of his breast pocket. Danny found it adorable. He balanced the pad against the top of the chair while the pen disappeared in his big hand.
"And where is this other job?"
he asked without looking up from his scribbling. "Lulu's Diner, out by the airport. I cook there 3 nights a week right now. But if Cody Prescott hires me full-time, I'll be quitting. I don't have any reason to set fire to the Broach. I want to work there." Soren didn't look at him or acknowledge what he'd said in any way. Instead, he kept writing on that fucking notepad.
"What time did you leave Lulu's?"
"Around 11, I guess."
"That seems late for an island diner."
"Christ, Soren. Dinner rush was over. Lulu's closes at 10, but there were still customers finishing their meals. The other cook, Dutch, left a little early. It's not a fucking capital offense." Soren glanced up at him. The blush had faded from his cheeks, and he seemed unperturbed by Danny's outburst.
"Did Dutch, what's his last name?"
Danny threw up his hands and fell backward against the couch cushions. He may have won a skirmish, but it was beginning to appear Soren was winning the battle. "Schumacher."
"Anything else?"
Soren flipped the pen in his hand, impatiently waiting for Danny to answer. "What do you mean, anything else?" Dutch took off with his kid because his sister had dropped her off ahead of schedule, and then me, Liam, and Ashley closed up, made sure everything was prepped for today, and took off. More scribbling. Danny was ready to rip the notepad out of Soren's hand and throw it across the room.
"Who are Liam and Ashley?"
Now he wanted to light the fucking thing on fire. "Liam," Danny ground out, "is the busser. Ashley is a server. And before you ask, I don't know their last names. I talk more with Dutch since we work in the kitchen together."
"What time did you arrive at Broach? And did you notice anything out of the ordinary?"
"Why are you asking me all these questions?"
"Because if nothing else, you are observant. I'm curious if you saw anything. Noticed something."
He hated that Soren was right. Danny was observant. In his world, you had to be. He looked around a little when he arrived, but hadn't seen anything or anyone that caught his attention. "It was only the second time I've been out there and my first shift in the kitchen. But..." He sighed and thought back to the morning, which seemed like days ago. It was still dark when I got there, so like 5:30. I could see the lights of the fire engines through the trees. They seemed like they were done putting out the fire. Shit, at first I thought the whole place had burned down, and I was really glad to see it was just that smaller building. I parked in the employee lot and walked around to the front just to check out what was happening. There wasn't anybody around except me and the firefighters. They were done, like I said. But there were 3 guys I could see walking around, talking and looking at stuff. Then I checked in for my shift, which was good because Prescott was about to have a meltdown.
What do you mean?
He was coming apart at the seams. He'd been up all night, I guess, and his day desk person called in sick. The kitchen wasn't much better. Most of the guests were checking out, and we were swamped with people who wanted their included breakfast before they left, and Cody was comping most of their stays anyway, it seemed like, so they were getting it for free twice. Jack-offs. Instead of shadowing Max, the chef who's leaving, I just jumped in and helped where I could, including shit like taking coffee to asshole cops and keeping the breakfast bar topped up. I feel for Cody. I really do. Danny felt oddly protective of Cody Prescott. He hoped they caught whoever had done this. He didn't know Cody well, but he had a sort of innocence Danny had never been allowed, and Danny wanted to see him succeed. The only sound in the apartment was the scratching of Soren's pen. Outside, the wind gusted, making the tall grasses and tree limbs rustle and brush against each other, a sort of song. There was a word for that sound. Sow. Danny had learned it from doing crossword puzzles. One of these days he'd get to use it in conversation.
Why are you here?
The question, so out of the blue and yet not, caught Danny by surprise. He blinked, turning his attention from poetic words and back to the hunk of man sitting just a few feet away. What do you mean? Why am I here? Danny asked, deliberately misunderstanding. This is my apartment. Why wouldn't I be here? The scratching of the pen stopped, replaced by a barely discernible growl.
I mean, Danilo Petra, what are you doing here on Piedras Island using a fake name, Danny Peters? Did you think I wouldn't see through that? Is the fake name so people don't know you're a Petra, or because you are somehow mixed up in one of their schemes?
Scheme? Ha! My family are not cartoon criminals from Scooby-Doo. Shaggy and Velma are not going to bumble their way to solving the mystery.
I know that, Danny, more than almost anyone except you. I just need you to tell me why you're working under an assumed name.
Danny didn't want to answer. Not because he'd done something wrong, but because it would mean tearing the scab off a wound so deep he didn't know if it would heal again. He didn't want to talk to Soren about the past, about his terrible family, or about wanting to start a new life that was just his own. It's not as if I expected you to turn up. Danny decided to turn the interrogation around. What are you doing here? Now it was Soren's turn to not answer. His eyes flickered ever so slightly, and by here I mean here in my apartment right now. Soren didn't give him an answer. Standing up, he shoved the notepad back into the pocket of his shirt. His eyes landed on Danny, who stared right back, daring Soren to do what he wasn't quite sure. Stay? Go? Danny dragged his eyes slowly up and down Soren's body, his gaze landing on Soren's crotch. He was fairly sure he saw a twitch. Those pants really hid nothing. Neither of them spoke or moved for a minute. The carriage house was hot with promise and carnal lust. The crossword habit was coming in handy, Danny thought. Soren's cheeks pinkened again, deeper this time. But he didn't move. Danny's cock, which had been more than half-hard since Soren had spread his legs around the back of his chair, filled further. The old pair of cotton sweatpants he'd dragged on when he got home also hid nothing. And Danny didn't want them to. Letting his knees fall wide so Soren could see what he was missing, he palmed himself through the worn fabric. Fuck, he was already rock hard. Why did you really come here, Soren? He slid his hand up and down himself, groaning with pleasure. The bulge in Soren's slacks became even more pronounced. Danny licked his lips. An emotion Danny couldn't read flitted across Soren's handsome face before he turned toward the door. He made it halfway before Danny shot up and off the couch and dashed around him to block Soren's exit. It was temporary insanity, it must be. Why else would he be provoking Soren like this? Hell no. I deserve an explanation. He crossed his arms, waiting for his answer. Soren glowered down at him. 6'5" of pissed off, provoked, and aroused cop. A human incendiary device. They stared at each other for centuries before a dark decision was made and Soren's mouth crashed down against his big body driving Danny back against the chilly metal front door. Soren's erection pressed against Danny's stomach, making Danny's cock throb in time with his heartbeat. The kiss was all teeth and tongue. There was nothing glamorous about it. Soren poured his anger and hurt into Danny, and Danny took it. He wanted everything. He deserved everything. He ground his body against Soren's because fuck if he didn't need this just as badly as Soren did. Soren's hand rose to cup his face, keeping him in place as he ate Danny's mouth, licked into him, sucked on his tongue. Danny's cock pulsed. He was going to come in his pants like a teenager if he didn't take control. He wanted to come on his own terms. With nimble fingers, he loosened Soren's heavy belt, tugging it open before going to work on his clasp and zipper. Maybe he had a uniform kink he hadn't realized. Or more likely, a Soren Jorgensen kink. Soren moaned into his mouth when Danny slipped his hands into the waistband of Soren's underwear and pushed them down as far as he could. Soren adjusted his stance so Danny could get to his cock, and he wrapped his hand around it. After all this time, it shouldn't feel familiar. But it did. He pumped down and back up, pre-cum dribbling onto his thumb. Deputy Soren Jorgensen was going to look rode hard and put away wet by the time Danny allowed him to leave.
Fuck, Danny,
Soren said into his mouth.
Yes, I'm furious with you.
Soren bit down on the junction of Danny's shoulder and neck before licking the same spot, as if apologizing. Quit talking. Danny slid down to his knees and took Soren's gorgeous cock between his lips, sucking the tip first before tasting the sensitive underside of his cap. Soren shivered and groaned, thighs taut with the struggle to keep from jackhammering against Danny's face. Reaching down, Danny untied Soren's shoes. It had been 2 years and change, and if this was the only opportunity he was getting, he wasn't stopping at a blowjob. Danny tapped one ankle, and Soren got the hint to lift each foot so Danny could slip off his heavy, ugly police shoes. He took as much of Soren as he could, as far down his throat as he could manage, with one hand at Soren's base and the other pushing his own sweats down and off so he was naked from the waist down. Soren grabbed the neck of Danny's hoodie, pulling him up and off his cock. His voice was hoarse.
Get the rest of your clothes off.
Danny pulled the hoodie and t-shirt over his head in a single movement. He stood naked in front of Soren, whose uniform shirt was the only scrap of clothing left on his body. Soren grasped Danny's biceps and tugged him over to the couch.
This isn't happening again. You understand?
Surely Soren meant not after this time, because this time was happening, and it was exactly what Danny needed. He nodded, mentally crossing his fingers. He wasn't agreeing to anything except naked time, and if Soren thought he could intimidate Danny, he had a lesson coming. Soren stopped.
This couch isn't big enough. Bedroom?
Danny ground out, pointing to one of the doors at the far end of the apartment. 10 seconds later, in Danny's bedroom, they were both naked. Danny had no idea how Soren had gotten his shirt off, ripped it off like Superman, most likely. Soren pushed Danny so he stumbled onto the mattress. He landed on his back, his dick fully on board with what he hoped was about to happen. He'd take Soren any way he could get him.
On your knees.
Grinning, Danny stroked himself before turning over and pulling his knees to his chest. The mattress dipped under Soren's weight. Danny's bedroom was cold because he kept the door shut, but fuck if it didn't feel like he'd left the heat turned up too high. There was no ceremony. No sweet words, no caresses or pets, no more kisses. Danny didn't know if he could have stood any of that. Soren knelt directly behind Danny's exposed ass, his knees brushing the insides of Danny's thighs, and began to massage his eager hole. It was hard for Danny to tell, but he thought Soren was using his thumb to loosen his ass. He didn't want loosening. He wanted Soren's cock in his ass before Soren changed his mind. Reaching behind himself, he pulled one ass cheek to the side, hoping Soren would take the hint. Soren's thick digit slipped inside as if it was made for his hole. Danny pushed backward, relishing the burn, the stretch, knowing it was Soren who was making it happen. He wanted more. He wanted Soren's fat cock spreading him apart until he felt like he was going to split in half. He wanted to remember how it had been. Put your fucking cock in me right now. Instead of obeying Danny's order, Soren jammed his finger farther inside, twisting and turning, questing. Danny held his breath. Soren's finger found his button, and it was like a casino jackpot. His prostate was a slut, and it seemed that Soren hadn't forgotten. He had to let go of his ass and grab his cock, squeezing hard because as fucking incredible as it felt having that finger inside him, Danny wanted his orgasm to be caused by Soren's dick. Still, the lightning flashes that rode up and down his spine every time Soren brushed over his gland were hard to control. He wanted to give in. His dick throbbed. Both his cock and his balls hurt. He needed to come so bad. Without thinking, he tried to drop his hips so he could rub against the mattress. Knock it off. Soren grunted. He withdrew his finger, leaving Danny's hole gaping and twitching. Seconds later, Soren's cock began to push inside, so much bigger than his finger. Danny grunted and attempted to relax, needing to be filled yesterday by this man. Slowly and inexorably, Soren entered him. He was muttering, but Danny couldn't understand what he was saying. It sounded like a foreign language. Or maybe Danny couldn't process English any longer. When he was fully seated inside Danny, Soren's hips stopped moving. Do not fucking stop. Large, warm hands began stroking Danny's lower back and spine, as if Soren couldn't help himself. Danny didn't want nice Soren. This had to be quick, hard, and fast. One more hard fuck. It meant nothing. Fucking fuck me already. You've made it into my tight ass. Don't chicken out now. One of his hands left his back, and the next thing he felt was a sharp slap against his ass, hard enough to leave a mark. It was like an earthquake, and the aftershocks traveled all the way to Danny's overloaded balls. Nothing. It meant nothing, Danny reminded himself. Quit talking so much. Maybe I won't stop. Or maybe I should stop, and you won't be able to do anything about it. I'll pull out and leave you hanging ass in the air. How about that? Soren began pounding into his ass, pulling back until he almost slipped out before shoving back inside again, and Danny matched him thrust for thrust, in and out, back and forth, scraping against his prostate, but not enough pressure to let him come. Danny needed a release. It had been far too long a time with only his hand getting him off. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the pillow. Despite his aching urgency, he bit his arm to keep himself from coming. He wanted this to last as long as possible, because when they were done, they were done. This was the goodbye fuck they'd never had. Soren's body stiffened, his hands pulling Danny tight against his body, and Danny knew Soren was seconds away from orgasm. Squeezing his hole as tight as he could around Soren's cock, Danny was rewarded by a loud groan, pulsing, and hot cum filling his emptiness. Reaching between his legs, Danny grabbed his iron-hard cock and gave himself 2 tugs. Ropes of sticky cum pumped from his balls, his ass squeezing even harder around Soren, and he thought he felt Soren pulse again in response. They hadn't used a condom. Danny hadn't wanted to. He'd wanted to drive Soren out of his skull. And he had. The chance that Soren was positive for any kind of STD was lower than the interest on a savings account these days. Everything was quiet. Danny wondered if, along with his common sense, he'd lost the ability to hear. Finally, his heart quit pounding, and the sound of their panting filled his ears. Soren eased out, gently, of course. The man couldn't help himself. Danny didn't say anything. There were no words. They both knew it couldn't happen again. He shut his eyes and listened as Soren padded out to the main room, found his clothes, and dressed. Danny didn't bother cleaning himself up. He shut his eyes, and the last thing he remembered was the sound of his front door closing. Chapter 7. Soren. Thursday night, Friday morning. Soren didn't know how long he'd been inside Danny's apartment. He stumbled down the stairs to the cruiser, barely making it without falling. Luckily, no one from the main house was outside. He looked and smelled like sex. His shirt and pants were rumpled, and one shoe was untied. He'd felt it lifting off his heel as he came down the staircase. This was his walk of shame, even if no one was looking. The clock on the dashboard read 10:34 and turned to 10:35 as he sat there wondering if what had just happened had really happened. He'd had sex with Danny Petra while he was technically working. What the hell had he been thinking? Not only was he on duty, Danny was, at the very least, a witness. No amount of rationalizing on his part would change that fact. He'd learned Danny was on Piedras, and less than 24 hours later, they'd ripped their clothes off and... Soren's brain went offline as the memory of Danny's naked body against his flooded his synapses. His dick had clearly taken control of his brain. He was a cop, for crying out loud. He was better than... this. But he'd fooled himself into thinking that stopping by Danny's apartment to interview him before he called it a day would be just checking a task off his to-do list. Instead, the situation had gotten completely out of control, like trying to wrestle snakes or cats into bags. Soren sucked in a shaky breath, and then another. He and Danny together had always been out of control. Not that this was the best time to remember that. It didn't make him feel any better about what had just happened. And he groaned out loud now, banging his head against the steering wheel. Not only had he and Danny had sex, they'd had sex without the protection of a condom. He was negative. The department tested everybody, and Soren had gone in for a test on his own the last time he'd been anywhere near another guy's parts, but there was no way for Danny to know that. He'd been irresponsible. He was never irresponsible. Goddamn, he lost control around Danny Petra every single time. Even after almost 3 years, Danny still managed to get under his skin. Danny's smirk, his dark eyes, his half-smile, his pale skin. Danny, close enough in size that Soren didn't worry about hurting him like he had with his few boyfriends. Danny, who... crud. Soren had to shut down the thoughts leading back to Danny naked and writhing underneath him, or he wasn't going to be able to drive the short distance to his apartment. He needed to tell Danny he didn't have any STDs, but he couldn't climb back up the stairs and knock on the door right now. The apartment would smell like sex and Danny, and Soren was ashamed of how he'd acted, like a caveman who didn't have words. Damn. He wasn't entirely sure it had been consensual. He'd been so caught up in his overwhelming need to mark Danny as his, to be inside his body. He'd slapped his ass. In the dark of the car, Soren's cheeks burned, maybe hotter than they ever had in his life. There was nothing he could do about the situation tonight. Climbing back up those stairs and knocking on Danny's door was not an option, even if the alternative was the coward's way out. Shaking his head to try and clear it, He started the cruiser up, the rumble of the powerful engine a familiar comfort. His quiet, empty apartment gave him far too much room to be judge and jury for himself. After stripping off his uniform and tossing the shirt into his laundry hamper, Soren took a long shower, hoping it would help him relax, but even the hot water couldn't wash away the guilt. When it finally turned cold, he got out and toweled himself off, knowing he wouldn't be able to sleep. Friday morning, Soren's eyes were gritty from lack of sleep, and as he turned onto the main road from his apartment complex, he wondered if Danny would even be on the island for him to apologize to. After a night of replaying what had happened, he knew he at least had to try. But he'd spotted the overfull gym bag by Danny's front door the night before. It wouldn't be a surprise if Danny disappeared, even after Soren had told him to stick around. Soren's radio crackled to life as he was passing by the high school. A couple of joggers were making use of the track, their breaths steaming in the chilly air. Without taking his eyes off the road, he pressed the comm button, and Bertie's voice came through loud and clear. DB reported.
What's the location? I'll meet you there. I'm on my way in now.
All thought of the previous night receded to the back of his mind. Soren had a job he was dedicated to. Someone was setting fires on Piedras, and now someone was dead. It was Soren's responsibility to find the perpetrator. His attention needed to be laser-focused on what was going on now, not what had happened almost 3 years ago. Maybe he and Danny didn't have anything real. Maybe this was what would have happened if Soren hadn't ended up in the hospital. Maybe, after all this time and the electric attraction between them, they still couldn't sort themselves out. Soren didn't want to think about it. He couldn't think about it. Danny was a distraction he couldn't afford right now. Bertie rattled off the location, and Soren's GPS located it. Even on a relatively small island, GPS came in handy for a newbie like him. Swinging a U-turn, Soren headed back the other direction, passing Danny's driveway. He took a left at Witten Road. At the far end of the windy road was a public boat ramp, used mostly by locals as a put-in for a day of fishing or just messing around on the water. It was, he'd heard from Bertie and Sheriff Dempsey, a notorious place for teens to hang out after dark. But professional and hobby photographers could often be found there at sunrise, trying to catch the perfect shot. Turning on the lights, he sped toward the scene. That early, not many cars were on the road, and it was bisected by only 2 other roads, both of which were dead ends. A silver BMW was headed the opposite direction, and an older pickup truck waited in a driveway for Soren to pass before it pulled out, also heading back toward Hidden Harbor. A low-slung white car parked the opposite direction in a pullout snagged his attention for a second, but then he was arriving at the boat ramp. 2 vehicles were parallel parked alongside the cement retaining wall that barely held up the cliff that loomed over the small, rocky beach. A single, bundled-up figure waited on the beach away from the cars, a camera hanging from their neck, and a tripod in their hand. Soren parked, and Bertie pulled to a stop next to him as he got out of the cruiser.
What do we know?
The photographer started to walk toward them.
Did you call this in?
Soren asked, his voice carrying easily. She nodded and pointed at the cars. The Prius. My car is the Touareg.
Give us a minute, and then I'll take your statement.
She nodded, her face pale and expression grim.
Ready?
He asked Bertie. Together they walked over to the car closest to the ramp. It was an older black Prius. Inside, slumped sideways in the driver's seat, was a man with a gunshot wound to the head, very, very dead. Shit, it's Brian Reynolds. Soren shot Bertie a startled glance. He had never heard her utter any type of profanity.
Let's rope off the scene. We don't need anybody else down here tromping around. Do you want to question the witness?
Plenty of island residents had police scanners. Likely news of the discovery was flying around the island, and within minutes a few curious residents would be venturing forth. We'll talk to her together, Bertie said.
Did you call the ME?
Dr. Soper is on his way. Bertie confirmed. "Let's see what the witness has to say." The photographer's name was Mag Beasley. She was visiting the island with a friend, and she was clearly shaken by her discovery. "I was out here by about 5:30, I'd guess. I wanted to catch Nautical Dawn, and that car," she gestured, "was already here. That's my car parked behind it. Obviously. Sorry. I stayed inside for a while, wondering if maybe coming out here alone was a bad idea, but I've never let that stop me before." She paused, seeming to get lost in her thoughts for a minute.
"You decided to go ahead with your shoot?"
Soren encouraged. Miss Beasley twitched her head. Sorry. Yeah. I didn't see anyone walking around, and I'd made the effort to get my ass out of bed. I figured if someone bad was out here, I could clock them with my camera equipment. I got out of my car to walk down to the water and just kind of glanced in the other car. At first, I thought he was asleep." Her glance flicked from Soren to Bertie. "I knew, though, almost instantly, that he was dead." She shivered. The gaping hole in the side of Brian Reynolds' temple was difficult to miss. Soren could understand both her horror and her confusion. Miss Beasley didn't have any more information for them. She hadn't seen anyone else at the end of the road, no cars, no people, no joggers or dog walkers. She'd been the only one who'd wanted to get up at an unholy hour and photograph the sunrise.
"You didn't see anyone that seemed odd? No other cars or people on your way here, or when you parked?"
"It was still dark when I drove here. Maybe there was a car or two on the road, but I don't really remember. It's just been me on the beach since I got here."
"Did you touch anything? The door? The window?"
No. Miss Beasley shook her head. "I backed away from the car. I didn't want to be near it."
"Did you get any shots of the sunrise?"
They were going to need to look at her pictures. The likelihood of her having caught something important was low, but still there. She shrugged, glancing down at the camera. "I took a few, but it didn't feel right, so I stopped." Soren jotted down her contact information.
"We'll be in touch if we have more questions. We'll need to look at the pictures you took, just in case. Our investigation is only just beginning. We'd appreciate it if you would keep what you saw to yourself."
Mag nodded, glancing at Brian's car again before popping open her camera and thumbing out the tiny memory card. "Here." She dropped it into Soren's palm. "I don't want it back." Soren met her gaze. Her light green eyes were filled with sadness, touched by unexpected death. He could relate. His first homicide still haunted his dreams sometimes. There had been others since, but that first one was seared into his memory. Did he take his own life?
We don't know yet.
Ironically, it was a gorgeous morning. The wind was blowing, but that was a given on the island. It was an uninvited guest that came and went as it pleased.
"What was Brian Reynolds like?"
Soren asked Bertie. For a Reynolds, he wasn't a bad guy. Soren raised an eyebrow at Bertie's words. They seemed thoughtless, especially knowing how much Danny hated being judged by his family name and how it had shaped his entire life, and, Soren admitted to himself, considering how he felt about his own uncle. "I know," she said, "but the Reynoldses are kind of notorious around here. Brian did odd jobs. He had a taxi gig, and he did security here and there for events, worked at the farmer's market sometimes. He'd been in jail for domestic violence, but then his girlfriend was in too. When he got out, he quit drinking and seemed to be just living his life. He was trying, I thought, anyway."
"I wonder when it happened."
Soren doubted he could have been dead much longer than 24 hours. 48 was stretching it. A car parked there for one day could easily be ignored. But 2 days and someone would be checking inside it. And with the weather starting to warm up and more daylight, they had more visitors like Mag Beasley, along with residents who liked to walk along this tucked-away beach. "Dr. Soper will give us an idea. He's very good." Together, Soren and Bertie crossed over to the Prius again. Soren pulled on latex gloves and tugged the door handle. It was unlocked. What remained of Brian Reynolds was slumped across the middle console. With the way he'd fallen, the body would be out of sight until someone stood directly next to the window. The rank odor of decomposition wafted from the car and had Soren and Bertie both stepping back. Soren covered his mouth. He was not getting sick and compromising the scene any more than it already had been. Pulling on a mask, he crouched down to get a good look at the body. There was no obvious burn around the entry wound, which meant maybe it hadn't been suicide. The weapon had been far enough away not to leave anything but a bullet hole. But the truth was, sometimes people were very determined and creative. They'd need to rule everything out. But for now, Soren was putting this in the homicide column. Brian hadn't been dead long enough for the big flies and other insects to start their work. But again, it was still early spring. His eyes were open, as if he'd been surprised. His hands were in his lap like he'd just been sitting there thinking, maybe watching the faraway lights on the mainland. Soren walked around to the other side of the car while Bertie looked at the body, taking a few pictures. A pack of cigarettes lay between Brian's feet, but Soren couldn't see a phone, notebook, no other trash aside from the cigarettes. Had Brian come down to the ramp for a smoke? Reynolds had kept his vehicle cleaner than most, probably because he transported visitors around the island. "I'm thinking we should talk to Leo Zielinski," Bertie said. "First the fire, and now this. We need a little more expertise. No offense." "None taken." "Remind me who Zielinski is." "My apologies. Leo is Neil Hammerson's partner at West Coast Forensics." "Right." Soren remembered Matt had only agreed to leave if Soren and Bertie promised to reach out to WCF if they needed anything, which of course they'd insisted they wouldn't. The number was scrawled on the top of the station whiteboard. Soren had thought at the time that they didn't need babysitting, but maybe they did. Back around on the driver's side, Soren crouched down again and pulled his mag light off his belt. Turning it on, he swept the light back and forth on the floor and under the seat. There was nothing. Just that, unopened, he could see now, box of cigarettes. No weapon lying conveniently by Brian's hands. No shell casing. Nothing underneath the car itself. Not that he'd expected anything. There were just rocks and pebbles, the plastic from a pack of cigarettes or maybe gum, a dingy hair tie. Knock, knock. Startled, Soren looked over his shoulder. Marshal Soper, Piedras volunteer coroner, stood behind him, suited up and ready to examine the remains before transporting them to the island morgue. Soren rose to his feet and moved out of the way. "Well, well," Marshal muttered after a few moments. "What do you think, Dr. Soper?" "I think you have a homicide." "Any sign of a weapon or bullet casings?" "Not yet. Looks like we're going to have to tear apart the entire car," Soren said. They had an impound yard. Not ideal for collecting evidence, but Soren figured that's where they'd tow it. "We'll need to talk to his brother, Martin, and Clarabelle Delacombe, his great-grandmother. She'll be the one who handles the funeral details anyway," Bertie added. "Why don't you get a jump on that while I wait for the doc to do his thing here? Then we can wrap up the scene after he's done." Walking back over to the cruiser, Soren peeled off the latex gloves and tossed them into his trunk to dispose of later. "Where do you want me to start?" he asked Bertie. "New guy gets to talk to Martin Reynolds. I'll notify Clarabelle and call Big T. He'll do the tow for us when we're ready." "If I'm leaving, you need another deputy to keep the curious away. I'll radio Radin in." Bertie followed Soren's gaze up toward the main road, where a car was turning in. "Good idea." Chapter 8. Soren. Friday. Soren's first look at Martin Reynolds' property had him shaking his head. It was a compound. 8-foot chain-link fencing ran along the road and into the wooded property, keeping the curious away, with cameras mounted at intervals, possibly recording who came and went. Despite that, the gate was wide open. Bertie wanted Soren to question Martin, which meant he probably had issues with women in law enforcement, women in general, or law enforcement in general, and therefore the new guy got the short stick. Luckily, Soren's size meant most people chose not to argue with him. It came in handy more often than not, except when it came to Danny Petra, who was never intimidated by his size. Soren checked his watch. He'd made it to almost 9 a.m. before thinking about Danny. Martin lived in one of 2 ramshackle mobile homes protected by the fencing and cameras. Bertie had told him Martin's was the blue one. That was stretching it. The color was a blend of faded blue and a yellow-green patina from years of fir pollen falling from the surrounding trees. The door opened before he could knock.
Martin Reynolds?
The older Reynolds was in his early 40s, and in addition to spending his free time chasing down QAnon crumbs, he was a fry cook at the Hook. Soren had seen him in the kitchen there the couple of times he'd stopped in for something quick to eat.
Yep.
The grease-stained white T-shirt Martin wore stretched dangerously close to splitting when he crossed beefy arms across his chest. Soren internally rolled his eyes at the blatant display of manliness.
May I come in?
It's about your brother. Martin eyed him as if he was assessing the truthfulness of Soren's words before coming to a decision.
Inside.
The inside of the trailer was a conspiracy theorist's wet dream. It appeared any spare cash Martin had he spent on computer equipment. His setup rivaled NASA's and was certainly higher tech than Soren's dinky laptop. Where did the man eat? Relax. Every surface in sight had a desktop computer occupying it. 2 were active, their screens flickering. A stack of silver laptops was pushed to the back of what was supposed to be a kitchen counter. There were cables and electrical cords snaking across the dirty carpet, 1 roller chair, and a wooden straight-backed chair piled with envelopes and papers. At the far end, past 3 more desktop setups, there was a closed door that probably led to Martin's bedroom.
What about my brother?
Martin stepped a few feet farther inside, leaning one hip against the counter that separated the kitchen from his computer lair. Soren let the door fall closed behind him before answering.
I'm sorry to inform you, but a body preliminarily identified as Brian Reynolds was discovered in a car at the boat ramp off Witten Road this morning. We'll need you to come in for an official ID, but Deputy Flynn recognized, him. When was the last time you saw your brother?
Soren got out his pen and notepad, waiting for Martin's response. The expression on Martin's face didn't change, but Soren thought he saw some emotion flicker through his dark eyes. Sadness? Maybe? Resignation? Martin glanced up at the ceiling, where a fan lazily pushed air around. It was warm with all the computers going, making Soren curious what Martin's electric bill was like.
I haven't seen Brian in a while. He's usually the one checking in on me. When was the last time you saw him?
Soren asked again.
Maybe a week or more? Did he seem upset or worried in any way? He was Brian, like he always was, looking on the bright side and shit. What happened to him?
We're not sure yet. Soren hedged. Was there a reason he would have been at the boat ramp? Did he go there often? Was there something special about it? Martin shrugged.
I don't know. Maybe.
Soren couldn't tell whether Martin was upset his brother was dead or not. In his time in law enforcement, he'd learned that people expressed their grief in all sorts of ways, from unemotional, like Martin, to breaking down and collapsing in front of him.
Had Brian been busy lately? Did you know his schedule?
Not really.
We didn't always see eye to eye.
And yet you let him live in the other trailer.
Well, I'm not going to make him live in his car, am I? We may not get along, but he is my blood. Was, I guess.
There was a sliver of grief showing through. Soren felt guilty that he was glad to see it. He hadn't liked Martin's nonchalant attitude. My apologies. I forgot to give you my condolences. I am sorry for your loss. Martin dropped his gaze and shrugged.
Yeah, well.
One last question. What was your week like? What days were you at the Hook? Did you see Brian at all?
The last week? Today is... Soren had to think about it too. Friday. Last weekend at the Hook, off Monday and Wednesday, worked the rest. With the weather getting better, business is picking up. Brian stopped by for breakfast. I think it was Tuesday. Did he seem agitated or excited? He seemed like Brian. It's not like I can talk while I'm working. Did Martin regret not speaking to his brother? Was he thinking of the things he could have said to his brother but hadn't? Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. We'll be in touch for the formal identification, and if we have any more questions. Martin blinked at Soren. It's real, isn't it? Brian is really dead. Yes, sir. Again, my condolences for your loss. Reynolds' gaze drifted to the window he'd been peering out when Soren arrived. He grimaced, snarling, "Fuck," so quietly Soren almost didn't hear him. Turning to look, Soren saw a sparkling black SUV rumble across the yard and stop in front of Martin's place, barely squeezing in between the house and the wrecked cars. The driver seemed familiar, but Soren didn't think he'd met him. Next to him sat a tiny, much older woman, the top of her head barely brushing the headrest. The man climbed out and went around to the passenger side to help the woman down from her perch. "Who's that?" Soren asked. "My granny and her guard dog, my fucking cousin, Shay Delacombe." "Were you expecting them?" Reynolds side-eyed him. "No. Are you fucking crazy? Somebody must have told her and Shay about Brian." Soren guessed Bertie must have reached Clarabelle Delacombe immediately for her to be here already. He had met her once, when he first took the job. She was impossible to forget. "Does she live close by?" Martin straightened, hitching up his baggy jeans. "Just up the road a mile or so. Shay, too. He's been staying with her since the fall, getting on her good side," he sneered. Soren remembered that Shay Delacombe was a high-powered defense attorney who had been involved in what had happened on Piedras last summer. Martin opened his front door, suggesting he thought it was time for Soren to leave. If he was trying to keep the newcomers out of his house, Soren thought Martin was in for an unpleasant surprise. Clarabelle Delacombe stood with her nephew at the bottom of the step. Soren stepped down, stopping next to the new arrivals. "Mrs. Delacombe?" Soren began. "It's Miss, since I divorced Martin's useless great-grandfather." She raked Soren up and down with a single glance. "The whole island is still talking about you. The newest deputy. Several of the younger girls want to have your babies, and a few of the older ones, too. I thought Sandy Johnson was going to hyperventilate, telling me about how you came and visited her personally, just like Matt Dempsey does. Well?" "Well?" Soren parroted, still stuck back on babies. Martin called this woman Granny? No way in hell would Soren ever try that. He liked his balls right where they were. 5 feet tall and at least 80 years old, she was a force Soren wasn't prepared for. He had a feeling maybe no one was ever ready. "Bertie Flynn called to tell me my great-grandson is dead. I am damn tired of putting my family in the ground. Even the useless ones. Brian was a good boy. I want you to find out who did this." "Aunt Clarabelle," Shay said, "as I told you on the way over here, this is an active investigation, and I'm sure Deputy..." He peered at Soren's badge. "Jorgensen can't tell you anything yet, not officially." Delacombe stuck out his hand. "Shay Delacombe. I'm sure it would be a pleasure in different circumstances." Soren Jorgensen. "What can you tell me, unofficially?" Clarabelle demanded. "I'm an old lady. There's no point beating around the bush." "Auntie, don't start that old lady business. No one believes it, especially not once you open your mouth." She ignored Shay's comment and continued speaking. "Martin, invite me in so I can sit down." A command.
not a request. Soren felt the tiniest sliver of sympathy for Martin Reynolds. Grudgingly, Martin stepped aside, allowing Clarabelle and Shay to pass by him. "Young man, I need to talk to my great-grandson," Clarabelle said, dismissing Soren. "Shay, clean off one of those chairs so I can sit down." Martin glanced at Soren, looking like he'd rather keep answering his questions than talk to Clarabelle. "I'm sorry for your loss," Soren repeated as the front door closed in his face. Soren sort of wished he could be a fly on the wall. He was curious whether Martin would tell his family something he hadn't told Soren. From the malevolent look Martin shot Shay Delacombe, it seemed unlikely. As he walked back to his cruiser, it occurred to him where he'd seen the car that had caught his attention on the way to the boat ramp before. It had been parked in the visitor lot at Broach Resort. A distinctive white Tesla. If he had to guess how many Teslas were registered to a Piedra's address, he'd guess 0. He checked in with Bertie. She was at the crime scene, so he headed back that way. When he got to the boat ramp, Dr. Soper was getting ready to leave with Brian's remains. He and Bertie were speaking quietly through the driver's side window of the dock's Land Cruiser. Soren parked behind Bertie's cruiser and walked over to join them.
"I'll get the autopsy done as soon as I can,"
the doc was saying. Bertie had been busy while he was talking to Martin, taking pictures and placing yellow evidence flags. Soren wanted to get back to the Prius and look at the scene again himself.
"What can you tell us at this point?"
he asked Soper over Bertie's shoulder.
"Without opening him up? I think he's been dead between 18 and 36 hours. The gunshot wound doesn't appear to be self-inflicted, but I'll need to run tests on his hands to be certain."
Bertie and Soren both nodded.
"Thanks, Doc," she said. "One of us will be by later."
Marshall snorted.
"I'll call when I'm finished. I don't need you guys in and out of my office or interrupting me with calls."
He glanced up the road where a familiar black SUV was approaching the scene.
"That looks like Shay Delacombe's car. My guess is Clarabelle insisted he bring her here."
"Damn. How did they get through?"
Bertie wondered. Deputy Radden apparently was not any more effective at saying no to the older woman than Martin or Shay were. 2 curse words in one day. Bertie must be feeling the pressure. She had to know, too, that there was no way Sheriff Dempsey wasn't going to hear about this before he got back. Soren hoped they had someone behind bars by then. And so quickly. "I just left them at Martin Reynolds' place." Bertie quirked an eyebrow at him.
"Martin and Clarabelle don't like each other much. I imagine it was a short conversation."
"I'm taking off."
Soper started his engine.
"I don't want Clarabelle seeing Brian's body before I get it cleaned up. She thinks she's a tough old lady, but she's softened in the past year."
Marshall backed up, angling toward the main road, and pulled past the SUV without slowing down. The SUV parked where his car had been. The door opened, and Shay climbed out before going around to the other side to help Clarabelle down again.
"I wish Shay had talked her out of coming here,"
Bertie said out of the side of her mouth.
"She seems determined."
Clarabelle stopped in front of Soren and Bertie.
"I'm tired of this. I didn't plan on outliving my great-grandson. Are you going to catch whoever did this?"
"Yes, ma'am. We're doing our best," Soren said. "Had you talked to Brian recently?"
Clarabelle shook her head.
"No. Brian was better than Martin about stopping by to see his old granny, but I hadn't seen him recently."
Shay rolled his eyes, and Bertie seemingly had to tie her shoe. Yeah, no one was buying Clarabelle's old granny act.
"Miss Delacombe, this is a crime scene, which Shay knows. We need you to go home, and when we know more, one of us will come by. I told you, Auntie."
"Don't you say I told you so to me, young man."
Soren repressed a smile at hearing the big, bad defense attorney getting scolded by a tiny older woman. Shay shot him a look.
"We need to get out of their way,"
Shay said in a patient tone.
"The sheriff's department doesn't need us interfering. It's going to be hard enough for them to keep curious bystanders away while they collect evidence. I promise you. As soon as we have something we can share," Soren said, "we'll let you know."
A mulish expression crossed Clarabelle's face, but she allowed her nephew to lead her back to the car.
"What did Martin have to say?"
Bertie asked while the two of them donned fresh gloves from the evidence kit in the trunk of her car.
"Not much. He worked a lot this past week and hadn't seen Brian for a few days at least. He hadn't noticed Brian acting strangely or anything."
As if he would. The world could actually come to an end and he'd be on his computer seeing if it was a conspiracy. It took several hours for them to process the scene, even though it was relatively small and appeared contained to the car. Big T arrived and backed down the road, getting ready to load the Prius up onto the flatbed tow truck. The next stop was the impound yard on the outskirts of Hidden Harbor, the only secure location the department had. It would have to make do while they searched for the bullet and anything else that might lead to who had murdered Reynolds. Deputy Ratton was 50 yards or so up the road, directing traffic from the boat ramp. Bertie had canvassed the closest residences, but none had heard or seen anything out of the ordinary, no gunshot or arguing. This wasn't a surprise, since the road and thus the boat ramp had been cut through a bluff, meaning the houses were 50 to 100 feet above the beach. It lent credibility to the idea that Reynolds had been killed after dark, when the likelihood of a walker or boater being at the beach was almost zero. Almost.
"It's spring break this week," Soren said. "What are the chances there wasn't a beach party going on somewhere? The seniors are getting ready for graduation, and it's their last chance to be completely irresponsible before heading off to college or trade school."
"Good thinking," said Bertie. "This isn't the only beach on the island where kids go to party. But how about I take this side and you the other?" Soren nodded his agreement. His stomach clenched with hunger, but he ignored it. Stepping off the concrete ramp, he headed south along the beach. This beach, like most on Piedras, was composed of all sizes of rock, from pea-sized to boulders. In some areas there was sand of a sort, created by the waves crushing up softer rocks, but it wasn't soft, it was sharp and hard to walk on with bare feet. The tide was out now, exposing, Soren noted, dark purple sand dollar beds at the very edge of the waves. The tide would have been going out the night before, too, hitting its low around midnight. Slack was about 20 minutes. Then it would take 6 or so hours to return to the high tide line, a cycle on permanent repeat. He headed in toward the bluff, keeping along the line of dried seaweed that marked the high tide. The bluff here was at least 200 feet up. No way would residents notice trespassers, but people were lazy, and kids coming out here weren't going to want to go too far. About 50 yards from the ramp, Soren spotted what he was looking for. Tucked in behind 2 logs that had been swept onto the beach during a storm or a high spring tide was the remains of a campfire. The jackasses had left empty beer cans behind, and the charred cardboard case sat half in and half out of the pit. There was no way to know for certain when the fire had been built, but it had rained at the beginning of the week. This fire had burned itself out. No signs of ash splash from water falling on it. Using his cell phone, Soren snapped a dozen pictures of the illegal fire pit from all angles and made a mental note to stop in at Chester's and to ask whether the Clark remembered selling a case of Pabst to anyone. It was a long shot, but it couldn't hurt. Bertie met him back at the ramp. "Did you find something? I saw you taking pictures." Soren held his phone out so Bertie could see the photographs.
"I'll stop at Chester's and see if anyone remembers selling the beer. I suppose it didn't have to come from there, but it's a start."
"Right. There's also been the usual break-ins at the vacation rental homes. It could have been stolen from one of those."
"True. And the owner might not remember a case of cheap beer from the summer before."
"If they were drinking," Bertie continued, "they're not going to admit they saw anything."
"This is murder, Bertie. Maybe they won't remember. Maybe they were too drunk. Maybe they stole the beer from their parents and don't want to admit it. But I'm going to follow up, because you just never know."
His stomach growled again, and this time it was loud enough for Bertie to hear. She rolled her eyes. "We're on the same side, big guy. I think it's time we grabbed something to eat." Marshal Soper called them late that afternoon with his initial results. He hadn't had time for a full autopsy yet. He placed Brian Reynolds' death between Wednesday night and Thursday. Cause of death, a gunshot wound to the head. No surprise there. I'll let you know if I find signs of illness or another reason he might have taken his own life, but I didn't find powder residue on his hands." Soren and Bertie had spent a great deal of the afternoon going over the Prius and not finding much. Analyzing the fingerprints they'd collected would take some time, and Soren figured most would be Brian's or those of people who'd taken rides from him. The entire island was buzzing with gossip over the death. After he and Bertie wrapped up at the impound yard, Soren stopped in at Chester's to find out whether any of the checkers remembered selling a case of beer recently or anything out of the ordinary. Several shoppers wandered over to eavesdrop. They didn't even try to pretend they weren't listening to Soren speak with the young employees. He stood by the bagging area, waiting for a break in the checkout line. There was only one other employee on shift, and they were restocking frozen goods.
"Mind if I ask a few questions?"
Sure." The clerk had a classic deer-in-the-headlights expression on his face.
"Were you working Wednesday night? And if so, do you recall selling a case of Pabst? Or maybe more than one?"
I worked last night. We sell beer all the time. I don't know if I'd remember selling one particular kind." Soper had said Reynolds had likely been dead since late Wednesday or early Thursday morning. Soren needed to know who had worked on Wednesday, as slim as a lead as it was.
"Who worked Wednesday night?"
The clerk, his name tag read Jonathan, glanced over at the short line of waiting and eagerly listening customers. I don't know."
"What about the person doing the stocking?"
No, I don't think so." He was clearly nervous. Being questioned by the police was never fun, even if he hadn't done anything wrong. "You might want to come back in the morning. Sage, the manager, would know for sure who was working. It's spring break, so our schedule's kind of different."
"I'll do that. Thank you for your help. Here's my card in case you remember anything."
Before climbing back into his cruiser, Soren took a minute to look around the parking lot and up and down the road. Chester's was the closest store to Whitten Road and the boat ramp. Aside from groceries and alcohol, they also sold night crawlers and other fishing supplies. Soren figured it was the likeliest place for someone to stop in for something they needed before heading out onto the water, or to an illicit bonfire. Chapter 9. Danny. Friday morning. Danny woke up slowly. His sheets smelled like sex and Soren. Soren's scent must be burned into Danny's memory banks for him to still recognize it after all this time. After taking care of his pressing need to pee, he went back to bed. Another perk to living alone. His place, his rules. If he wanted to stay in bed until it was time to go to work, he could. Last night with Soren had been completely out of control, and Danny didn't regret a minute of it, not even the bareback part. He was sure Soren regretted it. Soren was the kind of guy who overthought things. Danny wasn't. Instead, he found the remote for his tiny flat-screen TV and turned it on. He had several episodes of Iron Chef to catch up on. Lies. He might not regret what they'd done, but even Iron Chef couldn't keep Danny from thinking about Soren. What was going to happen? Did he want anything to happen? Hadn't he already burned that bridge to the waterline? There had been moments the last night when Danny thought Soren had been almost tender, as if he couldn't help himself, and Danny's battle-scarred heart beat a little faster at the thought that maybe what they'd started years ago still had a spark. Hope was a fucking pitiful emotion. By noon, he had had to admit to himself he had no idea what was happening with Soren, if anything. Being with Soren again had never, ever been something he considered. He'd hurt Soren too badly. Been too afraid of his family and their reach. Was he still? Fuck, how could one shy, reserved cop cause so much havoc in Danny's life? And it had hardly been 24 hours since they'd laid eyes on each other again, and there was what he needed to take care of. Before he headed to his shift to Lulu's, he had to talk to Cody Prescott. Kim was right. If Danny wanted to stay on Piedra's and work at the Brooch, he needed to come clean with his possible employer. And damn it, he'd missed what Alton Brown and friends had to say about a contestant's presentation. Danny was not looking forward to his conversation with Cody. He'd avoided it yesterday, telling himself that Cody would be too busy dealing with the fallout from the fire. Before he changed his mind, he snatched up his phone from where it lay on the floor and found Cody's number. One of these days, maybe he'd find a table or something for next to his bed. Cody's phone picked up but went directly to voicemail. Danny hesitated, not knowing what he should say. "Cody, it's Danny. I'm sorry I left yesterday without talking to you. I would still like a chance at the job, but there's something I need to talk to you about first. I have to be at Lulu's at 4. Maybe I could drop by before then?" Cooking shows couldn't hold his attention any longer. Filled with angsty, nervous energy, he decided to take a shower. It was probably bad form to show up at work smelling like cum. "Makes me wonder what the next 24 hours will bring," Danny grumbled as he turned the hot water on. His bathroom was small, but there was a tub and shower surround, along with decent water pressure. Danny stood under the spray, enjoying the water pounding against his scalp and shoulders. His ass ached from Soren's cock. The reminder of last night had Danny's dick at half-mast. Soren had been angry, and Danny had been wrapped up in egging him on. That was no excuse, Danny knew. But he knew he was 100% certain that Soren was negative. His man was careful like that. Danny would bet his right nut Soren had never gone bareback before. Danny had. He'd been on prep for a while, back when he went to clubs and picked up random guys to fuck so he could forget about Soren, but he'd stopped taking it when he stopped trying to hook up. Bareback with Soren, even in anger, had been the best sex of Danny's life. Danny wanted to do it again. He shouldn't. Soren was off fucking limits, or fucking Soren was off limits, but he wanted to anyway. As he stepped out of the shower, he heard his phone beeping from the bedroom. After toweling off, he checked it, finding a missed call and voicemail from Cody. "I'll be here all day. If I'm not at the desk, come on out to the Rose Cottage. That's where I'm staying right now." The Rose Cottage was the smallest of the rental cottages at Broach and the farthest from the main building. Danny had heard from Kim that they were planning on remodeling all of them, but as he approached the small structure, he didn't think Cody had started on his yet. Cody must have seen him coming because Danny didn't have to knock. "Hi," Danny said, feeling uncomfortable and awkward. "Come on in." Cody pulled the door all the way open so Danny could pass by him. "Sorry, it's kind of a mess." Danny felt like a kid being called to the principal's office, something he was unfortunately familiar with. He jammed his hands into his pants pockets and stayed standing, even though Cody indicated he could have a seat on a leather couch by one of the 2 front windows. The cottage was smaller than his apartment. It seemed like there was the main living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, and that was it. Against the wall to the right of the door, a counter had been installed, and Cody had a coffee maker and microwave set up on it with a dorm-size fridge underneath. Danny supposed that most guests would go up to the main dining room for their meals. "So," Cody looked as nervous as Danny felt, also exhausted. Dark circles had taken up residence under his eyes, and there were deep lines in his forehead. "Tell me why you left. Whatever it is, it can't be as bad as someone trying to burn my hotel down." Oh, poor Cody, it could be. It really could. I don't know where to start. Fuck this. Cody stalked past Danny to the counter and grabbed a bottle Danny hadn't seen at first. 2 old-style water glasses were turned upside down next to the microwave. Cody uncorked the bottle, turned the glasses upright, and poured 2 generous fingers of amber liquid into each. Scotch from my late uncle's collection. I'm starting to get a taste for it, I guess. He handed Danny 1 glass and lifted the other. Here's to fucked up times. Danny stared into the glass for a second before taking a swallow. It was damn good scotch, smooth liquid fire all the way to his belly. And these were fucked up times. He could toast to that. My name isn't really Danny Peters. Okay.
Cody took another sip before sitting down on the couch and resting the glass on his knee. Sitting wasn't an option for Danny.
It's Danilo. Danilo Petra.
Cody's eyes widened, and he blanched. He didn't need a prompt to recall where he'd heard the name Petra before.
How?
Danny smiled grimly.
The usual, I was born that way. I mean...
Cody waved the glass around, the golden liquid sloshing against the sides.
Here.
Turning his back on Cody, Danny stepped over to look out the other window. He could see the side of the main building, the masts of the many boats moored in the marina, the green-blue of the cold sea water, and the other islands in the distance. He hadn't been on Piedras long enough to know which islands he was looking at, but he wanted to learn.
When I heard that my uncle had been captured and arrested last summer, I had this idea that Piedras would be the perfect place for me to move to, he said. The rest of my family, such as they are, would never think to come here. Everything I wanted in a community was here. Vibrant tourism that supported local restaurants and eateries, farms, a Saturday market. It's nice here, and far from where I grew up, so I came and checked it out and liked it so much I stayed. Since the last thing I wanted was to be connected with my family, it seemed easier to use a different name.
His family name had been a burden his entire life. Danny had been defined by the actions of people who were inexplicably proud of inhumane behavior, who reveled in pain and hurt. Even in elementary school, the other kids had known not to mess with him. The Peters were feared. Cody didn't say anything right away. Danny was afraid to look at him. Instead, he kept gazing out the window, watching as a car pulled in and parked in the loading zone. A man and woman got out, looking around briefly before heading to the hotel's entry.
Okay, so you came here to Piedras for a fresh start or something?
Yeah.
And you still think you can work with my old kitchen and develop a new menu?
Yeah.
None of that has changed. And you had nothing to do with my uncle's murder?
Danny whipped around to stare at him.
No. I'd never heard of this place until Kim told me about it. Then it's okay.
Just like that?
It's okay, because, dude, the Petra name is for shit. Why don't you really change it, if you hate it so much?
He'd thought about it, but changing his name wouldn't change his history.
You, Cody Prescott, are way too trusting. But I'm not going to talk you out of keeping me on. I have a good feeling about you. My cousin says there's change in my future. She also thinks she could come back and do a sage smudge or something for me to get rid of the negative energy that has built up over the years. I mean,
Danny offered,
it can't hurt, can it? I suppose not. So you'll be here tomorrow?
He lifted his hand, seemed surprised he was still holding the whiskey, and swallowed the contents down in one go.
I can drink to that. Oh, did you hear about the murder?
Danny breathed in at the word murder, and the whiskey he just sipped went down the wrong tube. Cody jumped up and began whacking him on the back as he coughed and tried to clear his lungs.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make you choke. I shouldn't sound excited about it, but at least it gives guests something to talk about other than the fire. There was a murder? Everyone's talking about it. I'm surprised you hadn't heard. Well, I was hiding in my apartment until now. What happened? It's really all speculative, but from what I've heard, one of the Reynolds brothers was found shot in his car. I heard it was Brian. He was a nice guy. He taxied guests back and forth between the ferry or the airport. He was always on time and pleasant.
Damn. Danny set his empty glass next to the microwave.
What's going on? I thought Piedras was a nice, quiet island.
He was joking, but in truth, a murder and a fire? If he weren't certain Franjo was in jail and the rest of his cousins and uncles were also in jail, dead, or on the run in another country, he'd think maybe they were somehow responsible.
Chapter 10. Soren. Friday afternoon and evening. Soren returned to the station and added his interview with the Chester's clerk to their case notes and told Bertie to go home as it was her night off. "We need to follow up with Martin Reynolds again," Bertie said as she put on her coat.
"I agree. Today he was shocked, or I think so. Anyway, but maybe he'll have remembered something by now."
"I'll see you in the morning. Don't hesitate to call if you need anything."
"Right."
Soren wasn't calling Bertie unless the station was literally on fire. He might be the new guy, but he wasn't new to police work, and Piedras was smaller than Skagit. He could handle it. Everyone he'd spoken with so far had expressed surprise at Brian's death. So many comments about how he was a nice guy, and they'd all thought he had turned a corner, cleaned himself up in the past few years, similar to what Bertie had said that morning. By 8 in the evening, the station's boring industrial walls were pressing in on him. The notices about labor laws, fair wages, workplace non-discrimination, he'd read them all and gone over his notes until he found himself doodling on the edges. He'd straightened his desk 10 or 20 times. With disgust, Soren forwarded the station's dedicated emergency line to his cell phone. From midnight to 5 a.m., they had an answering service take calls so the on-call deputy could catch some sleep, but until then he needed to be available, and he would be, just not at the station. First, he stopped by his apartment and heated up a can of soup for dinner. Yum, country chicken noodle. But he found he couldn't sit there and just wait for calls. He was too twitchy, and his skin felt like it didn't fit him anymore. Being at his apartment was as bad as being stuck at the station. Moving, doing something was the only choice. He'd patrol the island, drive by all the spots Sheriff Dempsey had told him about, go down to the boat launch and see how many of the curious were there, or maybe see if there was a bonfire tonight. For the 4th or 5th time that day, Soren passed by Danny's driveway without turning in. Each pass was harder. As if Danny was a siren, Soren couldn't resist. Or one of the Selkies he'd read about as a kid, who lured unsuspecting sailors to their deaths. Whitten Road was dark. There were only 2 street lamps along the way, providing meager light. It was, he thought, the perfect spot for a murder. Soren parked next to the bluff and walked over to the site where Brian's car had been found. The moon was a sliver, almost completely gone, but Soren could see indistinct shapes and the glint of plastic. As he got closer, the shapes coalesced into a pile of bouquets. He shone his flashlight across them, illuminating flowers of all kinds. Chrysanthemums, roses, daisies. Some had cards taped to them, some were just the flowers themselves. A handwritten sign held down by beach rocks read, "R.I.P. Brian, you will be missed." Unexpected emotion welled up, causing his chest to constrict. Soren had to turn away from the impromptu memorial. He hadn't known Brian Reynolds. He'd never met him. But he was going to put whoever killed him behind bars. Stepping off the ramp, Soren hiked across the beach to where he'd found evidence of the bonfire earlier. There was no one there, but it was still early. He'd try to come by later, or maybe tomorrow night. It would be Saturday, the last party night of spring break. There was bound to be a group of kids ready to party, and for them, anyway, perhaps the pall of death would have worn away. He tromped back to the cruiser, glad to be out of the wind. The clear nights were nice, but cold. Out on the main road, Soren drove aimlessly toward the south end of the island, passing through Killigan's Point again. Chester's grocery mart was closed, as was the hardware store across from it. As each day passed, there were more and more people visiting the island, and some of the rental houses that had been dark all winter now had lights on in the living rooms and front porches. Even with the temperature dropping to the low 40s, Soren spotted smiling people wrapped up in parkas, scarves, and knit caps hanging out on patios and decks with glasses of wine or bottles of beer in their hands. It made him feel lonely. Or maybe lonelier. He'd been lonely in his hometown, too. The feeling wasn't anything new. He hated that he wanted to belong to someone, wanted to be someone's person. He could swear sometimes his heart clenched with the wanting. The evening stretched out in front of him. He'd prefer to be out knocking on doors, rattling cages, and finding out who'd killed Brian Reynolds and set the fire at Broach. It was possible the two events had happened within hours of each other. Were they related? What would the murder of a struggling but generally liked islander have to do with arson at the resort? If they were related, it was because Brian knew something that worried the perpetrator, and Soren needed to find the connection. An image of Danny Petra, dark and dangerous, wormed its way into his head. He'd spent all day shoving thoughts of the other man aside. His mental lockbox was weakening as the night of no sleep took its toll. Why? Of all the men on the planet, did Danny Petra have to be the one Soren's heart wanted? He'd wanted Danny from the first second he'd laid eyes on him, and he wanted him now. Lulu's diner loomed up out of the dark, the sign for the eatery bright against the inky night. Soren slowed the cruiser as he began to pass by. It was late, but there were still diners inside. A waitress was taking orders from a table of older men, and two customers sat at the counter, their backs to the plate glass window. Leaning close enough, Soren knew they were friends. A thing was parked at the back of the lot. Was it Danny's? Who else would drive one of those beasts? Soren glanced down at the time. 9:37. Danny had said Lulu's closed at 10. He slowed further, flicking on his turn signal and pulling into the lot. He was hungry. The canned soup he'd bolted down had been hours ago. Maybe he could order something to tide him over. The lies he was telling himself were mounting quickly. He was going to suffocate on them if he wasn't careful. Minutes later, he slid onto one of the remaining stools at the counter. The waitress caught his eye and grabbed a menu, bringing it over and slapping it down in front of him, but Soren's attention was on the kitchen. Danny hadn't seen him yet. Soren couldn't tell what he was doing, only that he seemed to be in constant motion. "The specials are gone." The waitress, her name tag declared her to be Ashley, interrupted his thoughts. "We're about to close." She seemed terse, reminding Soren the staff was probably tired and ready to go home. He quickly glanced at the menu and spotted one of his favorite things. "Can I get a grilled cheese to go?" "We have American, cheddar, and spicy jack." His mother used to make grilled cheese with American. That, with canned tomato soup made with cream, was a staple of his childhood. "American is fine." She shot him a smile and scribbled his order on her pad before ripping off the sheet and walking around the counter to clip it to the order holder thing. She said something Soren couldn't hear, and Danny looked up from what he was doing to glance at the new order, and then over at the counter where Soren waited. He flashed a grin. Time stopped. That phrase had always seemed ridiculous to Soren, but time stopped for him, and Danny's dark eyes held him rooted to his seat. Soren wasn't sure he could have moved if he'd wanted to. He wanted Danny. The waitress plopped a glass of ice water in front of him, splashing some onto the paper placemat. The universe lurched and abruptly restarted. Danny reached up and spun the wheel, stopping its rotation so Soren's order was in front of him. After reading it, he shook his head ever so slightly and looked out at Soren again. Was he pissed off Soren had stopped in? Or amused? Both? Maybe Danny hadn't spent the day cycling through all the reasons why what happened last night should never happen again, yet still wanting it. Maybe Danny was just better at casual sex than he was. It occurred to Soren that maybe his life had been on hold until the moment he'd seen Danny at Broach. "Here's your order." Soren took the bag, startled that he'd been lost in thought long enough that the food was ready. "Thank you." "Special for Piedra's finest," Danny called from the kitchen. Wondering just what special meant, Soren paid and went back out to sit in the cruiser, his radio on in case there was a call. Unwrapping the sandwich, he examined it. It looked like what he'd ordered. He took a big bite, and flavor exploded on his tongue, sweet and savory at the same time. Danny had used cheddar, and it looked, as Soren peered again at the melted cheese and toasted bread under the dome light, like a thin layer of some kind of berry jam. It tasted incredible. He never would have thought of using jam on a cheese sandwich. He tried to make it last, but the sandwich was gone in only a few bites. When he swallowed the last crumbs, he crumpled the paper bag it had come in and tossed it onto the passenger seat. The other cook exited and headed for a beat-up Honda Civic. Within minutes, he disappeared, heading south. Instead of following suit, Soren sat in the car and waited. The open sign turned off at exactly 10, and he saw figures moving inside and assumed they were cleaning up. A little while later, Ashley let herself out. Her gaze fell on the cruiser, and she started toward him. Soren buzzed down his window. The cruiser was high enough that she didn't have to bend down to see him. "Officer, I just want to thank you for all your hard work." Soren never really knew how to deal with this kind of praise.
"Just doing my job, ma'am."
She giggled, an uncomfortably high-pitched sound. "I'm not a ma'am yet. Are you going to find this killer? I can't believe someone killed Brian Reynolds."
"Did you know him?"
"Me? Oh, no, he wasn't my type." Another shrill laugh. "Too bad you can't follow me and make sure I get home safely. There's a murderer out there." Ashley's eyes widened comically. Lord, she was flirting with him.
"I'm sure you'll be fine, ma'am."
"No more of that ma'am stuff." She shook a finger at him and tittered. "I should go. A girl needs her beauty sleep." She glanced back over her shoulder at the restaurant, where Soren could see Danny and another person moving around inside. "Ta-ta!" Soren watched her flounce. Who flounced these days? To an older Toyota sedan parked next to Danny's thing and get inside. When her taillights disappeared, Soren breathed out a little sigh of relief. She'd made him uncomfortable. Another 30 minutes later, Danny and a younger guy exited. As Danny was locking the door behind them, an old Ford Bronco, driven by a kid who couldn't be more than 16 or 17, pulled up. The young guy hopped in the passenger side and slammed the door behind him, and they sped off down the road toward English Settlement. Danny turned and saw Soren waiting in the cruiser. He sent Soren a wicked smile that went straight to his dick, then headed to his own car. When they arrived at Danny's apartment, Danny left enough room so Soren could pull in next to him.
Chapter 11. Danny. Friday.
"That cop is hot," Ashley whispered after Soren left with his grilled cheese. Danny wasn't going to out Soren to her, but he also felt a stab of possessiveness. Soren was his, and Ashley shouldn't even be looking at him. He whipped up one of his favorites for Soren, grilled cheddar with raspberry jam. He wished he could see Soren's face when he bit into it. Danny remembered Soren had a sweet tooth, and the raspberry jam was the perfect foil for sharp cheddar.
"Pretty sure he doesn't swing your way, Ashley,"
Dutch interjected. She swung around from wiping down the menus. "What do you mean?"
"Just..."
Dutch shrugged and glanced at Danny.
"A feeling."
Danny wondered if Soren was out now. He hadn't been out a few years ago. At the time, Danny had had other worries. "Have you met him?" Danny asked.
"No, but he's been at the elementary for safety day, and Hazel didn't quit talking about him for a week. He and Winston Parsons, the new park ranger, seem to have become friends. We saw them out at English Settlement having lunch together. I had to practically put Hazel on a leash to keep her from going over and bugging them."
"Oh." He couldn't be jealous because he knew Kim and Wynn were together and tight. They had the kind of relationship Danny would want if he lived in another universe. But he was fiercely jealous. "I'm not in the market anyway. That cop can be as gay as he likes." Ashley simpered, staring at Danny. Tomorrow's my first official day at Broach. If it goes well, I'll be turning in my notice," Danny said to move her attention from himself and gayness and generally change the topic. Had she missed the memo about how sexuality wasn't a choice? Piedras was small, but its population was diverse. Ashley put her hand to her heart like a southern lady. "That's fancy." "Believe it or not, I have higher goals than Lulu's Diner. This place is great, don't get me wrong, but I did spend time and money on actual cooking school." "Oh wow, like cordon bleu? Gosh, did you study in Paris?" He laughed. "No, I stayed on the West Coast." Vague, but he was very used to not sharing information about himself, and he didn't want Ashley to know any more than she needed to. She seemed to get the hint and went back to straightening the front of the house. "Why don't you take off?" he told Dutch, knowing the man was eager to get home to Hazel, who was with her regular sitter tonight. After Dutch left, followed a few minutes later by Ashley, Danny kept moving, giving the counters a final wipe down with a bleach rag and making sure everything was set for the morning. Liam brought in the last of the clean dishes. "This is the last load. You did good tonight. We didn't run out of anything." Liam blushed. "Thanks. Roll up the floor mats for the cleaners and then let's get out of here." Danny tossed the last rag into the bleach bucket after double-checking that the range was off. It shouldn't have pleased him as much as it did when he spotted the Piedras County Sheriff's cruiser sitting in the parking lot, a tall figure behind the wheel.
"We need to talk."
Soren closed the door to his car, the sound echoing off the carriage house. Glancing over at Kim's place, Danny thought about how much he hated those 4 words strung together. Most of the lights were off at the main house, although there was a glow coming from what he knew was the living room. Kim and Wynn were either reading together on the couch or watching some Avengers movie Kim had been rambling about. "Sure. We can talk." Danny led the way up the stairs, conscious of Soren's warm body right behind him.
"I'm serious, Danny."
"I'm sure you are." He slid his key into the lock and turned it, pushing the door open. At the same time, Soren tripped on the top stair, where Danny had been meaning to take a hammer to the plank with the loose nail, and crashed into him. Danny pitched forward, grabbing for the doorframe, but missing. He couldn't catch himself, and they ended up in a pile across the open doorway.
"Shit! Sorry, I'm so sorry."
Soren scrambled away, lifting himself off Danny.
"Are you okay?"
He ran his hands over Danny's body as if he could tell where he might have been injured. Not finding anything wrong, Soren stood up. "And here I thought you were excited to see me." Danny picked himself up and brushed off his jeans.
I am. God damn it, Danny, you always get me so turned around."
Danny snickered, but it was half-hearted because, truthfully, Soren turned him around too. It didn't seem possible. They hadn't seen each other for over 2 years, not until yesterday, and yet Danny's body reacted to Soren's like he was a drug. Or oxygen. Like he needed him. Soren shut the door. The apartment was dark, except for the light above the stove. Danny leaned around Soren and turned the deadbolt. Now that Soren was here, he wasn't letting him go that easily. Soren was going to have to want to go. And from the hungry expression in his eyes, he wanted more than a grilled cheese sandwich. "Are you okay? Hopefully I cushioned your fall. Why don't you take your jacket off, and then we can talk, if that's what you want." Soft blue eyes met his. Soren hesitated before unzipping his sheriff's office fleece and walking past Danny to lay it across the back of one of his chairs. "Can I make you something else to eat?" "I'm a professional." "No." "Did you like the jam? I figured you must still have a sweet tooth. You were always complaining about having to do extra exercise." Danny ran his gaze down and back up Soren's well-built form. Soren sat down, properly this time, which was a little disappointing.
The sandwich was really good. I'd never think of doing something like that.
You stick to catching bad guys, and I'll stick to the kitchen.
Danny leaned back against the kitchen eyelet and crossed his arms over his chest.
Soren wanted to talk. Danny figured it was about last night. What else could it be about? What's up? He ran his tongue across his lower lip and raised one eyebrow. He wasn't going to make it easy. It was adorable how Soren's cheeks reddened. Danny tucked his hands into his armpits so he wouldn't reach over and stroke Soren and reassure him everything was fine. Everything was not fine.
I need to apologize.
Soren was forcing himself to look at Danny when it was clear he wanted to look anywhere else.
When we
had hot monkey sex, when you were all up in my business just like I wanted. And like he wanted again?
Danny,
Soren growled.
Let me finish.
Danny mimed zipping his lips before recrossing his arms.
Yesterday I didn't use a condom. And I'm sorry, I'm negative. There's nothing for you to worry about.
Right. Nothing for Danny to worry about. Except his heart. His very soul, trapped forever by this man he wasn't good enough for. This irrationally made Danny angry. If he couldn't have Soren, why did he have to want him?
I know.
Soren frowned at Danny's words. Sighing, Danny gave up trying to stay 6 feet away. Letting his arms fall to his sides, he closed the distance between them so he was standing directly in front of Soren. Soren's pupils dilated. The charge between them was electric, arcing back and forth, practically sizzling. It was obvious that 2 years had not changed anything. In fact, time had made their almost gravitational attraction impossible to deny. You are inherently a good person, Danny began. You don't go around fucking random people bareback. You should be more concerned about my sexual history. I'm negative too, and if I'm going to be honest... Danny stepped closer so their knees glanced against each other. I want you inside my ass again. Or we can switch it up. I think it would be sublime to open you up and slide my cock into your hole. Soren's nostrils flared. We should stop this, Danny continued. We have no business sniffing around each other. I'm a criminal or close enough, and you're an officer of the law, but maybe just one more time, and we can get it out of our systems. As if. I've got condoms, but we don't need them, do we?
A quiet sound, almost a whine, escaped Soren.
Still standing in front of him, Danny pulled his hoodie and t-shirt off and tossed them to the floor. After towing off his sneakers, he flicked the top button of his jeans loose. This pair was ancient, and the buttons hardly stayed in place anymore once the top one was opened. He pushed them down and kicked them to the side.
Danny,
Soren whispered, his voice rough with need. He lifted his hands, and after too long a moment they came to rest on Danny's hips, on the one scrap of clothing left on his body. His boxers weren't hiding anything. His dick had hardened during his impromptu striptease and jutted at an obscene angle toward Soren's mouth. I want your mouth on me. I want you to suck me down as far as you can. I want to feel your lips around me, your hot tongue, your spit. But I don't want to come until you're inside me or I'm inside you, because that's happening too. There was so much quiet in the room, a bubble encompassing only the two of them, no way in, no way out. Soren's lips parted as he leaned into Danny. His tongue darted out and wet his lips before flicking against Danny's sensitive head, the quickest, most glancing touch. And Danny was hard as a rock. The groan that escaped Danny's throat sounded like vocals lifted from a porn video. Without warning, Soren took Danny's cock to the back of his throat. Danny wanted to scream. It felt so good. He wanted to let loose and fuck Soren's mouth with abandon. Danny wanted Soren's lips puffy and slippery with his cum. Soren sucked, and the pressure was almost too much. Danny felt his knees wobble. Soren gripped his hips tighter, keeping him from falling. There might even be a bruise tomorrow. Soren, Danny gasped, pulling away as much as he could bring himself to. Bedroom, ass, cock. Soren didn't immediately obey. He drew Danny's cock back into his mouth and gave it one last good suck before letting him slip out from between his lips, which, while not slick with Danny's cum, were puffy as fuck. Chapter 12. Soren. Friday. Soren could have sworn he could still smell their sex from yesterday, but seeing as he'd just had his nose pressed into Danny's crotch seconds ago, he wasn't sure. Maybe it was just his brain working overtime. Danny lay naked on his bed, waiting for Soren to quit thinking and start acting. He didn't need to worry. Soren was done thinking. With lightning speed, he managed to get his clothes off. If a button or two was sacrificed and rolled somewhere out of sight, oh well. Danny pumped his cock and moaned. His erection was dark and protruded proudly from the thatch of black curls at his groin. In the dim light leaking in from the kitchen, it looked almost painful. And Soren could commiserate. Every time he was around Danny Petra, his cock woke up. Soren wanted what Danny had offered. He wanted Danny inside him. He'd never done it before. Had a man fuck him. The guys he'd been with, all two of them, other than Danny, had assumed Soren was a top and wanted nothing to do with his ass. Soren's hole throbbed at the mere thought of Danny being behind him, pumping in and out of him like Soren had done for Danny yesterday. Danny must have seen the uncertainty in Soren's expression and recognized it for what it was, not uncertainty about whether they were doing this again, but about how to tell Danny what he wanted. "Get on the bed," Danny said. "Let me take care of you." Such a foreign concept to Soren. He was always in charge, always taking care of others. But he lay down as ordered. He thought Danny would tell him to turn over and get down to business, but to Soren's surprise, he didn't. Tugging Soren's body so they were hip to hip, Danny began to kiss him. Kiss wasn't the right word, because what was happening was more than a kiss. Soren knew. It was aggressive. Claiming. Likely, Danny would deny he'd done any such thing. But Soren recognized it because he'd done the same thing just yesterday. Danny drew his tongue across Soren's lips until he opened them, then kissed his way into Soren's mouth, their tongues tangling and catching in an erotic dance. Soren accommodated him, opening so Danny could, it seemed, taste him, drink him down. Danny's tongue drifted across Soren's gums, the roof of his mouth, making Soren's cock throb. Danny curled one leg around Soren's, pinning him to the bed, as if he was going anywhere. A sneaky hand slipped between their bodies and around both their erections. "Oh, God," Soren groaned. "Don't stop, please, don't stop." Soren felt Danny smile as he jacked them both a little faster, a little harder. Pre-cum was dripping from both their cocks. Soren was going to come. "Wait, I want you to fuck me." It was so much easier than begging Danny to make love to him. Fucking kept a barrier between the two of them, even if it was only in Soren's mind. Satisfaction flashed in Danny's dark brown eyes. "Turn over." Soren flipped over and pulled his knees under him like Danny had done. He felt vulnerable and exposed, but also as turned on as he'd ever been. There was a rustle and snick, followed by cool liquid being dribbled onto his ass. He flexed his cheeks. Danny drew in a sharp breath. Your ass is fucking sexy. Danny scooted around so he was directly behind Soren. Soren knew Danny was staring at his ass, at his hole, and instead of feeling embarrassed, he felt sexy and strong. He flexed again and pulled his knees up a little farther, arching his back in case Danny was worried he was having second thoughts. It was unlike Danny to be quiet for more than a few seconds. If he was breathing, he was speaking whatever crossed his mind. Soren risked a glance over his shoulder. Danny's eyes were wide and focused, and he licked his lips. What would it feel like for Danny to use his tongue on him? Now that he'd thought it, Soren wanted that. He wanted Danny's tongue there, in his hole, tasting him. "Do it," he begged, his voice growly and needy. "Taste me. Put your tongue on me. God, I'm begging you, please." "You want me to rim you?" "I want—" Soren arched his back farther, asking in the only way he could in the moment. "I stopped at my place and showered earlier." "Why? You couldn't stand the smell of us?" "Fuck, Danny, I couldn't concentrate. The smell of you made me hard all day, even after I showered." Danny didn't reply. Soren shut his eyes and rested his head on his forearm, waiting for what would happen next. He didn't have to wait long. With gentle fingers, Danny parted his cheeks. The only warning Soren had was a gust of hot breath before Danny's tongue licked against him. He'd fingered himself, even gone so far as to sneak over to the adult shop in his hometown and buy a dildo, but he'd never had a tongue there. Never had someone so intimately close. So, Danny speared his tongue as he pushed inside Soren. So very inside him. They'd been in Danny's bed about 3.5 minutes, and Soren worried he wasn't going to last for 5. His erection was hot and throbbing. His balls were full and had already drawn up against his body. Fuck, Danny, fuck. He needed to touch himself, just one tug and he'd fly over the edge. He wanted to come. He wanted it to last forever. Don't. Sheer willpower kept Soren from erupting. That and the iron grip Danny suddenly had on his balls. If he'd wanted to finish, the pressure kept him from coming, and Danny's tongue kept him from thinking about it. When Danny released his grip on Soren's aching balls, his tongue was replaced by one of Danny's fingers entering him. Maybe it was his thumb. It felt big, and even with his ass loosening up from being rimmed, it was a tight fit. "You're so tight," Danny murmured. For good measure, Danny added a second finger and pushed in farther, stretching Soren to his fullest, it seemed, the edge of his asshole burning as it worked to accommodate Danny. "Relax. Push back on me. I'm going to add one more. I want you loose and ready for me. I want to be able to slide my fat dick inside you like you were made for me. My cock. Your ass." 3 fingers was... The ache was a promise Soren wanted Danny to keep. Danny twisted his fingers around, and Soren grunted from the pleasure-pain of it. They brushed across something inside him, and he froze from the sensation, from the eruption of pleasure just beyond his reach. "Do that again," he managed when he could breathe again, and the light stopped flashing on the inside of his eyelids. I think I need to be inside you." Carefully, Danny withdrew his fingers. Soren's asshole felt funny, soft and loose, ready for Danny. Something much larger than Danny's fingers pushed up against him, pressing slowly but demanding entrance. "Oh my fucking God, you feel incredible." "My cock, in your gorgeous hole, it's drawing me inside. The heat of you, Jesus fuck, I'm not gonna last. I've waited too long for this." His cock felt like a 2x4. The burn was incredible, way more than his fingers had been. "Baby, you were made to ride this cock. I'm going slow, but I want to go fast. I want to ram inside you. I want you to taste me from the inside." Soren could hardly understand Danny's words. He didn't think Danny understood them himself. Finally, he felt the brush of Danny's groin as he was fully seated, all the way inside Soren, hot, throbbing, and touching all of him.
I'm gonna start moving. I have to, baby.
Soren bit his forearm to keep from coming, the initial pain turning to pleasure as Danny banged against his prostate, then dragged almost all the way out of his hole before ramming back inside him again. He was seeing stars and had to remind himself to breathe. His balls were so full. The sensation that meant orgasm had been lingering at the base of his spine, waiting for the okay. Waiting for the dam to burst. But he needed something more. He needed pressure, a caress, a touch on his neglected cock. Reading his mind, or just knowing what Soren needed, Danny paused on an upstroke deep inside Soren. Reaching under Soren's body, he tickled his cock. Precum gushed from him. Soren moaned and tried to get more friction. Danny chuckled and wrapped his hand around him, pumping him once, twice, and then he was coming. He lost himself completely, shoving backward onto Danny as ropes of cum spewed onto the sheets. He pulsed and pulsed, stars flying in front of his eyes until he remembered to breathe again. Danny shouted in Soren's ear. He was coming too. Hot cum filled Soren's ass, decadent, dirty, and everything he'd needed. Soren had an aftershock, and his hole squeezed around Danny's softening cock, making him groan. He couldn't move. He couldn't even hear. He just stayed in position, his ass in the air, his spent cock hanging between his legs. It hurt a little when Danny withdrew, but Soren still didn't move. He didn't move until Danny padded back into the bedroom, wiped him down with a warm washcloth, and lay a hand towel under his body. Lie down. I've got you. It was a bad idea to stay. But what they'd just done, again, had been a bad idea from the start. Soren sure hoped Danny had him, because otherwise he was flying off into the unmapped galaxy and didn't know if he could find his way home. Soren. Danny was shaking his shoulder. Soren cracked open an eyelid. Danny held his phone toward him. Your phone is buzzing like mad. Shit. He was on call, and here he was asleep in Danny's bed. It was still dark out. Soren took the phone and glanced at the display. 2:09 a.m. He had 3 missed calls from Bertie and 1 from dispatch. Damn it. He returned Bertie's call. While it was ringing, he tucked the phone against his shoulder, looking around for his clothes. Danny came back into the bedroom with Soren's uniform, which once again looked like he'd slept in it. Jorgensen? Bertie, my apologies. Damn it, even more, he was going to have to tell Bertie about Danny. What's going on? There's a fire at Lulu's. All the engines responded, but it looks like a complete loss. Shit. I'll get out there right away. He hung up and stared at Danny. What? Danny asked after he was quiet for too long. Lulu's is on fire. Danny paled. What? Bertie says it's bad. What the actual fuck? Danny was turning in a circle, looking at the floor, and Soren realized he was searching for clothes to put on. What do you think you're doing? What does it look like I'm doing? I'm getting dressed and going with you. Soren started to object, but the words died on his lips when he saw Danny's determined expression. There was no way this was a good idea. There was every likelihood he would get in trouble, though probably not more trouble than he was already in. Fine. But you have to stay out of the way. He was going to make Danny stay in the cruiser if he could, but he wasn't starting that argument here. There would be an argument, Soren knew. Danny couldn't seem to do anything without arguing about it first. Except sex. And even then, it was possible that arguing turned Danny's crank. Danny snorted. It's not like you're fighting the fire either, big guy. The thing was, Soren figured if he left Danny at his apartment, he would just follow in his own car. This way, he at least had a hope that Danny might listen and stay where he belonged, safe and out of the way. Chapter 13. Soren.
early Saturday. The fire scene was chaotic. They always were. The main road was blocked in both directions, and the 2 water trucks and 1 engine were parked as close as they could be to the besieged restaurant. Chief Flynn's Piedras County Fire Battalion SUV was parked across the south access, and Bertie's cruiser across the north, a few hundred feet from the parking lot. The lights on her car were flashing, warning anyone trying to get through that, for now, there was no way. Bertie herself was leaning against her car, waiting for Soren, he supposed. He grimaced. He had some explaining to do. Drawing up to Bertie, he rolled his window down.
"Where do you want me?"
She glanced over to the passenger seat, raising an eyebrow when she spotted Danny. Soren groaned internally, but waited for her to tell him where to station his cruiser.
"We'll park them both here. It's not likely we'll get much traffic this time of night."
Soren left his lights on and Danny sitting in the car.
"What do we have?"
he asked as he approached. The firefighters had given up on saving the building and seemed to be working on keeping the flames from spreading to the Douglas firs and cedars surrounding the restaurant. 1 tree had caught, but the crew had doused the flames before they jumped to another. Soren wasn't any kind of expert, but it looked to him as if the building was close to 100% consumed.
"The place is a goner."
Bertie confirmed his thoughts.
"It was fully engulfed when they got here, and they're just doing their best to control it and get it out."
"Anyone see anything? Who called it in?"
"It was called in by a non-resident who smelled the smoke and then saw flames. They were out on their deck when they noticed it."
For a few minutes, they watched Chief Flynn's team work together, acrid smoke rising into the early morning sky. They were efficient. It was unfortunate they'd had so much real-life practice lately. It appeared to Soren that the worst of the fire was out, although they were still pouring water onto the structure. He'd just been in there for the first time less than 6 hours ago, and now Lulu's was gone. He wondered if the owner would rebuild. This would be devastating.
"Where's Lulu?"
Danny asked. Soren jumped. He'd been so lost in thought he hadn't noticed Danny leave the cruiser. Bertie raised an eyebrow, but flashed a glance to a group of people standing on the far side near the battalion vehicle.
"I'm going to talk to her."
Soren didn't try to stop him. Just watched as Danny loped away, making his way around the outside of the responding vehicles. When the people saw him coming, one of them stepped toward him, and Danny engulfed the smaller figure in a hug. That shocked Soren. A tender, caring Danny was... Soren rewound his thoughts. Tenderness and caring were not traits Danny showed often, but Soren should have realized that side of him was there. Danny hid behind snarky comments and a gruff exterior, but there he was, comforting someone he could have met only recently.
"So, Soren, are you going to tell me what's going on? That's the guy from the resort, the one who dropped off the coffee."
Soren sighed. He supposed he should be glad Bertie had waited this long to ask. He hesitated before answering her.
"I knew him in Skagit,"
he said truthfully.
"And we lost touch."
He glanced at her. She cocked her head at him in a manner and said,
"And?"
Crossing his arms over his chest, Soren blew out a breath. She needed the whole truth, not some glossy, fit-for-print crap.
"So
Look." He dropped his arms, knowing how defensive he appeared.
"I don't want to talk about it, because I don't know what's going on. I don't even know what I want to have going on. At least he isn't a suspect, though."
"You were with him tonight?"
"I was with him tonight. He insisted on coming along."
"He worked at Lulu's?"
"He's a cook." "I don't know much. We haven't actually talked a lot."
Was that a snicker he heard from the prim and proper deputy? Soren darted a glance at her, but Bertie's expression hadn't changed.
"What was he doing at Broach? And what's his name?"
Would it hurt to continue the lie?
Soren still hadn't asked Danny what he was doing on Piedras. Every time they got close to each other, their clothes came off, and their mouths were busy. Was it out of the realm of possibility that Danny was on the island because, like Soren, he'd wanted to start fresh? But why Piedras, where the name Pietro was reviled? That would explain Danny Peters. Danny Peters is the name on Prescott's list, but that's not his name. Soren's focus drifted from the smoke, ash, and smoldering remains to the three people huddled together, watching and waiting for news. Chief Flynn, recognizable by his yellow helmet, was walking over to them. Like Danny had, he took the smaller figure in his arms, hugging Lulu and rocking her back and forth. It's not. It's Peter. Bertie stared at him. Her eyes widened with surprise, then narrowed. Petra, as in Franjo Petra, the scumbag we arrested last summer? Yes, that Petra. It wasn't a common name. Of course, it was the same family. And he's here on the island when we are suddenly having a spat of arson? Yes, but as I said, I was with him when you called. There was no way he could have snuck away, set the fire, and come back. Soren shook his head. He might have fallen asleep hard, but he would have woken if Danny had left or when Danny returned. Danny, he knew in his bones, had not set this fire. We're going to need to question him anyway. I already did. Those eyebrows again. Let me rephrase that. I'm going to have to question him. Soren shrugged. What could he say to that? Bertie had a point, even if he didn't much like it. Chief Flynn trudged over to them. Well? Bertie asked when he drew close enough to hear her. He shook his head. It's a total loss. Lulu's broken up about it. Any idea how it was started? Devon shook his head again. Not yet. Nothing definitive, anyway. From the char pattern, I'm almost positive it was gasoline. We'll have to wait for it to cool down a bit to be certain. That'll be a couple hours. I'm sending Lulu home. There's nothing she can do here. She might as well call the insurance company. The water trucks are heading back to the station house. I'm staying here with a couple of the guys to keep the riffraff out until we can start sifting through what's left. So it wasn't electrical or something like that? Soren asked. No, the hot spots weren't inside. The fire began outside the building. And once it took hold, that old building was excellent fuel. Devon nodded his head in the direction of Lulu and Danny. And that guy, Lulu's cook, said everything was turned off when he left. Bertie left for the station shortly after that, taking a reluctant-looking Danny with her. Soren ended up staying at what remained of Lulu's well past sunrise, keeping curious drivers moving past the scene while the fire crew made sure the fire was out, and Chief Flynn walked around muttering to himself, taking pictures and collecting evidence. Soren understood people's concern. Everyone, especially residents, wanted to know what had happened. This was the second fire in 3 days, but he was getting tired of repeating himself to the rubberneckers. No, ma'am, we don't know anything. No, sir, no one was hurt. Move along, please. You're blocking traffic. It was a foggy morning. The sun was up above him somewhere, but the mist clung stubbornly to the tops of the trees. Soren's father used to call fog like this dragon's breath, which was funny because Soren didn't think of him having a poetic bone in his body. There's a dragon on the other side of the hills, son. Sleeping and dreaming about his hoard of jewels. He'd actually point, too, as if it was really there. Over and over again, he had to tell drivers to keep moving. It reminded him how much he did not miss his days as a new officer, fresh from his criminal justice classes at the community college. Although, he was the new guy again, wasn't he? He entertained himself, noting the different kinds of vehicles people drove. The older, more beat-up cars were usually residents. He was starting to recognize them. The nicer or high-end cars were usually, but not always, visitors. In between the motorists,
dog walkers and joggers, he pushed aside his worry about what Bertie was asking Danny. It was near impossible. As the sun inched higher in the sky and the fog finally gave way, Soren's feet started to complain and his eyes felt gritty. He smelled like ash and wood smoke. When Devin Flynn finally told him to take off, he was more than ready to head back to the station.
We're wrapping up. Hopefully stringing some tape up will keep most folks away, or at least out of the structure.
Chief Flynn's voice was grim and raspy.
Bertie and I will try to drive by regularly. With Matt and Neil gone, you guys are short-handed. Do what you can, and we'll just have to hope people stay away.
Chapter 14. Danny. Saturday. While Soren was still busy working, the other officer, Deputy Flynn, pulled Danny aside and told him she needed to ask him some questions. Soren shot him a sort of helpless, "I'm sorry" look and left him in Flynn's clutches. "I'll drop you off at home when we're done," Flynn said. He didn't really have a choice, did he? Shoving his hands into the pocket of his hoodie, Danny followed her to her cruiser. "Sit in the front. It'll be easier to talk." That, at least, told him he wasn't high on the suspect list. He wasn't sitting in the back, handcuffed with the grate between them. She started the engine and performed a 3-point turn so they were heading in the direction of the sheriff's station in Hidden Harbor. "Soren's on traffic duty for a few hours," she said, answering the question Danny hadn't wanted to ask. They were both silent for a mile or so, the cruiser headlights briefly illuminating tree trunks and shrubs as they drove. Just after Killigan's Point, 3 pairs of eyes glowed back at them. Raccoons investigating the trash cans left out for pickup. They really did look like bandits. "You might as well tell me everything since I know how much trouble Deputy Jorgensen is in." Danny frowned. Why would he be in trouble? His heart skipped a beat, and his old friend Dredd followed. It was a stupid question to ask. He knew full well why Soren could be in trouble. It was Danny's history coming back to bite him in the ass. Again. He was starting to think he'd never escape it. "Do I really need to spell it out for you? He told me your given name, but not much else." God fucking damn. Everything came back to his family, to the family he had nothing to do with, who he had run from the first chance he had. "Is there any place I could get some coffee?" "We'll go to the station. Sheriff Dempsey keeps a stash of good beans. Not that I care, but you can make yourself a pot. Nothing will open until 6 or 7. The sheriff's office needed a makeover or something. The deputies' workstations were all squished together, and the room smelled like burned coffee and something stale. Flynn showed him where the coffee maker was, in a tiny room off to one side, and sure enough, there was a bag of Arabica beans stored in an airtight container. Danny inhaled the heavy roasted smell deep into his lungs. Sheriff Dempsey does the same thing. Deputy Flynn watched him with a perplexed expression. "What? The sniffing?" Danny shrugged. "It's part of loving coffee, I guess." Minutes later, the coffee maker was popping and hissing as the water heated and the coffee began to dribble into the carafe. "Come back into the bullpen when you're ready." Even if he wanted to run, which he didn't, there was nowhere for him to go. His car was back at his apartment. He had no money, as he hadn't grabbed his wallet when he and Soren raced out of the house. It seemed inevitable. Inexorable, another crossword. No more running, no more hiding. He dug around in the cupboard for the biggest mug he could find. Voila! He pulled a 20-ounce cup down from the top shelf, rolling his eyes when he saw what was printed on it. Somebody around here had a sense of humor. It was the Police, as in the band from the 80s. The graphic black-on-white mug was the 3 band members pictured together, along with their distinctive logo. Once the coffee was done, he filled the mug to the brim and headed back out to Flynn's desk. He had the feeling she would take her time questioning him. "No cream?" she asked when he sat down. "Black like my soul." He took a sip. "It's good. Thank you."
Deputy Flynn had a notepad much like Soren's set out on her desk and a pen in her hand. "Shall we get started?"
"I guess." 2 long hours later, when the rest of the island was just beginning to wake up, Deputy Flynn dropped Danny off back at his apartment. Soren's cruiser wasn't there. He hadn't realized until then that he'd hoped to see it. The sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach was disappointment, and it pissed him off. Despite having been up since 2 a.m., he didn't think he'd be able to nap. Visions of the flames and smoke appeared whenever he shut his eyes. He had to show up for his shift at the resort later that afternoon. He couldn't let Cody Prescott down again. Cody was growing on him. Maybe Cody wasn't the only one who needed a sage smudge to chase away negative energy. Maybe Danny needed one too. Maybe he couldn't start a new life without putting some bad spirits to rest, even if only metaphorically. Danny wasn't sure if he felt lighter for telling Deputy Flynn his life story or not. Why not really change his name? Cody had asked him that yesterday. Danny still didn't have an answer. He had always felt his surname to be a burden that was his to bear, and yeah, he hadn't chosen to be born into the Petra clan, but in some way, possibly, he'd hoped he might be able to live a life that would redeem it. Like he was a fucking saint or something. And what the extra hell was happening with Soren? The two of them created their own conflagration every time they saw each other, and Danny didn't know if he wanted more and hotter, or if he should try to put the brakes on what was happening. Soren had wanted to talk. Danny hated talking about serious things. It was easier and more fun to have sex. After all this time, their chemistry hadn't changed. If anything, things between them were hotter than ever. How was that possible? 2.5 years ago, Danny had been sure Soren Jorgensen, cop and good guy, would realize the error of his ways and drop Danny. What could he possibly see in a person like him? When Danny's cousin had almost killed Soren, Danny's worst fear was realized, and Danny had to run in order to keep Soren safe. However, a logical voice pointed out Soren was a cop, and the very nature of the job put him in danger every day, whether from the Petra family or something else. The same as Danny's dream was to run his own kitchen. Maybe open a restaurant someday and feed people's hearts. Soren's nature was to help and protect. Fuck. He needed more coffee. The 4-cup pot he had bought as a housewarming gift for his kitchen was going to be busy today. While the water dripped and dribbled through the filter, he wandered over and flopped down onto the couch. He should maybe have something to eat, but he wasn't hungry, and anyway, there wasn't much in the kitchen except rolled oats and a couple of lonely eggs. And cheese. Pretty pathetic for a chef.
Hey.
Danny's eyes flew open, his gaze landing on the man he'd just been dreaming about.
Fuck. How did you get in here?
He struggled to sit up.
Cop skills,
Soren grumbled. Danny wiped the sleep out of his eyes. Sunshine streamed in through the kitchen window. Not only had he fallen asleep, it was at least mid-morning, possibly even noon.
Your door was unlocked,
Soren told him, as if he'd committed a federal offense. Damn, Danny was losing his edge, forgetting to lock his door. Piedras felt safe to him, but should it? His entire life, it had been too risky to let his guard down, to relax in any way. Why would this place and this moment in time be any different? Soren watched Danny carefully, his gaze steady. His eyes weren't the bright blue of a summer sky that you had to look away from. They were somehow softer. Danny wasn't the kind of guy who noticed eye color all that often, but he'd never forgotten Soren's.
You want some coffee?
I don't normally drink much, but today I could use it.
I can't believe I forgot to lock my door.
Shaking his head at himself, Danny heaved his tired body off the couch and padded over to the coffee pot. As tired as he was, Soren had to be even more exhausted. Danny had been asleep long enough that the automatic heating element in the coffee maker had turned itself off. He poured the cold coffee down the sink and filled the carafe to start a fresh pot. The rustle of Soren moving around came from behind him.
"How did it go with Deputy Flynn?"
"Fine,"
Danny answered honestly.
"She's not very happy with me."
Danny looked at Soren again, trying to assess his mood. Was he upset with Danny?
"Why?"
He knew why, but he wanted to hear the words from Soren.
"Technically, you're a suspect."
Soren raised a hand to stop Danny's protest.
"You were at both locations. You're an unknown, new to the island, and you have criminal ties."
"I told her about my family."
It felt ridiculously petulant. He had practically bared his soul to the other deputy, and she still counted him as a suspect.
"I know you did. She has a point, though. I've been unprofessional. I haven't proved myself to the station yet, and now I'm involved with someone who is at worst a suspect and at best a witness. It's my job to protect the residents of this island, and I don't seem to be doing it very well. And it's because I'm distracted by you."
Those words stung more than Danny wanted them to. Soren was a good cop, and here was proof. Danny was secretly proud of Soren, of his dedication and purposeful intent to be a good cop and a good human being, to prove to the world they weren't mutually exclusive traits. The radio clipped to Soren's uniform crackled. He frowned down at it, but didn't answer right away.
"Do you want this in a to-go cup?"
Danny was trying not to be angry, but his mixed-up emotions were clouding his thoughts, making him unsteady and unsure. He needed time to think, time to regroup and remind himself what was important and what wasn't, what he needed and what he needed to do without. Was Soren one of the things he could do without? He was starting to think the answer to that question was no.
"I have to get back to the station. I just stopped by on my way from Lulu's, what's left of it, to see how you were doing."
Meaning he'd stopped by to see what Danny had told Deputy Flynn about the two of them, maybe whether he'd outed Soren. Well, he hadn't. Had he? With a shaking hand, Danny poured the freshly made coffee into a travel cup he'd picked up at a gas station somewhere, set the lid on, and shoved it into Soren's hand.
"I'll see you around."
"We need to talk." "Really talk this time?"
"Yeah, about that. Maybe not so much, Deputy Jorgensen. I already know what you're going to say."
Soren scowled at him.
"Oh, you do? Do you? How do you think you know what I'm thinking?"
His eyes narrowed so Danny could only see a thin strip of blue. Danny shrugged.
"I just do."
Soren's lips thinned to a grim line. Setting the coffee cup on the counter, he stalked to where Danny stood, trapping him with his body.
"You have no idea what I want to talk to you about. You're creating drama inside that head of yours. For someone as smart as I know you are, how can you be so damn thick-headed? Baffles me." He threw up his hands. "I have to go to the station. But when I finally get done with this hellish day, I'm coming back, and I expect to find you here."
He jabbed Danny in the chest with a thick finger, emphasizing his message, before turning and grabbing his coffee. The door slammed behind him, and his footsteps echoed on the staircase as he stomped down them, punctuating his exit. Danny stepped over to peek out the kitchen window. Soren was getting into his cruiser. Danny watched him carefully set the coffee in the holder and start the engine. He backed out of his spot, hit the gas, and took the driveway a little too fast, gravel spitting out from underneath his tires like the car was mad too.
"Who's being dramatic now?"
Danny grumbled. Frustration arose inside his chest. It was irrational, but that didn't matter. Fuck Soren Jorgensen and the horse he rode in on. Danny had things to do. He had to be at work, for one thing. If Soren stopped by his apartment and Danny wasn't here, he'd just have to figure out on his own, like a fucking detective, where Danny was. He poured his own cup of coffee, his gaze landing on the bag he'd grabbed only 2 days ago when he thought he was going to have to run again. His anger surged, higher and hotter this time, a series of waves crashing against the shore when the tide was rising, taking him over by inches. Fuck that. Fuck everything. He wasn't leaving. He was staying and fighting for his new home, job, everything. Maybe even for Soren Jorgensen. They could try to make him leave, but they were stuck with him. He hadn't set any fires or murdered anyone, and he'd made a promise to Cody Prescott he was planning on keeping. Snatching up the offending bag, he carried it into his bedroom, unzipped it, and shook the contents out onto his bed. Then, because this was his apartment and he could do what he wanted, he left them there. After a somewhat calming shower and a half-hearted shave, Danny got himself ready for his shift in the Broach kitchen. It hit him then that he wouldn't be returning to Lulu's. He had only one job now and one more chance to make a good impression, and he was still in a shit mood. He was mad at himself and at Soren, and he couldn't put his finger on exactly why. Or maybe he didn't want to look too closely. After carefully locking up, he mimicked Soren and stomped down the stairs to his car. He was worried about Lulu. She was devastated, it seemed, by the fire, but he also remembered what she'd said during his job interview, that her condo in Hawaii was waiting for her. Would an 80-year-old lady set fire to her business just so she could finally retire? Maybe if she was tired of serving the unappreciative public. But she seemed to like her clientele. He probably should have told Soren about the conversation, but he'd been so pissed off he'd forgotten about it. Danny wanted to stop thinking about Soren, but he couldn't, and that also made him angry. Why did Soren have to move to Piedras? Was it the fates messing with him? Danny didn't believe in a god. The fates seemed much more plausible. What were the chances that both he and Soren would choose Piedras? They had to be pretty fucking low.
Hey, I heard about the fire. Are you okay?
Kim's voice startled the living shit out of Danny. The main doors to the carriage house were open, and Kim was standing inside, a cardboard box in his hands. Danny covered his heart with his hand like he was an 80-year-old woman. Jesus, Kim, I'm fine. I was home and... The memory of fucking Soren crawled across his skin like a hot flash. He didn't normally blush, but... asleep when the call came.
We heard the sirens.
Kim cocked his head.
I saw a police car here a little while ago.
Danny decided on partial honesty. The deputy had a few questions since I was at Lulu's last night and Broach the day before that. A few questions like, is this good? And some demands, more, don't stop, harder. Danny's face heated. Yeah, that had been hours ago, but it was still the first thing that came to his mind.
Oh, okay,
Kim said.
Do they think it was arson? Between the fires and Brian Reynolds being murdered, people are on edge.
Danny shrugged, twirling his car keys on one finger and catching them. It was a nervous tick. Irritated with himself, he shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans.
I don't know. Jorgensen didn't say. You're right about folks being on edge, though.
The murder was all people at Lulu's talked about last night, and Ashley, the waitress, acted like she was going to be the next victim.
I'm not surprised. We're a pretty small community, and some are more dramatic than others.
Did you know him? Brian, I mean. Kim seemed to know everyone on the island, so Danny figured it was a safe bet.
I knew his sister.
Knew?
Yeah, that family's been through a lot recently. She was murdered last year. Chastity and I were fairly good friends. I worked on her back piece, so we got to know each other.
That's terrible. Danny didn't know what to say. Terrible didn't really cover things like anger, loss, and grief.
It is.
Kim moved out of the garage space,
perching the box on one hip while he shut the doors. Danny stepped out of his way, over to the driver's side of the thing.
I heard there's a GoFundMe set up already to help Lulu cover damages, Kim said, and hopefully rebuild.
That surprises me. I mean, I guess I figured she'd retire like she wants to.
Kim grinned. Danny could see being attracted to him if Kim weren't already committed to win and Danny weren't hung up on an infuriating, compelling, and sexy as fuck deputy.
Did she feed you that line about how she wants to retire but has to keep coming back?
Kim snorted.
I'm sure that's a big fat lie. She loves that place. And yes, she did sell it. But when the new owner couldn't handle it and nearly went out of business, she bought it back and has never been happier. Lulu has no intention of retiring.
I thought she had a condo in Hawaii.
She may. I bet she rents it out and makes a ton of money.
Danny realized they'd been talking for some time, and he glanced at his phone. Crap, he was going to be late if he didn't hurry.
Sorry, I've got to go, Kim. I need to get to work.
And I need to unpack this box and see if the tools I'm looking for are in here. Later.
Cody Prescott was glad to see him. Danny had been a little worried, even after their conversation, but things seemed okay. Ashley, of all people, was behind the front desk.
Oh, hi. I didn't expect to see you here,
Danny said to her. Registering his surprise, Ashley said,
I need a job, and my friend Laura has morning sickness.
That didn't really explain anything, but Danny figured it meant that Laura was normally the front desk person.
You know Ashley?
Cody asked Danny as he led the way back to his office.
Not really. She waited tables at Lulu's. That's a tragedy. Lulu's was an icon.
Danny had to smile.
Isn't the brooch an icon? A historic landmark?
Cody waggled his head in a yes-no movement.
It's different. Yes, the resort is important, but Lulu's is extra special. And I'm going to miss half-price margarita night. Anyway, have a seat. I'm excited to talk to you about what we can do.
His office harkened back to days when men were men who smoked cigars and drank whiskey when doing business. The walls were paneled in a dark wood that lent a sort of library air to the room. A built-in bookshelf ran along the wall behind the mammoth desk. A stack of 3 or 4 large, ornate frames leaned against one wall. Danny stepped around them and sat.
Sorry about those. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with them. This place has more nooks and crannies than an old castle, and I keep finding stuff stashed away.
He moved around behind his desk to sit in his own chair.
Those were on the 4th floor. Are there rooms up there?
Cody shook his head.
No guest rooms. Mostly it's where, over the years, staff put stuff that wasn't used anymore. My guess is that sometime in the past, 50 years, when guest rooms were being remodeled, these were stashed up there. They're kind of hideous, but in a good way. I'm trying to decide where I should hang them. They might look good in the dining room or in the cottages, but we're not here to discuss art. Let's get your paperwork taken care of and make everything official. But look.
Cody narrowed his eyes at Danny, trying to look fierce, Danny supposed, but he only looked like a pissed-off kitten.
You are who I want. You get what I want to do, the direction I'm heading in. I can't offer a super high wage to start, but I hope you'll consider it.
He named a figure that was low, but Danny could manage on it as long as he knew it would rise eventually, and that would give him even more incentive to create an awe-inspiring menu.
I can work with that.
It's not as if he had another job anymore now that Lulu's was gone, and this was exactly what he had trained for. He wanted to make the Brooch Kitchen something visitors talked about and returned to. They spent the next hour or so going over accounts and the local farms the previous chef was supposed to have gone over with Danny the other day.
I'd like a few days to look at all this and start coming up with some ideas.
He had a bunch of ideas already, but too much change at once was just as bad as no change, especially for a place like Brooch.
I'll run everything past you, and then we can slowly add new options to the menu. Sure, or I was thinking we could do a daily secret sheet, not part of the official menu, and if we can get people to hashtag it, rave a little, we could use it as a draw. I'm trying to get the resort's Instagram going.
It felt good to be a part of something, even if Cody was still in the midst of planning while also dealing with the fallout from the fire, and Cody mentioned casually some bullshit accusation of theft. One of the especially asshole-ish couples who checked out after the fire claims some jewelry of theirs is missing. It's total bull, of course, but she filed a police report, and now I have to waste time talking to staff about it. Personally, I think they're pissed off I wouldn't refund their entire stay. I probably should have, he said glumly. Damn, that's shitty. Don't I know it? I spent the afternoon talking with the cops and tracking down the staff who were here the night of the fire. Complete shit. I do not have time for this. The insurance investigator should hopefully be getting back to me soon about the damages. I really hope this doesn't drag on for months. But I may be screwed anyway because the sprinkler system apparently wasn't up to code. My uncle, he ground out the word, seems to have fudged the records. You're gonna need a vacation when this is over, Danny said. Cody nodded. That's the truth. I need one already, but that's not happening anytime soon. By the time Danny left Broach, he was brimming with ideas. He'd gone to school just for this. It's what he'd always wanted to do. He could feel victory, or something close to it, in his grasp. Chapter 15. Soren. Saturday. Soren set the Go Cup Danny had practically thrown at him on his desk. The coffee was almost gone, and he mused he should count himself lucky he'd been able to drink it on his drive in and not wear it. Maybe he shouldn't have repeated that they needed to talk. Everyone on the planet knew those were grim words, even a non-relationship savvy guy like Soren. He and Danny did need to talk, though. What the hell was happening? Soren felt like he was at sea on a rickety little boat when it came to Danny Petra. Talking might at least alert him on how close to the shoals he was. Ever since Danny had crashed into his life, Soren had felt both off balance and afraid to let go, because, for the first time in his life, he felt truly alive. Danny was electric, a bolt of lightning. Whether it was risky or not, Soren was going to hold on to him as tightly as he could. Almost 3 years ago, when Danny had disappeared, Soren had been in the hospital. When he'd finally been discharged, he'd just let Danny stay gone. He hadn't really tried to find him. He'd only done a cursory search on the internet, and when nothing came up, he'd let it go, resigned to existing without Danny in his life. But maybe, just maybe, Danny needed Soren to prove he thought Danny was worth the chase, worth the effort. Maybe Danny needed proof that he meant enough to Soren that Soren would jeopardize his career if that's what it came down to. Because, Soren realized in a flash, he would. He could change jobs. He wanted to prove to Danny he was valued, loved, worth everything. He shook his head at his past self, sort of wanting to kick his own ass. He'd been the one who'd been afraid to pull his head out of the sand and live his own life. Danny had never lied to him about who he was. He'd run, yes, but it was Soren who'd let him go. The few dates he'd been on since then had been a waste of time for both Soren and the other guys, because they weren't the snarky, intelligent, frustrating as hell, sexy, funny Danny Petra, and couldn't even begin to hold a candle to him. If Danny left again, Soren was going to be pissed, but that wasn't going to happen if he could help it. His heart began to thud hard against his chest. If Danny did run, this time Soren wasn't letting go without a fight. Jorgensen? Oh. Soren blinked, realizing Bertie had been trying to get his attention while he'd been stewing about his love life, or not, or whatever it was. A couple is coming by the station to fill out a police report. They allege they had jewelry stolen while they stayed at the Broach. The Jameses sat by Bertie's desk. Soren recognized them as the couple who demanded their money back the morning of the Broach fire. The chairs were drawn close together, and Mr. James had his arm draped across his wife's shoulders, presumably comforting her. Mrs. James sniffled and dabbed at her eyes with a tissue. She was trying for an Oscar and failing. Bertie's desktop hummed, and Soren heard its fan wheeze. With luck, it wouldn't shut down before they were finished with the paperwork, and she saved the document.
Let me print this out and have you sign it. We'll do what we can.
The sputtering began. Why weren't they questioning people right now? They needed to arrest the owner and the maid. It was probably one of the house cleaners. They had rights, damn it! Soren resorted to turning around and powering up his own desktop so they couldn't see the irritated expression he was unable to suppress.
One last question, Bertie said as she stood, indicating it was time for the unhappy pair to depart. Do you have any photographs of the earrings and necklace, or perhaps your insurance company does?
Oh, no, they didn't have any pictures. Donna had only recently inherited the pieces, and there just hadn't been time.
They're very Art Nouveau, you know, elegant and yet simple. The yellow diamonds set in the earrings are from the same batch and match the larger one in the necklace.
Opening her desk drawer, Bertie plucked a business card from a short stack tucked inside.
Here's my card with my extension. Feel free to call me if you remember more you feel we should know, and I'll include it in the report.
With a skill Soren envied, she escorted them to the door and ushered them out.
They're trouble,
Soren grumbled. Bertie nodded.
I'm not saying someone at Brooch couldn't have stolen Mrs. James's jewelry, but frankly, I'll be surprised if it actually exists. Something about them rubs me the wrong way. This is the last thing Cody needs right now. They're just mad he wouldn't comp them their stay. Maybe this is their way of getting back at him. Until we know better, we'll need to treat the report as if the jewelry is really missing, but I think we need to keep our eyes and ears open when it comes to those two.
She paused.
Also,
Soren looked at his fellow deputy. His stomach sank. Was this about Danny? Was the Petra name enough for her to pass judgment?
I talked to Leo Zielinski at West Coast Forensics.
Was it terrible? The physical relief he felt? She would circle back to Danny eventually, Soren knew, but for now, he sighed and relaxed.
He's going to talk to Kimball Fry. He's their arson investigator and top in the field. Also the founder of WCF, I think.
And what, he's just dropping everything so he can help us out?
Leo passed my call to Fry, and when I shared what we know with him, he immediately offered. I didn't ask why, gift horse and all. Maybe he needs to get out of San Francisco.
Feeling tired and out of sorts, Soren left Bertie and the station, intending to head back out to the resort to ask Cody if he knew anything about the missing jewelry. He was beyond exhausted, but also wound up, his body on high alert as if he expected another incident. 2 fires and a murder in the last 48 hours had him on edge. He stopped in at his apartment before the drive out to Brooch. He needed a shower. He hadn't been by his place for more than an hour at a time for the past couple of days, and the already bland sublet had an abandoned air to it. Honestly, if Soren didn't know he lived there, he would think it was vacant or the owner was on a long vacation. Stripping quickly and setting out his last clean uniform, Soren stepped into the shower. As steam filled the shower surround, he soaped himself up. His ass ached from what he and Danny had done the night before. Pouring more shower gel into his hand, he soaped up his groin, not able to think about Danny and how his tongue had felt inside Soren, how his cock had felt, how Danny had known just how Soren needed to be touched. His cock swelled. Soren let out a little moan. He'd never considered himself an overly sexual person, but Danny pushed every single button Soren knew he had, and some he hadn't suspected. Was it bad form to jack off in the shower while you were on the clock? Probably, but he was going to do it anyway. He was tired of being the good boy. He wanted to be bad. He wanted to be dirty, very, very dirty. His brain was 100% on board with that plan. Instead of the usual guilt he felt about bending rules, or in this case, snapping them in half, Soren indulged a brief fantasy. While on shift, maybe on call for the night, he'd stop by Danny's apartment to check on him, have something to eat, whatever. And instead he'd end up fucking him, fully clothed. Danny would be desperate. He'd strip naked and get down on his hands and knees on the bed. Soren would stay in his uniform, his pants unzipped far enough his hard as rock cock jutted out, kneading Danny's hole. Danny would talk back, filthy and dirty, tell Soren he wanted him to pound into his hole, to lick it, to come all over him, and Soren would... He'd fuck Danny until he ran out of words, until the dirty talk was reality. His balls drew up against his body as he fisted his cock, pumping up and down, the shower thrumming against his shoulders and back. His orgasm blasted through him, shaking him to the core, and he slumped against the wall. Fuck me. Since Martin Reynolds' property was on the way to the resort, Soren decided it was time to ask the man if he remembered anything unusual before his brother's death. The door opened as he approached the home, and Martin stood there with a scowl on his face. What do you want now? Was this guy serious? Soren understood why Bertie preferred he deal with the man. I'm wondering if you've remembered anything odd in the days before your brother's death. Also, was he in a relationship? Seeing anyone? Nope. Nothing at all? Did Brian have a cell phone? We didn't find one in his car or on his person. It seems odd, since just about everyone has one these days. Sure, Brian had a cell phone. Do you mind letting me into his place? I'd like to see if he left it at home. Martin stared at Soren for a long minute before nodding his agreement. Stay here. I'll get the key. Soren shoved down his irritation at Martin's behavior and instead waited for him, then followed him over to the other mobile home. It was the same color as Martin's, but the inside was homely rather than a NASA satellite office. Brian had obviously succeeded in making it his own home. It had the same tiny kitchen as Martin's. The living room area had a couple of bookshelves filled with tattered paperbacks and some hardbacks. There was a well-worn easy chair with a colorful crocheted blanket draped over the back. But nowhere did Soren find a cell phone. Can you tell me what Brian's phone number was? Martin rattled off a number so quickly Soren had to ask him to repeat it so he could write it down. Back outside, as Soren started toward his car, Martin called after him. Brian called me the night it happened, so he must have had his phone with him. Soren slowly turned and walked back to where Martin was standing in front of Brian's house. What did he say? He was thinking they'd talk about what pizza to order or whose turn it was to drag the trash to the road. I didn't see the call, so he left a message. He sounded weird, like he was saying goodbye, like he knew something bad was going to happen. Said he'd seen someone when he was working. Somebody I didn't know. He squinted at Soren. I figure it's someone from back when Brian was involved with some shady characters before he went to jail. We weren't close. Mostly didn't get along. But he was my brother. You find who did this. I'd like to listen to the message. And why hadn't Martin told him this when he'd brought the news of Brian's death? He said to delete it, so I did. Of course he had. You bend over backward for someone and they just want to fuck you in the ass. Soren's eyebrows lifted at Cody's harsh words. I should have known they'd be trouble from the beginning. Cody was mad, and Soren sympathized. What do you mean? They made their reservation at the last minute and then demanded special service on top of what guests already get with the honeymoon package. Soren leaned against the front desk. Cody was on his own while the new hire took her afternoon break. Do you remember her wearing any jewelry? I don't. I can hardly remember her name. I haven't slept since the fire. Not really, and before that, I was busting my ass to make sure everyone was happy. He glanced around the empty lobby. I guess I don't have to worry about that at the moment. Have people canceled? How did they find out? I mean, not that you were trying to hide it or anything, but this building wasn't threatened by the fire. Why would people cancel? I emailed the guests with reservations this weekend. Not everyone canceled, but I didn't charge a fee to those who wanted to, and those assholes, the Jameses,
have been posting all over the place about how they were supposedly treated.
Soren straightened and dragged his cell phone out of his pocket. They have?
Just like they said they would. Yelp, TripAdvisor, Instagram, all the places we rely on for good reviews and tags. There's not much I can do. Trying to argue with them, other than releasing a statement that I've compensated them, will do no good. It might make me look worse.
He wrinkled his nose.
I wish I could rate them. They were terrible guests. The night they arrived, Ona, she's one of my bartenders, had to ask them to leave because they were having a shouting argument. While Cody was speaking, Soren opened a browser and searched Broach Resort. Sure enough, the first few hits were negative tags posted by the Jameses. He scrolled through them. So far, they hadn't made any posts about the jewelry, just about the poor service. He shoved his phone away again.
Do you remember anything else about them? What they did while they were here?
Cody shook his head. No, like I said, I was busy taking care of everyone. They weren't the only high-maintenance guests. Just the most irritating. Oh, hi, Ashley. Are you back from your break?
Soren turned to see who Cody was speaking to. He was surprised to recognize the waitress from Lulu's.
Good afternoon, he said. We need to get back to training. Cody shuffled the papers he'd been looking at into a folder.
Of course.
Soren watched Ashley scoot behind the desk and take the seat Cody vacated.
Did you just start, Ashley?
She nodded. I heard the hotel might have an opening from my friend Laura. She has morning sickness and can't work.
She smiled at Soren as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Well, good luck with the new job. It's a shame about the fire at Lulu's.
It really is. Ashley mock-shivered. I can't believe I was there last night. What if it had started earlier? Cody cut her off. Let's go over check-in one more time. Shall we?
Soren wanted to poke his head into the kitchen and say hello to Danny, but he didn't want Danny to think he was checking up on him. Which he totally was. Ignoring the part of him that said he was making a complicated situation worse, a few hours later Soren sat in his cruiser waiting for Danny to get home from work. He stared at the stairs, eyed the front door. Screw that. Picking up his phone from where he'd stashed it in the console, he sent a text to Danny. I'm at your place.
What's wrong with your place?
It's bland, and I hate it. The dots appeared and reappeared before disappearing altogether. Danny wasn't going to answer. Soren needed to quit bothering him. He was busy at work. A knock on the passenger window scared the daylights out of him. Once he could breathe again, he recognized Kim Carr leaning down so he could see him. He buzzed down the window.
Hi, sorry, Kim said. I didn't mean to startle you. Danny texted asking me to let you in his apartment and also said, and I'm quoting, don't ask any questions.
Kim lifted his hand and Soren saw he was holding a key ring.
I do have to ask at least one question, though. Are you going inside or staying out here in the comfort of your car?
Chapter 16. Danny. Saturday evening. Danny stared down at Soren, fast asleep in Danny's bed, his white blonde hair bright against the navy blue sheets. Soren was a very large, very sexy Goldilocks. Danilo Petra was the one hungry bear who wasn't planning on sharing. If this sexy man was in his bed, he was keeping him for himself, or at least indulging in the fantasy that he would keep him if he could. Soren lay on his stomach, the sheet pooled around his hips as if he'd been too warm. Danny drank in the miles of broad shoulders, narrow waist, golden skin, and all those muscles. Soren worked hard to keep in shape. Danny remembered him complaining that he gained weight easily. Apparently, it also converted to muscle easily. One of the downsides of kitchen work was needing to shower every night when he got home, even though he wore whites and changed into street clothes at the end of each shift. Danny hated going to sleep smelling like food. Stripping down to nothing, he went to clean up. Goldilocks was still dead to the world when Danny returned to the bedroom. The man didn't stir when Danny slipped into bed and flopped around a few times, resisting the urge to tuck himself against Soren's body. He was still pissed off at Soren, wasn't he? He'd brooded on and off all day about, we need to talk. Talk about fucking what? Didn't Soren understand there was nothing to talk about? Danny wasn't changing. Soren wasn't changing. They were both the same people they'd been back in Skagit. Danny was glad Soren was on his stomach, and now, with the door closed, it was too dark to really see much. He couldn't bring himself to look at Soren's scars. He'd glimpsed them the other night. The sight physically hurt, as if he'd been the one shot in the chest at close range, as if he'd been the one whose partner had to give him mouth to keep his heart pumping until the paramedics arrived. As if it were Danny who'd been in the ICU for days before doctors upgraded his condition from critical to not dying this time. Soren had died at least once that horrific night, and Danny would never forgive himself. Had he pulled the trigger? No. But he might as well have. It was his bad blood that had led to Soren nearly dying. Sighing, he rolled over again. A strong, warm arm snaked around his waist, pulling him against Soren's side. He tried and failed to be angry at how quickly he fell asleep. Sunday morning came, and so did Danny. He woke up with Soren's lips on his cock and a hot tongue tracing around the tip of him. It was morning. Danny could tell by the soft light filling his bedroom. Raindrops plinked against the window pane. April showers had returned. He wasn't going to last. Being next to Soren all night had his body in a state of hyper-awareness. Soren sucked him all the way into his mouth, forcing a deep groan from Danny's throat. Christ, Soren, I'm not going to last. Soren said something, or maybe he was just torturing Danny by humming. Regardless, Danny's balls pulsed, and he reached down to run his hands through Soren's hair. Goldilocks, for sure. Oh, Soren! His lover had taken Danny as far as he could down his throat and begun massaging his aching balls with his free hand. The tingle that had been at bay, lurking at the base of his spine, blossomed into orgasm. He half-heartedly tried to push Soren off him, but Soren held on tight as Danny's cum pulsed into his mouth. Fuck! Danny arched his back, digging his heels into the mattress. Orgasm rumbled through his body like thunder, mapping out every capillary and sensitive nerve ending before detonating. He sagged back against the bed, an empty vessel now, a rag doll. Fuck, Soren. Ugh. Danny gathered the energy to lift his head. Soren had rolled over onto his back and was pumping his own cock. He opened his mouth to voice a protest, but it was too late. Soren arched his back, forced his cock through his fist one last time, and all Danny could do was watch ropes of cum erupt from the tip of Soren's fat cock and land on his abs and chest. His scarred chest. Danny dragged his eyes upward, away from the sight of it, not wanting the reminder of what his cousin had done. Soren's body relaxed on a sigh. Then he swiveled his head toward Danny, and their eyes met. Until that moment, Danny hadn't realized how much trouble he was in, how far the good boy from a cop family, for fuck's sake, had burrowed into his heart. He'd convinced himself he'd left Skagit to protect Soren from the Petier family, not because of complicated, complex, confounding feelings that had sprouted like weeds after a hard rain. "Why are you still here?" he demanded, scrambling to re-erect his carefully built walls. It was a bit late to pull the sheets up and cover himself, but he did it anyway, clutching them like a quivering virgin. "Seems to me I was sleeping." Soren's voice was raspy from Danny's dick being down his throat. "Then blowing you and getting myself off. I mean, I know exactly what you mean, Danielo," Soren said with an exasperated tone. God, Danny loved it when Soren used his full first name, saying it like it was meant to be pronounced. Danilo. It reminded him of when his mother was still alive, when Danny was just a young boy and had no clue what life had in store for him. It fucking made him melt.
I meant it when I said we needed to talk.
So much for feeling melty. Fuck that. I hate talking. Soren threw his head back and laughed at his reply, belly laughed. Danny narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest, the sheet falling back down to his waist.
Nothing about you indicates a hate of talking,
Soren said when he got his breath back. No, Soren teasing him was not going to work. Nope.
It seems to me all you do is talk. You talk a lot. You talk fast. And you talk big. I think your problem is you use all that talking to avoid thinking about the things you should really be talking about.
What? Danny couldn't begin to unravel that sentence. Did you get a degree in psychology in the past couple of years? You can see into my brain and know what's going on in there, huh? He unfolded and recrossed his arms across his chest, hating how defensive he appeared. He wanted not to be naked in bed with Soren. There was nowhere to hide.
Let's just say I had a lot of time to think over the past few years. A lot of time to think about you. And recently it's been impossible not to.
Soren shifted so he was lying on his side, propped up on his elbow.
I'll be honest. About 99% of my past thoughts were angry and pissed off. Pissed off you bailed on me. Left me in the hospital to recover alone. Pissed off that you didn't listen. That I knew you wouldn't believe me if I told you I loved you.
What? Danny sputtered. The idea of Soren loving him was ridiculous.
Hush.
Soren pressed 2 fingers across Danny's lips.
Listen for once in your life. Just listen.
When Danny nodded, while also glaring at Soren, he withdrew his fingers.
Somewhere along the way, you internalized this idea that you have to atone for the sins of your family.
His father was not where Danny had been expecting Soren to go when he'd brought up talking.
You believe, I guess, that because of who you were born to, you're tainted or something, damaged goods, inherently bad. I'm not saying I don't understand why a person might fall into that way of thinking, but let me pose a question. Do you think I'm a good cop? As far as cops go, I suppose.
He wasn't giving him more than that. Not yet. Damn it, of course Soren was a good cop. He was a good person, even if he was infuriating Danny right now. Soren's lips twitched.
Don't you think it's more likely I would be a bad cop? If we used your flawed reasoning, my uncle was neither a good cop nor a good person, and I'm related to him. I wanted to become a cop because of him, before I understood the kind of man he was.
Nor? Who uses nor?
Quit trying to change the subject,
Soren growled.
Answer my question.
Fine. No, it doesn't matter about your uncle.
You want to know what else pissed me off after you ran?
Not really, no. Soren poked Danny in the chest, perhaps still harboring a teensy bit of residual anger.
You took my choice from me. Poke. You made all the choices. Poke. You decided we wouldn't work out. You decided you were... He waved his hand around. Damaged goods. And I was left holding the bag. I was the one who had to face my family and friends alone. I was ready to come out, but I expected you to be at my side when I did it. And instead, you ran.
Danny rubbed his chest where Soren had been emphasizing his point.
Can I speak now? No, you fucking can't. I am not ready to hear what excuses you have, what justification I haven't already figured out for myself.
For sure. Still a bit mad. Soren steamed ahead.
When you accept that you are not merely a rubber-stamped product of the Pietra family, when you accept that we are equals, that I don't care where you came from, only who you are inside, that I can make my own decisions. I know I made mistakes too. I let you go. I didn't try hard enough to find you."
Danny opened his mouth. Soren laid a finger across his lips again.
"When you can promise that you'll never take my choice away again. When you can look at these scars on my chest and know it wasn't you who pulled the trigger or even set the events in motion that led to me being shot. Then you can speak."
He launched himself off the bed, snatched his clothes from the chair he'd left them folded on the night before, and stomped out into the living room. Danny stayed where he was for a minute, listening to the rustle of Soren putting his uniform on and then opening and shutting cabinet doors, possibly looking for coffee or tea. Had he misjudged his gentle giant? Tossing the sheet aside, he swung his legs to the floor, found his favorite sweats and dragged them on, not bothering with the shirt. He heard the smack of something banging against the counter. "Christ, don't break anything there, Thor. Hold on a fucking second." Soren was leaning against the kitchen counter, his back to Danny, staring fixedly out the window. In the short period of time Danny remained in his bedroom, Soren had gotten fully dressed. Cop skills, Danny supposed.
"What's up?"
"I thought I heard something, but it was just Win or Kim leaving, I guess."
He turned around.
"I didn't realize Win lived there."
"Yeah, he and Kim are..."
Danny rolled his eyes.
"Disgustingly cute together."
"Win's a nice guy."
Stepping past Soren to the fridge, Danny opened the freezer door to get out the only thing stored there, a precious bag of coffee beans. Maybe, if Soren was going to be around, he should consider real groceries. He opened them and poured the perfect amount into his dedicated coffee grinder. He had one for spices, too.
"He is. I know Kim better, I guess. Or I met him first. Anyhow, Win moved out here around the same time I did."
"Which is about the same time I started with the sheriff's office. Finally started, I should say. I interviewed at the end of September, but it took me a little longer to get everything together and move than I thought it would. Then it was suddenly the holidays and family, you know. By the time everything was in place, it was mid-January. I'm lucky Sheriff Dempsey kept the position for me."
Danny wanted to know what had prompted Soren's move to the island, but when he was about to leave was probably not the best time to ask. Also, he was still half smarting over the promise to never take choices away comment, because it was true, and he wasn't ready to admit it. Turning on the faucet, Danny rinsed and filled the glass carafe, then poured the fresh water into the coffee maker. Someday he might invest in an espresso machine. He liked drip coffee just as well, though, and it was easier to clean up. After making sure the machine was powered up, he turned around and leaned back against the counter across from Soren.
"I like your place."
Soren looked around like he was seeing it for the first time, even though this was his third visit.
"Me too."
What was he supposed to say? "I don't like that there's only one entrance."
Was Soren worried about him? Danny wasn't about to admit it was nice to have someone worry, even if it was just Soren being his good cop self.
"Yeah, well, beggars and choosers. Besides, it's not like I'm 10 stories up."
"I have to get going. It's going to be a long day."
"Surely you can wait for a cup of coffee."
This time it was Soren who rolled his eyes, but he leaned a hip against the counter and stayed where he was. Danny rinsed out the to-go cup Soren had used the day before.
"Have you found anything out about the guy who was murdered? Or the fires?"
Soren's searching gaze locked with Danny's, and Danny knew in his gut Soren wanted to add something to what he'd said in the bedroom. But Danny wasn't ready. He needed to process what Soren had tossed out into the universe.
"No, we don't have any suspects in the Reynolds case, and nothing on the fires either. It's very frustrating, and I'm sure you know the sheriff is on his honeymoon, so we're especially short-handed."
"Is Brian Reynolds related to Martin Reynolds?"
Soren nodded.
"Brothers."
"Cody told me that Martin Reynolds was miffed he didn't get the chef job at Broach."
"Mad enough to burn it down?"
Danny shrugged.
I don't know."
"Huh. I'll run it past Birdie."
I can't help but think that it's either someone close, like Prescott trying to get insurance money, or a stranger. The resort brings in a lot of money to Piedras, not just in tax dollars. Many locals work there. True, and there's a lot of local farms that he wants to source from. If you want my opinion, I don't think that fire was set by Cody. The coffee beeped. Danny filled the Go cup and tightened the lid, then handed it to Soren. I'm off today. I'll be around, he found himself saying, practically giving Soren an invitation to stop by again. Like he wanted him to. Which he did. Chapter 17. Danny. Sunday morning. Dragging on a hoodie he'd left on the couch, Danny padded barefoot down the staircase behind Soren, walking him out to his cruiser. He was still low-level pissed off, but he also wasn't ready to be alone. He was tired of being alone. When they reached the driveway, Soren turned back and gripped Danny's shoulders, his mouth crashing against Danny's lips in a bruising kiss. Too soon, Soren was sliding behind the wheel, turning on the engine and backing out to head up the driveway. Danny could appreciate a man able to perform a precision three-point turn like that. Long after the rumble of Soren's cruiser had faded into the distance, Danny stood in front of the carriage house, his bare feet growing chillier by the minute. What the actual fuck was even going on? He was giving himself whiplash, torn between wanting Soren and not trusting the universe's intentions. He wondered if this was how Pandora had felt when she opened that damn box and all manner of shit flew out of it. Some instinct warned him the fucking box still had a surprise or two left in store for him. The universe was never quite finished fucking with Danilo Petra. Danny headed to the resort after Soren left. Even though he wasn't scheduled that day, he felt sure Cody would be around, working on something. Dwelling on Soren wasn't going to get him anywhere. He might as well scope out the kitchen a little better, make some mental notes about what he'd like to get rid of or improve and what new needed to happen. He needed to at least be able to take care of the basics before Max left, as the soon-to-be-gone chef was phoning it in, barely making an effort, and Cody's dining room was suffering. He approved of Cody's idea of a secret menu. For one thing, he'd be able to work with last-minute changes in inventory and the vagaries of small growers. He was excited to research and meet the farmers and producers. He wanted to work alongside the locals, showcasing what Piedras had to offer. The tingle of excitement deep in his belly was something he wasn't used to. He'd never expected to get a chance to build a menu from the ground up, to be in charge of his own kitchen. The entire time he was in cooking school, he told himself it was a pipe dream. Nice things didn't happen to Danny Petra. Still, Piedras was growing on him. Fast. Maybe it was the fact that Cody knew who he was and hadn't fired him on the spot. Maybe also the conundrum of Soren Jorgensen. After all Danny had done and all the time that had passed, the attraction between them was just as strong as it had ever been. Did he dare hope what they had was strong enough to grow into something more? He snorted and grabbed his backpack out of the back seat. Hope was fucked up. He had hearts in his eyes, and rose-colored glasses were blurring his vision. Soren was still angry about Danny taking off. Danny couldn't forget that. Fuck, Danny was mad too. Mad at everything, at his younger self, at his fucked-up family. Soren had seemed, especially that ominous fall when the shit had hit the fan so spectacularly, to be so much younger and more innocent than Danny. These days, Soren had a harder edge to him. He frowned. He had lines on his face that hadn't been there before. There was no denying Danny was responsible for some of them. He'd left because he'd been certain if he stuck around, someone in the Petra family would finish the job they'd started. He'd been trying to protect Soren. Had he really taken Soren's choices away? Danny was willing to admit, While sitting alone in his car, he'd run because he'd been afraid. He hadn't trusted that the younger, more innocent Soren was able to protect himself, or that he was ready to come out. Danny had been afraid he was losing his heart to a man who'd step back into the closet and leave Danny alone again. Things had happened so quickly between them. As they were again. Danny had thought it would be a laugh to seduce the sexy officer. Instead, he'd fallen for him. Hard. That rang true both for the present and for now. Leaving his car, Danny slung his pack over his shoulder and shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans, hunching his shoulders against the wind. It was a chilly morning, but the clear sky was a promise of sunshine later. On a whim, he took the path between the hotel and the cottages toward the marina, wanting to see more of the property before heading into the kitchen, even though Cody had given him a short tour already. To his unpracticed eye, the marina looked full. The boaters, at least, hadn't taken off, and why would they? It was a gorgeous spot to moor. A shadowy figure on one of the boats caught Danny's attention. Someone emerged from their cabin with a steaming cup of something in their hand. Squinting, Danny watched as the person joined two others sitting on the deck, enjoying their morning beverages. That was the life, wasn't it? He wondered whether Soren knew how to sail. Probably. Danny thought he might like to learn, or maybe just watch a sexy, muscly guy taking care of the sails while Danny looked on might be just what his life needed. He shook his head at his thoughts. Nope. Don't get your hopes up. Anyway, Danny wouldn't be able to sit back and watch Soren do all the work. He'd be right there with him, learning the ropes. The sound of laughter drifted across the water, aided by the breeze. Danny shivered and turned back to the hotel, heading to the kitchen. It was time to get started on his dream. Inside the employee entrance, he stepped around a couple of workers, taping moldings and laying paper down to protect the hardwood floors in the service corridor and one side of the lobby. Ashley was behind the desk, with Cody nowhere in sight. Seeing her made him think of Lulu's and... Fuck. Danny winced. Dutch and Liam, too. With everything going on, he had forgotten about his co-workers. Would they be okay? Dutch needed the paycheck. They'd commiserated about how hard it was to find decent work on the island. He made a mental note to contact him and see how he was doing. Maybe he could use him in the kitchen. In fact, maybe Ashley knew how to get a hold of Dutch. "Hi, Danny," Ashley said cheerfully when she spotted him. "Hi, Ashley. Say, do you have Dutch's number or know how I can get in touch with him?" "No, sorry." She wrinkled her nose. "I don't have his number. He lives down by English Settlement, I think." Somehow, Danny thought Ashley knew exactly where Dutch and Hazel lived. "Is Cody back in his office?" She shook her head. "He's upstairs on the 4th floor. Is there anything else I can help you with? I'm happy to help out however I can." Nope. I'm good. Thanks." She shot him a frown, then quickly changed her expression back to a smile. "Be sure to let me know if you think of something." Danny nodded and turned to climb the ornate staircase. There was an elevator. It had been installed long after the hotel was built, but Danny always took stairs when he could. Riding in a locked metal box held in place by rope or chain over the hard, cold ground was something he did not enjoy. And besides, stairs were good exercise. As Ashley had said, Danny found Cody on the 4th floor. He had to search to find the stairway from floor 3 to floor 4. It was hidden behind a door at the other end of the hallway from the main staircase. He wondered if, back in the day, the 4th floor had been servants' quarters. He heard Cody before he saw him. Cody was speaking quietly. Was someone else up here with him? Peeking around the door frame, Danny saw it was just Cody talking to himself. "Good morning," he called out, in case his new boss had earbuds in or something. Cody was kneeling on the floor of the smallish room. Maybe once it had another use, but now it was storage. Cody sneezed, and Danny's nose tickled in sympathy. The room was dusty as hell. and whatever Cody was doing had kicked up more of it. "Hey, good morning. I didn't expect you today. Yeah, I'm going to be in the kitchen today, taking inventory and making a wish list. I just wanted to let you know." Cody blew out a breath and stood up, brushing dirt and grime off his slacks. He had a big smudge on his face, too. Danny made a wiping motion, and Cody dragged his arm across his forehead, making the smudge worse. "That's what I'm doing. Inventory. If I never hear that word again, it'll be too soon." "What's up?" "My uncle was not the best record keeper. I don't think he kept them at all. Actually, he just winged it. All the time I worked for him, thinking I was learning something, and he was half-assing it." "What are you looking for?" Because inventory or not, Cody appeared to be looking for something specific. "I don't really know for sure. Well, I do, but I don't know where to look." Cody glared around the room, grimacing at the mess. "There's only been one other time in history Broach was as close to going under as it is right now." "You're not—" Cody cut him off. "Okay, so the doors aren't closing tomorrow or anything, but believe me, we are too close for comfort. Maybe between us we can create some excitement and bring in new visitors. But if I find some of these paintings I read about, we have an even better chance." "What do you mean?" Danny's curiosity was piqued. What was Cody looking for that might help the resort? In the Great Depression, Broach fell on hard times. The owner during that time was Mabel Prescott. She wasn't a blood relative. She married Cornelius Prescott, but he died in 1928, leaving her with 2 boys to raise. I guess she had a little money of her own, but things were tight, and the Jennings family hit hard times too, so they were no help. Anyway, long story short, she let her bohemian artist friends stay at the hotel for free or a very reduced rate in exchange for whatever artwork they created while they were here. Most of the work she sold to galleries and private collectors. She was a darn savvy businesswoman. When the Depression eased and people started making plans again, she began marketing the resort as a place to stay with the artists. I think it's too bad that we didn't keep marketing it that way." Danny nodded his agreement. "Oh, that's brilliant." Probably some of my asshole male ancestors thought since a woman came up with the idea they needed to scrap it. Mabel didn't sell all the artists' work. She had her favorites, and until her death in 1999, those hung in her rooms. I met her once, but I was like 5 and too young to realize how important she'd been to my heritage. By that time, people like my uncle treated her like a doddering old lady. Fast forward. Her favorites were 3 sketches by Morris Graves. He didn't live here, but he did visit Piedras in the 1930s. Even Danny had heard of Morris Graves. Wow. Yeah, wow. There's a record of the sketches being here, but I can't find them now. The last known location was her rooms, like I said, so I'm going through all this. He swung an arm out. Junk. I have found some framed art, but it's not worth nearly what the Graveses would be, if I could find them. Do you think your uncle sold them without telling you? God, I hope not. Cody's eyes were wide with horror. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be surprised, but I hope he didn't sink that far because I checked and there's no record of sale. Do you want to sell them? Not if I can avoid it. I want to pick up where Mabel left off. I want to bring visitors here who are interested in the Northwest School. I'm thinking, and this is just me off the rails, we'll continue to update the rooms and each one would have a theme. Instead of room 201, it would be the Graves, Anderson, or Craft room. I want to dedicate the honeymoon suite to Mabel because she was an artist in her own right. Cody's enthusiasm was catching. Danny found himself getting excited too. Have you thought about offering space to an artist in residence? Someone local? Maybe unknown but with promise? That's a great idea. I'd love to find a way to support or, spotlight local artists too. We're all in this together, aren't we? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Danny looked around, taking in the boxes and crates of hotel ephemera. While Cody went back to his box, Danny peeked in another. An hour later, Danny still hadn't made it to the kitchen, and Cody hadn't found the sketches. How did you find out about them, anyway? I was up here last week and found some other not-so-good paintings when I remembered how much artwork Mabel had had on her walls. When I'd visited, it felt like I was in a museum. It was all, just look, don't touch, keep your hands to yourself. The boxes and stacks Cody had already gone through were now on one side of the room. There was a lot left to unpack. Mabel was one of those people who kept a journal and wrote in it almost every day. They're on the bookshelf in my office. I started scanning them, and that's how I found out she'd invited creatives to come and stay at Broach. Boy, she was funny. Dry wit, like Dorothy Parker. She'd spend paragraphs describing the shenanigans the artists got up to. Mr. Johnson and his Johnsons stirred up trouble last night. I don't know who Johnson was, Cody said. She either didn't like him or she did. It's impossible to tell. He tugged a large steamer trunk over, stirring up so much dust they both sneezed. Sorry, he said as he fiddled with the latches. I can't imagine someone would store sketches in here, but what do I know? From where Danny was kneeling, he couldn't see into Cody's trunk. He started to unpack a wooden apple crate. So far, it was mismatched china and empty or mostly empty tea tins. Toward the bottom was a ream of thick papers. He lifted them out and peered at them. Hey, check out these old menus from, I don't know, maybe the 50s? Danny held the stack out to Cody. They must have been left over after a season and stored up here. Cody took one and began to read. Eggs coquette with chicken livers? Ew. What about shirred eggs with calf brains au beurre noir? Cody stuck out his tongue and made a face to go along with it. Please tell me that is not one of your menu ideas. Danny chuckled. No, but it would be cool to have some stuff like this menu on display, too. You've got that cabinet in the lobby with all the mining paraphernalia. My guess is guests would be interested in the history of the actual hotel, too. I wonder what the special bottled milk was. Probably I could ask Stu Dennis. This is right up his alley. Who's he? Island historian. He was born on Piedras and taught at the high school. Never left? He did go to Vietnam. 2 tours. Believe me, he told us students stories about his experiences all the time. But when he got out, he came back here. Would he know about the artists who lived here? Cody's eyes widened. That's a great idea. I'll call him and ask. If anyone does, it would be him. Danny straightened and tried to brush some of the dust and cobwebs off his clothing. I still want to get into the kitchen. I'm going to head back down. Sure. Cody was already dragging another wooden crate from a stack. I'll be down in a minute. There was no way Cody would be down in a minute. He'd probably forgotten about Danny being there already. Picking up his backpack from where he'd left it by the door, Danny took the stairs 2 at a time. The 3rd-floor corridor was empty, but he imagined ghosts of guests passed in their era-appropriate attire exiting their rooms, ready to explore Piedras or maybe to sit on the public balcony and be seen with a glass of champagne or a gin gimlet. In the lobby, Ashley was busy with a family checking in. Her eyes flicked his way, but she didn't say anything. He must have been upstairs even longer than he'd thought, because the painters were done taping and had rolled on a fresh coat of paint. Careful of the wet paint signs, Danny turned down the service corridor toward the kitchen and employee break room. Just beyond the signs, across the hallway, was the locker room and Cody's office. Only because the overhead lights were dim did Danny notice that the door to Cody's office was ajar. Cody was busy and sort of absent-minded. Had he forgotten to shut his door? Would he want it closed? Danny debated for a second and decided to err on the side of caution. Crossing to Cody's office, he reached for the handle, ready to pull the door shut. A man was inside the small room, his back to the door and Danny. He was standing on the far side of Cody's desk, looking at the bookshelf with his hands on his hips. "Excuse me, are you lost? Can I help you?" The man jolted and spun around to stare at him. He looked familiar, and Danny recognized a guilty expression when he saw one. This guy was up to no good and about to lie about it. Danny hadn't survived to his current age without recognizing the classic signs.
Yes, I was looking for the manager.
Danny swept his eyes around the small office where Cody obviously wasn't. He's not here, he pointed out. He considered asking the man if he'd looked under the desk for Cody, but managed to keep his mouth shut.
The girl at the front sent me down here.
Danny debated the idea that Ashley would send a stranger to wait in Cody's office when she knew he was upstairs, and that if she needed anything, all she had to do was call him. It was possible, but even if she had told this guy to come down here, once he saw Cody wasn't here, he should have turned around and left. Do you want me to call him for you? Or I can have Ashley do it? Every one of Danny's well-honed, some bullshit is going on here antennae were waving wildly.
No, thanks.
The man crossed the room, trying for casual, assuming Danny would step out of the doorway. Danny stood his ground, looking the man up and down, waiting for his brain to remember who this was. Damn it. At the last second, Danny stepped back, allowing the man to pass, keeping an eye on him as he made his way back to the lobby. Average height, a little bulky, broad shoulders and beefy biceps filled out his black sweater. He wore dark slacks and expensive leather loafers. Danny's gaze caught sight of the man's hands, which had been obscured while he was in the office. They were covered with thin cloth or leather gloves, like golfing or driving gloves. Why would he be wearing gloves in mid-April inside? He pulled Cody's door shut. The lock snicked, the sound loud in the quiet hallway. At the other end of the corridor, the intruder glanced over his shoulder at Danny as he stepped into the lobby. Their eyes locked for just a second. The man sneered and something clicked. It was the fucker from the other day, the one who'd been threatening to ruin Cody. Instead of heading to the kitchen, Danny took the exit back outside, skirting around the edge of the employee lot until he was near the front of the hotel. That fucker was up to something, and Danny was going to figure out what the hell it was. Chapter 18. Soren. Sunday morning.
Good morning, Bertie.
Soren greeted her with forced cheer in his voice. Morning. I stopped at the bakery and grabbed us some donuts, she said. I figured we deserved some sweet carbs to keep us going. Soren sighed and rolled his eyes upward. Donuts? They were almost harder to resist than Danny. Bertie pointed at a bright pink pastry box sitting on Sheriff Dempsey's desk, and Soren detoured past his own desk to check out the selection. This morning he needed a baker's dozen. The sweet scent hit his nose, and he breathed deeply. Maple bars, my favorite. You shouldn't have, but thank you. Snagging a maple bar and one of the tiny napkins next to the box, he went to sit at his desk. When he'd interviewed for the position, he hadn't failed to notice the artesian bakery almost right next door to the station. Like the owners knew cops couldn't resist them. Anything? He asked around a mouthful of sugary, maple-flavored goodness. Bertie angled her chair so she could face him. She had an old-fashioned style donut in her hand. Those were his second favorite, followed by the cream-filled Bismarcks. I talked to Devin a few minutes ago. The fire at Lulu's was set. He says the char pattern is consistent with an accelerant like gasoline. The brooch fire was started with a different accelerant. He's not sure yet what it is. I've also been calling around, trying to find out where Brian Reynolds might have been the first part of the week, Bertie said as Soren settled in. Sunday or not, they had a murder to solve. Thank God for donuts. The bullet they dug out of the frame of the Prius was too damaged to provide them with any information, and results from fingerprints collected from the car would take weeks, if not months, with how backed up the state system was. Yeah? Have you found any leads there? Yesterday, Soren had recounted his conversation with Martin Reynolds and the last phone call from Brian to Bertie. She'd spent a lot of the previous afternoon making phone calls and talking to people. I called Aaron at Island Rentals. They offer things like airport and ferry pickup when visitors rent cars from them. I thought it was possible Brian did some runs for them. And? He worked for them on and off. Monday, he picked up a family of 4 at the airport, the Ibarras. Tuesday, another airport pickup.
The Robinsons, and another family. She glanced at her notes, and Wednesday was 2 couples from the ferry dock.
Nothing too exciting there. Are we able to track them all down?
So far, but of course he had his own customers too.
How did they contact him?
Word of mouth, generally. He had flyers up around town and on the ferry bulletin boards.
We need his phone records. I looked at the images on the memory card from Mag Beasley's camera, and there's nothing there. Just a few of the sunrise, like she said.
Bertie nodded. That's what I figured. Oh, I talked to Leo again. Kimball Fry will be coming in tonight.
Okay.
It should be a quick visit. He's going to examine the fire scenes with Devon. They're going out first thing in the morning, and he'll probably fly back tomorrow night or Tuesday, depending on how it goes, I guess.
Danny told me that Martin Reynolds applied at the Brooch and was upset Prescott didn't hire him.
Bertie narrowed her eyes. He did now. I guess that means we'll have to interview him. She made a note. Back to Brian Reynolds. We can probably rule out the family that came in Monday, at least for now. I suppose even murderers have families, but it seems unlikely they'd bring them along. For argument's sake, what if it was none of these people? Maybe it was someone he picked up privately.
In that case, we're screwed until we either find his phone or get the phone records. Have we heard anything on the cell phone?
No.
Bertie shook her head.
Nothing yet. We're not exactly high priority out here.
Soren helped himself to a Bismarck. This was going to be a long day. Thankfully, Patrick Radden was taking call that night so he and Bertie could get some rest.
Doc Soper called late yesterday to say he's releasing the remains to Clarabelle Delacombe this week.
Did he say anything else?
Soren doubted it, but maybe the coroner had found something new. No, official cause of death is gunshot, not self-inflicted. Brian wasn't ill, and the angle was impossible anyway. Even if someone found him before Miss Beasley and stole the weapon or something, his arms weren't long enough for the size and pattern of burn around the entry wound. Brian Reynolds hadn't taken his own life. He'd seen someone or something he shouldn't have, and paid the price. It was after 7 p.m. by the time Soren unlocked the door to his apartment. He'd considered taking Danny up on his "I'll be around" comment from so many hours ago, but he was trying to exercise some self-control. He did actually want to keep his job, and Danny was a distraction he couldn't afford. He spent a few minutes staring at his collection of canned soups. They did not appeal. He hated the color of the walls in his apartment, and there was a funny smell he couldn't identify. The only thing he liked about the place was the washer and dryer in the unit. Also, he didn't like being alone all the time, something he hadn't factored in when he'd taken the job or even realized would be a factor. It was taking everything he had not to grab his keys and ignore his decision not to stop by Danny's. He checked the clock on the microwave. It told him he'd been home for 12 minutes. While he was looking, the glowing red numbers changed, adding another minute. The rest of the night loomed ahead of him. By 8, he'd showered and dug his second favorite pair of sweatpants from his dresser and put them on along with a too small, threadbare T-shirt with the sleeves cut off, a souvenir from his first triathlon almost 15 years ago. Once the shirt had been bright pink in support of a breast cancer fundraiser. It had long since faded to a dingy white. Everything else, except for his last PCS shirt and tactical pants, went in the laundry pile that had built up and then into the wash. In Skagit, he'd had a housemate for a while, and even afterward he didn't feel alone because he knew everyone in town. He literally couldn't walk down the street without seeing someone from high school, someone he'd arrested, or a relative. Sometimes those were the same person, true, but that familiarity had been weirdly validating. Flopping onto the couch, Soren grabbed the remote and turned on his tiny TV. The episode of Ripper Street he'd been watching started where he'd left off, with Edmund Reed and Bennett Drake arguing and Homer Jackson skulking in the shadows. After a few minutes, he turned it back off. The sound only made him feel lonelier. He wanted someone real to talk to. Someone real to bounce his ideas off of, tell about his days. Even more than that, he needed someone who didn't care how often Soren's words stuck in his throat, or that he sometimes relied on a script he'd perfected over the years when interacting with strangers. Winston Parsons had figured Soren out fairly quickly. Win was easy to talk to. He had no expectations, and he was comfortable with quiet. There had been a few times Soren had taken his sack lunch and eaten at the park with Win, and they'd hardly exchanged any words, except for saying hello. Then there was Danny. Danny filled Soren's silences. He transformed Soren's hush into a noisy waterfall. They'd been together only a handful of days before the shooting, but Soren had been forever changed. He hadn't recognized the quiet in himself until Danny left, and suddenly the quiet became loud and oppressive, but he didn't know how to fix it on his own. Maybe it was how they'd met. They'd both been caught off guard, their barriers low, but Soren had known something was different about the irreverent Danny within minutes of meeting him. His phone pinged, interrupting his thoughts. Was it terrible that he hoped it wasn't an emergency call? Or maybe he hoped it was. An emergency would give him an excuse to leave the apartment. With something like dread unfurling in the pit of his stomach, he glanced at the screen. "Would you cuff me if I sent a dick pic?" He rolled his eyes, dread transforming into lust and longing. His cock immediately perked up. Why was it he only needed the hint of Danny for his cock to get hard? Yes was what he wanted to type. He pressed call instead. "Aw, you're no fun." The sound of Danny's voice both exasperated and thrilled him. "You want me to have to explain a picture of your business on my phone?" I suppose not." Danny was silent for a second. There was a rustling sound. Then, "The Dancing Mermaid, is that where you live?" Why? Why was he acting like a jerk? He wanted Danny. He wanted Danny's skin against his own. He'd never stopped wanting Danny, even when Danny had been futile. He hadn't been able to forget him. Yes, the architecturally challenged Dancing Mermaid. Nice. How do you think mermaids dance, exactly? Wasn't that a thing in the Disney movie? Didn't she want legs or something? Why are we talking about a Disney movie? Why not? Which was your favorite? Soren hadn't been allowed to watch TV as a child. They hadn't even had one in the house. As a kid, it had made him feel different and left out, because he couldn't talk about shows and characters the way his peers did. Instead, he spent his free time and weekends at the family cabin, playing in the woods or fishing with his grandfather. Nowadays, he thought his childhood had been mostly idyllic if all he had to complain about was the lack of a TV. I've never watched any. Not unless we were out at Applebee's or something. The slam of a car door. Thumping on the metal staircase, Danny's breaths coming a little faster, a knock on his door. The security for this place was crap. The Dancing Mermaid had been built in the 1960s, and in fact there was no security, unless you counted the motion sensor light that lit up when a car entered or left the parking lot in front of the building. When it did, it shone directly into Soren's bedroom. Probably another reason he was subletting for cheap. That's probably for the better. Hakuna Matata and all that. Oh, what? When he'd first seen the building, Soren had wondered if the planners had intended it to be a motel, but changed their minds halfway through, and were left with what the manager called unique and one of a kind. Soren opened his door. Temptation waited on the other side. Hakuna Matata. How did you figure out where I live? Danny grinned. Can I come in, or are you busy? Inviting Danny in meant Soren was ignoring his own advice, ignoring the fact that they had a big case, 3 big cases, and he needed to stay focused. He didn't want to say no. Booty call. Here I am already. Danny seemed jumpy, twitchier than usual, if that was even possible. Jesus, get inside before the neighbors all poke their heads out to see what the ruckus is about. Ruckus? Danny snorted a laugh as he brushed past Soren. Danny glanced around, his sharp gaze missing nothing. Soren wondered what he thought of the basic apartment. It opened to a small foyer with 2 doors off of it. One door led into the kitchen. The one on the other side was a tiny closet before visitors were dumped into the living room. Across the living room from the kitchen was a slider with a balcony so narrow Soren barely fit onto it. There were 2 more doors to the left, one to the bathroom and the other to the bedroom. "This isn't so bad." Soren shrugged.
"It's all right. Do you want something to drink?"
Soren headed to the kitchen.
"I have beer if you want."
Obviously, whatever reason Danny had for invading his apartment, he wasn't going to just come out and tell Soren. Danny was all about talking, until it came to something important, and then he clammed up. "I could eat." Soren recalled his almost empty cabinets, the canned soup, the single slice and heel left from the loaf of bread he'd bought a week ago.
"We could order from Piedra's Pizza."
Danny quit circling the room like a caged panther and flopped onto the couch. "Are you still anti-anchovy?" he asked.
"Until my dying day."
Was it goofy that Soren's stomach did a little dance because Danny remembered he hated those stinky, too salty fish? Extra pepperoni? After ordering an extra-large double pepperoni and mushroom pizza, giving the kid on the other end of the line his credit card number and confirming his address, Soren set his phone back down on the cheap IKEA dining room table. A good breeze would take that thing down like a poorly stacked house of cards. Inappropriately, he had a vision of laying Danny out on it, and nope, not going there. Danny had hopped up from the couch while Soren was on the phone and crossed the short distance to the floor-to-ceiling window to stare out into the dark. He hadn't sat long enough on the couch to leave an impression on the cushion. Something was on his mind.
"Pizza in 45 minutes.
If he asked Danny outright why he'd come over, Danny wouldn't give him a straight answer. At least not right away. It was almost as if he physically couldn't. Danny hid himself under layers of suspicion and cynicism, a holdover from the family he'd grown up in, Soren knew. And yet, Danny had come to Soren, tracked down where he lived, and was now in his apartment, charging it and Soren with enough power for 10 Energizer bunnies. He knew one thing they could do with that energy. But before that happened, they needed to use their mouths for something other than sex. The sex was great. They'd proved that several times, and Soren was willing to prove it over and over again. But ultimately, he didn't want only sex. He was embarrassingly commitment-prone, and he realized now Danny had stolen his heart years ago, and he'd been in limbo since then, waiting for him to come back. He didn't think Danny wanted only sex either, but he needed to hear Danny say it out loud. In so many ways, it felt as if the last couple of years apart had never happened, barring the pent-up anger and resentment. Generally, Soren didn't hold anger long. He was surprised at the level of resentment he'd been holding on to since Danny's disappearance.
"We need to talk. Really talk. We already know our chemistry is off the charts, but I can't do this with you if you're going to leave again."
Danny groaned, turning back to face Soren.
"I hate talking." "You hate talking about important things? You like to think you know all the answers, Mr. Been there, done that."
Danny rolled his eyes, resting his forehead against the glass. "I want that t-shirt. I really do." Soren leaned against the counter, away from Danny.
"Fine. I'll get you a damn t-shirt."
If he got too close, he'd give in to the need to touch, and that would defeat the purpose of this conversation. Taking a deep breath, Soren spoke.
"Are you in or out? Are you staying or going? I'm not asking you to marry me."
Soren hoped to get married someday, but that would send Danny away faster than anything.
"I don't need a declaration of forever from you, Danilo, but I'd like some reassurance you'll still be here tomorrow, next week."
And this was the hard part for Soren to admit,
That I'm important enough for you to stick around? It's not as if what's happening between us now is new. It was just waiting. Hibernating, I guess, until we found each other again. I want to be the man for you. Or try, anyway.
Soren wasn't sure he was making sense. He patted across the cheap carpet, which was rough against his bare feet, coming to a stop in front of Danny.
You want me,
Danny said to his reflection,
to stick around?
I do.
You think I won't drive you crazy?
I know you'll drive me crazy. You already drive me crazy. Maybe that's what I need. Someone to shake me up, to keep me on my toes.
I don't want to make promises I can't keep.
Soren stopped Danny's words with his own. He hadn't intended to force Danny to say something he wasn't ready for, but that's exactly what he'd done.
I'm sorry. Let's talk about something else. What's your favorite?
He traced his index finger down Danny's hoodie-covered back. He was taut, filled with potential energy. Soren wanted to harness that energy in a way that would benefit both of them. Maybe sex was the best way they had of talking right now. The words would come later. He prayed the pizza didn't arrive earlier than expected. Danny scowled at him over his shoulder.
My favorite what?
Your favorite Disney movie, your favorite color, your favorite food.
Do I have to answer all of those?
Soren suppressed a grin.
No. Don't answer any if you don't want to.
He traced another line down Danny's back. Danny shivered and rolled his shoulders, and they settled a little lower.
I guess I liked Lion King.
Oh, yeah? What's that about?
Soren did kind of know Lion King, but he wanted to hear what Danny would say about it.
A jealous uncle wants to be king, kills his brother, takes the throne.
You know, mafia family drama. Only with lions.
So you're saying it hits a bit close to home?
Asshole.
Maybe. He began to knead Danny's shoulders, pressing hard into the tight muscle. Danny groaned and dropped his head forward.
Fuck, that feels good.
Danny was the perfect height, only a couple of inches shorter than Soren, meaning that when he pressed up against Danny's back, his dick had a nice, cozy place to nest. Danny's ass cheeks flexed, and Soren quit pretending he was massaging Danny or trying to get him to talk. He ran his hands down Danny's chest, first unzipping the hoodie and then continuing south to unbutton his sinful Levi's.
You want me to stop?
Danny said as Soren slid his fingers into his boxers and clamped his hand around Danny's cock.
Gotta do better than that, yes or no?
Waffle.
Danny ground his ass against Soren. Soren was already so hard it was going to be difficult to roll the condom on.
What?
Soren panted.
If I say waffle, I want you to stop. I'm not going to say it.
This just confirmed Soren's belief that Danny absolutely could not take direction.
I want to be inside you while you're pressed up against this window. If anyone sees, they'll know you're mine. I want to fuck you until you can't help but come, until it's the only option you have left, until you can't argue with me.
Danny turned his head and caught Soren's lips with his own, giving him a bruising, claiming kiss. Soren pulled away.
So you're telling me no waffling?
Danny snorted.
No waffling.
With speed born of desperation, Soren divested Danny of his clothing, hoodie, t-shirt, jeans, and boxers. His own clothes came off much faster.
Hands against the window.
Yes, officer,
Danny said as he complied, arching his back so his ass was right where Soren needed it. Soren gave him a light smack, followed by a pinch.
Knock it off. Don't move.
Role-playing his actual job gave Soren a weird feeling in the pit of his stomach, although tying Danny down did seem like it could come in handy. He left Danny and grabbed lube and a condom from his bedroom.
What they were about to do was the most sexually edgy thing he'd ever initiated, but something about Danny had him jumping into the deep end. Again. But this time he was going to learn how to swim. Chapter 19. Danny. Sunday. Danny's chest heaved. It belatedly occurred to him that maybe he'd underestimated Deputy Soren Jorgensen. Soren was deep in his ass, holding Danny's hips in his strong hands, keeping him from collapsing to the carpet in a boneless heap. They were giving somebody a show, if anyone was paying attention this time of night. Soren had done just as he promised and fucked Danny against the plate glass where everyone could see, holding him there and not letting him come until Soren was ready. The window was icy against his feverish skin. He shivered, even though he wasn't cold. He should have known Soren would be trouble from the very beginning. Soren bit down on the juncture of his neck and shoulder again, and Danny's cock gave a restless twitch, but he was spent. For now, anyway. Kissing the spot he'd tortured, Soren spoke.
I need to get dressed. The pizza will be here soon.
He didn't move away, though. He stayed where he was, his softening dick in Danny's ass.
Oh, yeah.
Danny had forgotten about food, but his stomach hadn't. Gently, because that was his default mode unless Danny riled him up, Soren pulled out of Danny's ass and rolled off the condom. Danny continued to stare out into the dark. Soren's footsteps faded and returned. Reaching around Danny, Soren wiped him down with a warm washcloth. That snapped Danny out of the weird state he'd been in.
Thanks.
For once in his life, he didn't have any words. No snappy comment on the tip of his tongue. He felt empty and full at the same time. Soren glanced at him, making Danny wonder if his internal weirdness was writ upon his face.
Always,
he said. The thing was, Soren meant it. When he said always, he meant always. And fuck if a part of Danny he'd pushed far down inside didn't want that fucking always. This pizza is shit. I could have made better pizza with white bread and spaghetti sauce. Soren shrugged and swallowed.
Sunday night on the island. We were lucky they were even open.
They sat next to each other on Soren's couch, the pizza box open on the coffee table. Danny had borrowed a pair of Soren's sweats and a worn SKPD t-shirt. Remarkably, neither Danny nor the t-shirt had burst into flames yet. What is this shit? Danny picked at the weird glob.
Mushrooms.
What, from a can? We have farms that grow fresh mushrooms. This is a travesty.
From where I'm sitting, it looks like a business opportunity.
Danny wondered whether he could convince Cody to install a brick pizza oven when he rebuilt the kiln, and thinking of Cody reminded him of why he'd sought out Soren this evening. That reminds me, he began. Soren glanced at him. Whatever he saw on Danny's face had him narrowing his eyes.
What?
Danny asked with feigned righteousness.
What did you just remember?
I remembered something weird that happened today. His voice rose without his permission. He winced. Soren was going to be, at the very least, concerned. Soren set his plate down, giving Danny his full attention. This was just one of the reasons Soren was good at being a cop. He looked and listened. I went out to Broach today. I figured no time like the present to get more familiar with the kitchen and, you know. Soren didn't respond, only raised his eyebrows in a keep-talking gesture. Danny licked his lips, suddenly feeling nervous, like he'd done something wrong, but he hadn't. Had he? He'd just been curious. When I got there, Cody was upstairs, so I hung out with him for a while. He was unpacking all these boxes and trunks. It was pretty wild what he has stored up there. The eyebrows rose higher. Right, you don't want to hear about that part. When I went back downstairs, the door to Cody's office was open. which was weird because he'd been upstairs all morning and I could have sworn it had been closed when I passed by it earlier. I went to close it. You know, good employee and all. But there was a guy in there. He tried to tell me he was looking for Cody, but you've been in his office, right? It's pretty small. Something about the guy bugged me. He was off, acting weird. Not overtly, but he knew he didn't belong there.
Did he leave?
He did. Danny nodded. But as he was leaving, I realized it was the same guy from the other day.
The other day?
The day of the fire. He and his wife wanted Cody to comp them a bunch of stuff and threatened to give him bad reviews.
The Jameses,
Soren said grimly. His shitty pizza, apparently forgotten, I guess.
Did he say anything to you?
Other than lie about looking for the manager? No. But he was wearing gloves. Danny raised his hands. I know wearing gloves isn't a criminal offense, but... He waved toward the darkness outside. It wasn't cold today. Not really, and surely not cold enough for gloves. Plus, they were thin. Reminded me of golfing gloves. It was weird. The guy rubbed me the wrong way, and I couldn't put my finger on why. Something about him had me thinking about Franjo and Stefan.
What did you do, Danny?
That was Soren, totally ignoring the gloves and homing in on the thing Danny didn't want to admit to, but also had to. Fuck. I followed him.
Excuse me? You followed him?
When he left the grounds, I followed him. Don't you think it's suspicious he's still on Piedra's after he and his whatever she is? Because I don't think they are honeymooners. Claimed they were devastated and made a big scene. Would you want to stay in a place you found so disappointing? If it were me, I'd go somewhere totally different and... He was getting going, now that they had gotten past admitting he'd followed the guy. Say they were on their honeymoon. They were due to check out Friday, from what Cody said. Why are they still on the island 2 days later?
Where did he go?
Did you know there's a private trailer park on the island? Soren nodded. Sea Dreams, I think it's called. That's where he went. I had to keep driving past it. My thing isn't exactly invisible. I passed Sea Dreams and went all the way to English Settlement. That's a cool place, by the way. I hadn't been there. Kim's boyfriend is the park ranger. Did you know that? I said hi and then headed back and decided, what the hell, I'd drive through the trailer park and see if I saw his car anywhere.
Danny.
What? He blinked innocently. Innocent and Danny had parted ways long ago, so Soren wasn't fooled by his act. Soren's eyebrows drew together.
Just tell me what you saw. Or did.
He growled out, sending sexy little quivers up and down Danny's spine.
If anything, please don't tell me you talked to him.
Of course not. Sheesh, he grumbled. I parked along the side of the road by an abandoned fruit stand and walked back. It's not that big of a park. Maybe 20 trailers, 5 to a row. The jackoff's car was parked kind of in the middle. The trailer park was pretty cool as trailer parks went. The units were clean and well-maintained, and colorful, too. Like whoever owned it was trying to keep the Pacific Northwest blues away. Some units seemed to have themes. A blue one had fantastic marine creatures painted across the front. The creep's car was parked by number 12, pretty boring. My favorite was the Sasquatch one. He was on the verge of babbling. Soren didn't care about the mobile home park's decor, but Danny still felt twitchy from his experience, and while he hadn't approached anyone, he had been seen.
Did you see or hear anything? What kind of car was he driving?
I couldn't nose around too much, but I got as close as I could. He or someone else was yelling. I could hear them, but couldn't catch what they were saying. Whoever it was definitely pissed off. Probably that witch he was at the resort with. As he wandered into the trailer park, Danny had gone for the hands-in-pockets slope added to a friend told me about these and I wanted to see them for myself vibe while pretending to wander.
What aren't you telling me?
Danny sighed. Was he an open book for Soren Jorgensen to page through? I'd stopped walking for a second, and the door opened. The guy came out and got into his car. He definitely noticed me. It's not like there was anywhere for me to hide. I kept walking, pretending I was headed to the next unit. Even went up and knocked on the door. Luckily, no one was home.
Did you get the make and model?
A white Tesla.
Soren stared at him. A white Tesla. You're certain?
Danny nodded. The Model S.
I need to make a phone call.
Being unceremoniously escorted to his apartment and left to his own devices was not what Danny had planned for his evening. Not that he'd had an actual plan. Not beyond hunting down Soren in his lair, but at least the carriage house had personality and warmth, Danny thought as he followed Soren's cruiser along the dark road. Soren's tail lights flashed, and then the turn indicator blinked as he slowed and turned into the driveway, pulling forward so Danny had room to park. Soren turned the cruiser around, headlights lighting up the main house and the looming dark trees surrounding it before landing again on the carriage house. Instead of leaving immediately, Soren left the engine running, got out, and met Danny at the base of the stairs.
You make me crazy, he said. When I'm around you, I feel alive. Real. I thought I'd finally forgotten you. But the minute I saw you in the hotel, I knew I hadn't.
He pulled Danny to him, crushing his mouth with a bruising kiss. Danny groaned and met Soren with equal force, equal wanting, because maybe the reason he hadn't met anyone real since Soren was because there was no one else who would ever satisfy him like Soren did. Too soon, Soren let him go.
Don't go anywhere. I'll come by or call when I can.
And then he was gone. Danny stood there watching as the cruiser's tail lights flashed and then disappeared. A couple other cars passed, destination unknown, and Danny realized he'd just made the choice to stay and see where this thing went.
Well, well, well. And what was that?
Kim's voice came out of the darkness, and Danny just about jumped out of his skin. Christ, Kim, what the hell? Kim moved out of the shadows of the side of the house.
Sorry, I heard cars and was coming around to tell you that you should join us. We've got the fire pit going and some cold beers.
Sure. He wasn't sure. He kind of wanted to be alone and think about what Soren had just said, because he was reeling. But maybe being around someone friendly would be good.
Just come on back. We got food, too.
Good. Soren and I ordered from the pizza place. Kim made a face as he turned and made his way around to the back, or front, depending on how you looked at it, of the house.
That place only stays in business because we all get desperate and they'll deliver anywhere on the island.
Winston was relaxing on one of the 4 wooden Adirondack-style recliners.
Hey, he said, lifting his beer.
Don't you have work tomorrow, park ranger guy?
Nope. They can't make me work every day. Well, maybe they could, but I'm off tomorrow.
Kim dragged a 3rd recliner closer to the fire pit.
Have a seat. Do you want a beer?
Danny nodded as he sat down. He was still wearing Soren's sweatpants and the t-shirt, but had grabbed his hoodie. The warmth from the fire felt good, and he leaned forward to soak in more of it. Hey, that's not wood burning?
Environmentally friendly. Sort of. I'm not sure how great propane is, but at least the air is clean.
Kim handed Danny a bottle of IPA from a brewery on one of the other islands and sat back down next to Winston. He didn't say anything, but even in the dim light of the flames and the lights strung up around the massive open area, Danny could see the question in Kim's eyes, or maybe he just wanted to talk to friends. Lifting the bottle, he took a long gulp of beer, enjoying the cool, bitter flavor. I suppose you saw Soren?
Soren?
Winston looked from Danny to Kim.
Well, now that you mention it, I might have seen that big blonde Viking sucking your face off. Just possibly.
Danny groaned and swiped a hand down his face, still feeling Soren's kiss on his lips, Soren's big hands gripping his hips.
What? How did I not know this? I thought Soren and I were friends, although,
Winston continued contemplatively,
he isn't a big talker.
He tends to say like one word and I fill in the rest.
Sweetie, no one is surprised by that,
Kim said. He's shy, Danny said. Always has been. There's other factors too.
Always has been? How long have you known our new deputy?
Asked Kim. The million-dollar question. So, to make a long story a little bit longer, the first time I saw him again was Thursday, when he and the other deputy came to the hotel. Kim and Winston were silent, processing what Danny had shared with them. It was a lot to take in.
Wow. And you really hadn't seen him for almost 3 years? You had no idea he had moved here to Piedras?
Danny cracked his neck, finishing his beer before answering Kim. I had no idea he was here. I'm only here because I hoped, I guess, that with Franjo in prison, it would be the last place any of my family would expect me to be. He stared up through the trees where the stars were hiding. The moon was waning, he thought, its light muted by unseen clouds. I did see him in Skagit once. I had to know if he was alive. I stayed away for a long time, working through cooking school and apprenticing, keeping my head down. About a year after, I couldn't sleep for like a week. I had this bad feeling, right, that something had happened to him and I would never know. Finally, I took a day off and drove to Skagit in the dead of night. I got there at like 5 a.m. It was pitch dark and I felt like a stalker. All I did was drive to his house and sit outside in my car, not knowing what to do. After a couple hours, I saw him leaving, going for a run or something.
You didn't say anything?
No, I figured I'd done enough. He was alive and healthy. I turned around and drove back. They were all quiet for some time. Danny knew what he was thinking. What a fucking loser. But what were Kim and Winston thinking? Did he even want to know? Would Kim ask him to move out?
Do you want another beer? I know I need one.
Winston glanced from Kim to Danny. Danny snorted. Yeah, a beer sounds great. This must be why Soren showed up for lunch kinda out of the blue last week. Winston mused. Oh? Did you know he packs his lunch in a paper sack? It's the cutest thing. Somehow this didn't surprise Danny, but it also rankled that Winston knew and Danny didn't. He needs a good chef to make his lunch for him. All those muscles need better nutrition. PB&J is not going to keep your man in top form. Kim handed him another beer and one to Winston. Danny sat on the edge of the recliner, staring into the flames, trying to frame his next question. He took a sip of the beer. This one was different. A saison, maybe, sour, instead of the bitterness of an IPA. Maybe the moon was in Venus, or there was a rift in the space-time continuum. But Danny couldn't seem to keep himself from asking, "Do you guys want me to move?"
What? Why?
Why? Maybe because my relatives have the moral compass of a scorpion. Maybe because everything I touch turns to ash. Maybe because, I don't know, but sometimes I don't even like being around me.
Dramatic much?
Winston chuckled. Kim glanced at his partner and snorted, which somehow led to Winston snort chuckling, and the next thing Danny knew, he was laughing along with them. Not just laughing, but belly laughing so hard tears were streaming out of his eyes and his stomach started to hurt. Clearly, laughing muscles were not something he exercised often enough. "Fuck you," he managed between gasps. "Just fuck right off."
"Seriously, though,"
Kim began once he had himself under control.
"We don't want you to move. Right, Win?"
"Nope, you stay. We specialize in screwed up bio families. We should come up with a motto. Mine is over the top. Just saying, like in case you missed the murdering, human trafficking, drug dealing part." Win stood up, a bit wobbly, and stepped over to where Danny sat. Raising his beer, he tapped Danny with it on the top of his head and then his right and left cheeks. "I, Winston Parsons, hereby declare you emancipated and a full member of the Parsons Car Family Collective. Our family is a safe, supportive entity, and, you'll be safe." Did I say that?
"God, you are such a nerd,"
Kim declared.
I love you so much. Now sit back down before you fall in the fire.
Yeah, okay. Winston collapsed onto Kim. The recliner creaked, but held. Chapter 20. Soren. Sunday night. Leaving Danny at the carriage house was one of the hardest things Soren had ever done. He'd bared his soul, and now he was scared. Scared Danny would leave again, that Soren's words would frighten him off. But he had to meet Bertie at the station. The information from Danny turned everything around. Soren already hadn't liked the arrogant honeymooners, but he tried not to let his feelings affect the investigation. What he couldn't figure out was why they would report stolen jewelry and then go back to the hotel, or why they would lie about staying on the island. He carted into the back entrance of the station. As he suspected, Bertie had beaten him there, but then she hadn't been kissing Danny Petra, had she? Bertie had her desktop up and going. She glanced over at him as he threaded his way through the bullpen.
Hey, what have you found?
He asked. By the expression on her face, he knew she was on to something. Soren pulled out his chair and sat down, powering up his own computer. I did a little more research on Alexander and Donna James.
And?
The Alexander James who lives at the address they gave us is 86 years old. No idea about the woman yet.
Huh.
Yeah. He tapped the desk before pulling out the notepad where he kept all his thoughts and notes about cases. One thing working alongside Adam Clay had taught him was to consider everything, even if it seemed ridiculous. A good investigator looked at every tiny fact from every direction they could think of.
Okay, so let's make a timeline.
Standing, Soren rolled the whiteboard over to their desks. It was covered with Sheriff Dempsey's scrawl about schedules and coverage while he was out. Soren wiped the board clean, ignoring Bertie's protests, and found a working dry erase pen. Uncapping the pen, Soren wrote the first thing he thought of. Fire. Brooch. Add the English settlement and Lulu's.
The park fire was almost a month ago. Do you think it's related?
Bertie pursed her lips, thinking, not really, but let's not leave it out.
Okay.
Soren added jewelry, missing, ? Fire, park, fire, Lulu's, James's, alias, maybe, ? Who are they really?
Danny said he saw James at the mobile home park, number 12.
He added that to the list.
Who owns the park? Will they tell us anything?
Clarabelle Delacombe owns the property but rents the parcels. We'll need to go through her nephew, Shay. He takes care of all her legal affairs now.
Will he help us out? Or do we need a court order?
We can ask, but we're going to need a good reason. Like more than this man isn't who he says he is. As far as we know, he hasn't done anything illegal, and... She raised an eyebrow. Danny Petra seeing him in Cody's office is not an offense we can easily charge him with. Even the possible fake identity is iffy.
I know, I'm just thinking out loud.
A thump on the back door startled Soren. He shot Bertie a glance. That should be the team from West Coast Forensics. They called half an hour ago to say they were on the ferry. I guess there was bad fog earlier that messed up their flight schedule. The good news is Ryder Man came along. If anyone can figure out who Alexander James really is, it's him. He'll be a lot faster than our usual channels, she added as she headed to the door to let their guests inside. Soren stood when they entered, and they all shook hands and introduced themselves.
Thanks for coming at such short notice.
Kimball Fry nodded solemnly.
I have some spare time on my hands at the moment. Besides, we promised Hammerson our resources, and I don't want the man quitting on us.
Fry was in his 40s and had a shock of prematurely silver hair. He didn't match Soren's height, but he was a big man. Underneath the thick parka, knit cap, and scarf he was wrapped up in, Soren suspected there was someone who kept himself fit. Ryder Man was around Soren's age or younger and much shorter, 5'7" and a couple of pennies, maybe. He was just as engulfed in cold weather clothing as Fry, so much that it was difficult to tell what he looked like, aside from the heavy-framed glasses that gave him a scholarly demeanor.
It's great to meet you both. Sorry it's under such unfortunate circumstances.
Don't be sorry.
I've met some of my best friends under circumstances like these. It's an occupational hazard. Speaking of which, he pointed a thumb over his shoulder. This yahoo assigned himself as my partner for this extremely short and low-risk trip. Company policy, Ryder interjected, which, you wrote, states no travel without a partner, and I'm the only one in the office not swamped with a case. And even if I was, I can do my work from almost anywhere, which you also know. Somehow Soren thought the two men had had this argument several times recently, maybe even in the last hour. Fry glanced upward as if looking for patience, but Soren thought he spotted a twitch of a smile on his lips. Nice to meet you, too, Deputy Jorgensen. Call me Ryder. And Deputy Flynn, it's nice to see you again. Now, do you have a place I can set this bad boy up? Ryder patted his leather messenger bag as if it held the Holy Grail. From what you've said, I have some searching to do. While Kimball and Ryder were getting settled, Soren drew a line down the middle of the whiteboard and reorganized the list on the right side. Park fire, ? Brooch fire. Jewelry reported missing, A and D. James. Lulu's fire. Brian Reynolds murdered. White Tesla. James's still on island, claimed leaving. In between the first two fires, he added, Sheriff Dempsey leaves for vacation. Opportunity? After hesitating for a second, he also added, Danilo Petra. Soren didn't believe Danny had anything to do with the fires, murder or missing jewelry, but not putting him on the list was ignoring the elephant in the room. Fuck, he hated this. Bertie gave a slight nod, and Soren knew he'd done the right thing.
Damn, I wish we'd gotten to the arson sites today, Kimball said, glancing at the wall clock, which had just ticked past 11. Not much you can do when the planes aren't flying.
Were you able to tell anything from the pictures we emailed? Soren propped his hip against his desk, waiting for Kimball's reply.
From what Chief Flynn said over the phone, I agree with him that the restaurant fire was likely started using gasoline as an accelerant. The photographs he sent with the scorching confirm that. Gasoline has a distinctive burn pattern. I was hoping to locate the flash point, just for confirmation purposes. The burn pattern appears a little different for the fire out at the restaurant, and I want to look at the char in person before I confirm it, but I don't believe it was gasoline. Possibly turpentine.
Like paint thinner?
Bertie asked.
Exactly.
Soren thought back to the work Cody Prescott was having done at the Brooch. Freshening up, he'd called it. Several of the cottages had been recently painted, and there was work going on inside the main building, too. Whoever had set the Brooch fire could easily have taken paint thinner from one of the cottages or even from the painter's van. He doubted most people on the island worried about someone stealing those sorts of supplies, and the workers might not have noticed it was gone. Ryder had his laptop open, and he clicked a shortcut on his home screen. Where should I start? Bertie pointed at the board. We need to find out who the Jameses really are and if they have any connection to Brian Reynolds. Brian was the driver we found murdered Friday morning. What else do you know about the deceased? Ryder's fingers were poised above the keyboard like he was waiting for the word go. Brian had been in trouble before, but not for several years. He spent time in jail for domestic violence about 3 years ago. After his time was served, he'd been a model citizen, really trying to make up for his past. Okay, and this other couple, do you have any pictures of them? I can try running them through my facial recognition software. Soren turned to his ancient desktop.
I can pull something off the feed here, most likely. Bertie and I looked at the security feed from the hotel and didn't see either of them on it. Of course, the system is old and should be updated.
Let me take a look anyway.
Ryder rattled off his email address and Soren compressed the video and sent it to him.
Danilo Petra.
Bertie stared at Soren, daring him to protest.
He's new to the island and related to the Petra crime family. He worked at Lulu's, the diner that burned, and has just started as a chef at the Brooch. I did a simple search on him, and he doesn't have any priors as an adult. His juvenile records are sealed.
That's an unusual name. Do you know his birthday or how old he is?
Soren realized he couldn't answer that question, not with any accuracy.
He was born and raised in Hoquiam. I think he's in his mid-20s.
Cool, I can work with that.
Ryder turned back to his laptop and began typing. The emergency line rang. startling all of them. Soren was closest, so he picked up the phone.
PCS emergency.
There was a man here. He had a gun. The caller's voice was panicked and reedy. Soren immediately put the call on speaker so the others could hear it and stood up, grabbing his jacket. His heart was pounding. After what Danny had told him back at the apartment, he had a bad feeling about this, a very bad feeling.
Who is this?
Soren zipped up his PCS fleece.
Are you safe?
It's Cody Prescott. Cody took in a shuddering breath. He's gone, I think. But he made Danny go with him. I think Danny went with him on purpose. I'm confused about what happened. Soren froze.
Cody, are you somewhere safe?
Bertie was pulling on her tactical gear. Soren started moving again. I'm in my office.
Hang up the phone and stay where you are. Lock the door. We're on the way.
The bullpen was quiet for a few seconds after Cody disconnected.
Go,
said Kimball.
We'll do what we can from here. If Ryder learns something, one of us will call you. Be careful out there.
Bertie and Soren jogged out to the parking lot. I'll lead, Bertie said. Soren nodded and slipped behind the wheel of his patrol car.
Was he wrong about Danny?
Had this been a long game of Danny pulling the wool over Soren's eyes, making him think he was a good guy, making the best of a bad situation? He started the engine, following Bertie onto Spring Street. Had he been a complete fool from the very beginning? They turned onto the Island Highway, the only cars in sight. This late on a Sunday, most of the island was tucked into bed for the night. Except Danny Petra. God damn it! Soren pounded the steering wheel with one hand. It didn't make sense. Danny had been the one to tell Soren about seeing James at the brooch and following him to the mobile home park. Why would he turn around and leave again? Although Danny hadn't promised to stay home. Had he? Soren hadn't given him time to say anything. No. His heart of hearts protested, pushing back against his black, terrible thoughts. You are not wrong about Danilo Petra. Whatever Danny had been doing at brooch tonight was... Well, Cody had admitted he was confused. Soren needed to focus on facts, not conjecture, not his imagination, not his own insecurities where his lover was concerned. He just wished Danny wasn't smack in the middle of whatever was about to go down. Chapter 21. Danny. Sunday night. Danny extricated himself from his well-meaning but slightly tipsy friends. The effects of his own beers had long since disappeared. He left Kim and Winston talking quietly as they lay squished together on one of the recliners. He had a lot to think about, most especially Soren Jorgensen. As he was climbing the stairs to his front door, his phone buzzed. Thinking it was Soren, he pulled it out of his hoodie pocket. It wasn't Soren, but it was a number he recognized. Cody, what's up? Can you get over here, like, right now? Danny's heart started to pound too fast. Cody sounded panicked. He turned and made his way back down the stairs to his car. What's wrong? Okay, look, I couldn't sleep, and damn it, I want to find those paintings if they exist, which I am starting to think they don't. I went back upstairs and was going through stuff. There is so much, and I've hardly made a dent in it. Danny could tell Cody was about to head off on a tangent. Focus, Cody. Why exactly are you calling me? Just, can you get out here? He repeated. Right now, I'm in my office. If it had been anyone else, Danny would have said no. Whatever it was could wait until the morning. But this was Cody, who Danny liked to think was becoming his friend as well as his employer. 10 minutes. I'm leaving now. Unlocking his car, Danny got behind the wheel and backed out of his spot. Fittingly, Survivin' by Bastille began to play through his speakers. He had to agree with the singer. He'd been living his life backward, and it was time to change all that. He'd be fine. More than fine. Being fine meant he needed to stick around for Soren, allow friends like Kim and Winston to be a part of his life for real, and help out Cody Prescott when he called at the backside of midnight. He tapped quietly on Cody's office door. It opened just a crack, and Danny saw a sliver of Cody's face before he opened it so Danny could enter. Cody shut the door and leaned back against it dramatically, as if he was keeping wolves at bay. Thank God you're here.
Danny stepped past the painting supplies that had been stashed on one side of the door and took a good look at Cody, whose pale skin had an unhealthy ashen tone to it. "Are you feeling okay? What the hell is going on?" Before answering, Cody turned the thumb lock. Danny could have told him it wouldn't keep out anyone who really wanted in, but he kept his mouth shut. That was like twice in one day. He must be going through a maturity phase. "I found some money," Cody said. Danny squinted at him. "What?" "I found a suitcase full of money upstairs, hidden. Money, lots of money." Okay, you found some money. Why did you call me? Why are you not celebrating or booking that trip to Monte Carlo? Vegas is closer, I guess. You know about stuff like this, right? Because of..." His voice dropped even lower. "Your family?" A little color flooded back into his cheeks, as if he was embarrassed. Danny ran that comment through his brain several times before understanding what Cody was implying. Oh, you think as a Petra I have experience with random suitcases full of money?" He shook his head. Cody, I don't know who else to call." "The police?" Danny offered, wondering just how many Petras would suggest calling the cops as a choice. "One," he decided. "Where is it?" He looked around, but saw no evidence of a suitcase full of money. "It's just... come on." Danny followed Cody across the dim lobby. There was a placard on the desk that read "Ring for service." "Where's the desk guy?" "Michael's in the back." The hotel was eerily quiet. It was late, but Danny knew at least a few guests were staying the night and would expect breakfast in the morning. He found himself tiptoeing, as if they were trying not to wake a sleeping monster. Once they reached the third floor, Cody headed to a different room than the one Danny had found him in earlier. The door creaked alarmingly when Cody pushed it open. "Shit, I need to oil that." The room was similar to the other in that it was packed with the paraphernalia that had collected over the almost 150-year history of the building. What was different was the modern suitcase Cody dragged out from behind a large wooden crate. Laying it down, Cody knelt in front of it, opened the lid, and pushed it all the way back so Danny could see inside. Holy fuck! The suitcase was packed with $100 bills. Packed! Side to side, top to bottom. This was more money than Danny had ever seen in his life. Sure, he'd heard his uncles and grandfather talk about money, even discuss millions of dollars, but he'd never actually seen that much for real. "How much do you think is there?" he asked, kneeling beside Cody, who was shaking like a leaf. Cody turned his head, blinking at Danny as if even comprehending the question was impossible. I have no idea. Do you mind if I look at it?" Danny reached out a hand to pick up one of the bundles. Cody shook his head. Danny counted how deep the bundles were, as well as how many lined one edge, and did the math. It was weird to hold that much money in one hand. The bills were hundreds, and there were 1,000 in each bundle. He pulled out his phone to use the calculator. Holy fucking fuck, there had to be at least $2 million. And he thought it likely that was a low estimate. Jesus, Cody, there's millions here. He hadn't thought it possible, but Cody paled even further, and for a second, Danny thought he was going to pass out. He put a hand out to keep his friend from falling over. "Millions?" he squeaked, breathing way too fast. "What the fuck was my uncle doing with all this money?" Danny had an idea, though Cody wouldn't like it. Maybe this suitcase was the real reason Cody's uncle had been murdered. If he'd double-crossed the Petra family or someone else, Franjo Petra had never said anything about missing money. But then he wouldn't. Would he, if he didn't want the cops getting their hands on it? It was possible the money didn't have anything to do with his family. Danny snorted. If he was going to believe that, he was also going to invest his meager savings in cryptocurrency. "Why do you think it's your uncle's, or was his?" Cody stood and started pacing, making the small room feel even smaller.
It probably wasn't his, or it wouldn't be hidden up here. I mean, how ridiculous is that?
The floor creaked underneath his feet, and Cody stopped moving.
Crap. I think there's someone staying in the room below.
Danny closed the suitcase and got to his feet. Obviously, he was going to have to take charge, at least for now. Cody was so overwhelmed and exhausted he couldn't think straight. Had the guy slept at all in the past few days? Since the night of the fire?
Call the police in the morning. They'll know what to do.
His grandfather must be twirling in his grave at Danny's words. He wanted to laugh, but Cody wouldn't understand.
But what if I'm jumping to conclusions? What if this was my uncle's and he just preferred to keep his savings in a suitcase? It would really help the hotel if I had an influx of cash. I don't know what to do,
Cody wailed.
Hey, take a deep breath and let's think for a minute. Let's go back downstairs. Do you want to take the suitcase or leave it here?
Cody stared at him. Right. Danny was in charge right now.
Let's leave it. It's been safe enough up here, right? Yeah. Okay.
On the way back downstairs, Danny remembered the creep who'd been in Cody's office the day before. He hadn't told Cody about it. Chasing the guy off had been enough at the time, and later, after Danny followed him, he'd figured he'd tell Cody when he got to work. Which, in hindsight, was a terrible choice. Hindsight waited for Cody and Danny in the office. As they quietly crossed the lobby again, Danny noticed the night service bell had been moved from the front desk. It seemed odd. He didn't know how the night clerk job worked, but he figured the bell at least needed to be available in case a guest arrived extremely late. Cody was in no state to notice a missing bell or anything else. His entire body was quivering with nerves and probably lack of sleep. Danny opened his mouth to ask as he followed Cody down the darkened service corridor. Instead, he said, "Is the power out? I don't remember it being this dark when I came in." It wasn't pitch dark, but it was darker than usual.
No, the lights get turned down after 11.
Cody had his keys out and was peering at the door handle.
But with this place, who knows anymore? Maybe it's our ghost messing with the electrical. I'll have to check the breaker for this part of the building.
He started to slide the key into the lock, but the door opened without him turning it.
Dang it, I thought I locked the door. And I know I left the desk light on. Maybe the power is out.
Danny grabbed at his arm and missed. Cody stepped into the office, and the overhead light flicked on, momentarily blinding them. A bulky figure stepped out from behind the door. Staring down the barrel of a gun was not one of Danny's favorite activities. It never had been. Not even back in the day when his much older cousins and uncles had thought playing chicken with him was fun. But, to his advantage, having a gun pointed at him wasn't an entirely new experience.
Why are you in my office? What are you doing here? Aren't you... Mr. James, do you think you could put the gun down? It's making me nervous.
Cody seemed to be one of those people who talked more, not less, when threatened, and Danny thought maybe Cody didn't want the answer to all those questions. Not when a gun could answer them.
"We need to have a little talk, a conversation. Sit."
James waved the weapon toward one of the two chairs by Cody's desk.
"You too."
This time the gun was pointed at Danny. With a quiet whimper, Cody fainted, collapsing into a heap on the carpet, or at least Danny thought that's what happened. 1 minute he was weighing options, sit or not. Cody was a liability in this situation. Danny had never before considered that his unusual upbringing meant he was better equipped to deal with the criminal element.
"What the hell? Get the fuck up!"
James came from behind the desk to kick Cody viciously in the ribs. Cody moaned, but didn't get up or even open his eyes. Danny wanted to lunge for the gun, but he was on the wrong side of the man, and the last thing he wanted was his friend getting shot. Once in a lifetime was enough, thank you.
"You look familiar."
James looked at Danny closely.
"Who are you?"
"Danny Peters, the head chef."
James's eyes narrowed, and he shook his head, but the gun stayed pointed straight at Danny.
"No. I know you from somewhere else.
Danny's worst fears were being confirmed. He was a fool. The money and probably a bunch of the other shit had everything to do with his shitty family, and the only way to get out of this bullshit situation and save his friend was to bluff. He needed to think like his grandfather and uncles, because playing the nice guy was not going to get him and Cody out of this situation. Go big or go home. Go big or get dead. The guy Soren had found murdered in his car popped into his head. You weren't supposed to kill the driver. What the fuck were you thinking? Jesus Christ. James was probably third-string muscle trying to double-cross the Petra family, a bottom feeder, doing his best to grab what he could while Franjo rotted in prison like he deserved. The gun wavered slightly, and Danny wondered if the guy knew how hard it was to keep a nearly 2-pound gun steady for more than a few minutes. All that did was bring attention to yourself. What the fuck were you thinking? He needed to keep the guy talking. He needed to get the guy out of the hotel and away from Cody and other innocent guests.
Who are you?
James gritted out, squinting at him, trying to figure out where Danny fit in. Danny shifted to move closer to him. The man was a murderer, but Danny had him unsure. I am your worst nightmare. I'm Danilo Petra. Franjo sent me here to clean up this mess. Fuck, he hoped Cody was passed out, because if he heard, he'd never trust Danny again. And if Franjo ever found out Danny had used his name, it might actually be funny if Danny weren't scared shitless. James's eyes widened as he realized just who he'd pulled a gun on. Put that thing away. We don't need it.
Where's the money?
James didn't put the gun away, though he lowered it a bit. Maybe he was slightly brighter than the average hired muscle. Upstairs, jackass. It was weird how treating this guy with contempt led to him following Danny's instructions. Danny had seen his uncles do it time after time, and it always worked, even with this shithead.
We need the money. De Leon isn't waiting any longer.
Ping. Paco de Leon, de facto head of a mid-range drug cartel out of southern Mexico and Guatemala. Danny had heard of him. His grandfather had hated him. Truly, his grandfather hated most people, but De Leon had done something to earn his eternal hatred. Dealing with him had been considered a necessary evil. The money is here, if you haven't fucked everything up by scaring the shit out of the manager. Cody moaned and curled up, holding his side but still not opening his eyes. James, or whatever his name really was, moved, lifting the weapon slightly. Danny grabbed his arm. Don't do any more damage than you already have. For fuck's sake, do you not have any brains at all?
He's a liability.
He's our way off this rock.
We've got a boat.
Of course they did. I know where the money is. Unlike the rest of my family, I don't like leaving a trail of bodies. I'm quiet, and... He nodded at Cody. If you kill him, I can't guarantee any of us will get out alive. You were supposed to be subtle. Wasn't that the plan? Danny had to get James away from the hotel. How was he going to keep Cody and anyone else from getting hurt? Or hurt worse? Where's your boat? It's not here. He said it like he knew it, but he was fairly sure they wouldn't moor here at the hotel with its randomly staffed border control office at the marina. They'd have it stashed somewhere they could get to it and away without many people noticing.
Past the mobile home park.
Oh, right, where I spotted you yesterday, Mr. Fucking Obvious. He shook his head, thinking fast. Tie his hands and feet, and shove him under the desk in case anyone comes looking. He'll be quiet. Because if he isn't, I know who his friends are, don't I? Was he laying it on too thick?
You fucking tie him up.
Okay, so maybe Danny wasn't in as much control as he'd hoped, but at least there wasn't any shooting. Rolling his eyes, he held out a hand. I left my supply of zip ties in my other pants. James tossed Danny a thick roll of tape left behind by the painters. Danny caught it with one hand. Kneeling, Danny taped Cody's narrow wrists and ankles together tight enough it would satisfy Fuckhead. With effort, Cody would probably be able to break free when he came to. Then he dragged his friend behind the ancient desk and pushed him underneath it. He's still out. Not true. Cody had opened one eye while Danny was shoving him under there. Danny had moved his own eyes back and forth, hoping Cody got the message not to do anything stupid. Standing up again, Danny brushed his jeans off before saying, "Shall we go?"
"Why haven't I heard of you before?"
James's brain seemed to be catching up with Danny's mouth. "Do you want the money or not? You haven't heard of me because I am much, much smarter than my cousins. People don't hear my name until they're dead." James had the gun up again and waved it at Danny.
"Show me where the damn money is."
James made Danny carry the suitcase back down the 3 flights of stairs and out to his car.
"Get in. You're driving."
Danny got in the driver's side of the white Tesla. Too bad he didn't have time to admire the fancy dashboard and gadgety stuff.
"Helps to know where I'm going." "South. When you get to the end of the drive."
They were heading, Danny assumed, to the mobile home park where James's partner in crime was waiting. A Tesla as a getaway car? Interesting choice. What happens if you have to stop and charge it? What's the range on this thing anyway? Danny actually liked Teslas and had had the chance to drive one before, so he knew how to get it started, but damn if he wasn't going to keep looking for ways to stall James in hopes that Cody would get out of the restraints and call the police. He ran his hand along the seat cushion, caressing it like he would a lover. "I heard this is vegan leather. Are you a vegan?" "I suppose not, since you murdered that guy the other day. Or maybe vegans just don't like to murder their food, or, in this case, car seats, but murdering other humans is fine."
"Shut the fuck up and drive."
The gun glinted in the light from the fake gas lantern surrounding the parking lot. Danny pressed the brake pedal and slipped the car into gear. Was it a moral failing that he wished he could enjoy this drive in a sweet ride he would never be able to afford? And what if James killed him anyway? The late-night roads were empty of other vehicles, and Danny increased the speed just a little. If this was his last drive, he was making it a good one. He tried not to think about Soren. He tried to keep his focus on the ride, the road, the white lines on the shoulder. But it proved impossible. He couldn't go back and change what had happened before, and maybe he would have made the same decisions at the time. But now, this time around, he admitted he wanted to try harder to see if what they seemed to have could become more. He loved it when quiet Soren challenged him, didn't put up with his shit, and did it in a way no one else ever had. Maybe it wouldn't work out between them, but Danny wanted to try for real. He didn't want Soren to think he'd run away again. Danny darted a glance at James out of the corner of his eye. Unfortunately, he had a feeling the man intended to feed him to the fishes. The jury was still out on whether James believed Danny was one of Franjo's moles. "So what's the plan now?" His voice seemed loud in the quiet of the electric car.
"The plan is for you to continue keeping your mouth shut."
The car swept around the last curve before the mobile home park. Habit had Danny's hand looking for the turn indicator, but it wasn't where he expected it to be. There was no one else on the road anyhow. Without needing direction, Danny headed down the second row of homes to where number 12 was located. Even though the hour was late, there were lights on.
"Get out. Don't do anything funny, or I'll shoot you."
Danny snorted. "Shoot me here and wake up all the residents? I don't think so. Besides, you need to check in with Franjo, and you're going to need me alive." More lies. Franjo, or more likely one of his real cronies, was running this gig from afar, probably some sort of double-cross, an attempt to get to the money before De Leon. Franjo Petra may have been in federal prison, but Danny felt his influence in this. Franjo had hated Danny all Danny's life, and, to be fair, the feeling was mutual. If Franjo knew Danny was here, he'd have James kill him without a second thought.
"Get the suitcase out of the back."
Danny was getting tired of having a gun pointed at him, very tired. But he walked around to the back of the car, and when James popped the trunk with his fob, Danny lifted the suitcase out. It must have weighed 100 pounds.
He upped his estimate to at least $3 million. If James had anything but a gun, Danny would act, do something, throw the suitcase at him. But the gun was a wild card. A bullet could go in any direction. Danny wasn't the only person in danger here. Bullets would pierce the walls of these older mobile homes like butter. He was, in a word, fucked. Chapter 22. Soren. Sunday night. The bulletproof vest Soren put on was tight around his chest, but he supposed it was better than the alternative. He had no intention of getting shot again. Side by side, he and Bertie approached the resort's front doors. He was jumpy, and he felt Bertie twitch, uneasy as they drew closer. His fingers closed around the grip of his weapon. He prayed it would stay in its holster. The lobby door burst open, and Soren flinched. But it was only Cody Prescott rushing out to meet them. The younger man was visibly shaking, and his skin was unhealthily pale. Come here. Prescott stumbled, but managed to grab Soren's arm, tugging him inside. In here, hurry. He was pointing behind himself. Soren met Bertie's eyes. Should they go in? She nodded. Cody sagged against him, and Soren quickly wrapped his arm around the other man's waist to keep him from falling.
Can you tell us what happened?
Soren asked as the three of them entered the lobby. At first glance, it seemed peaceful and quiet, as it should be at this time of night. He's there, in the back room. Tears dripped down Cody's cheeks. The man with the gun? Bertie asked. No, Michael's back there. Help him. The man with the gun, Mr. James, is gone. In the light of the lobby, Soren saw Cody's wrists were red and irritated. Soren eased him onto one of the uncomfortable-looking couches. Taking off his PCS fleece, he wrapped it around Cody's slim shoulders.
Can you tell me what happened?
He asked.
The ambulance is on its way.
Bertie stepped behind the check-in desk and pushed the employees-only door open. Soren saw her shoulders stiffen, and she looked back at him, shaking her head, her mouth in a tight line as she let the door shut behind her. Cody looked up at him, his eyes wide. I called Danny.
You called Danny?
First rule, don't interrupt the witness. Damn it.
Sorry, keep going.
I called Danny because I didn't know what to do. I thought he could help me. What am I supposed to do with something like that? It doesn't happen every day. I don't know what I was thinking. It just scared me.
Screw this. Slow down. Something like what? Take a few deep breaths and start from the beginning. Don't worry, you're safe now.
He hoped so anyway. Cody drew in a breath and released it slowly. Through a tall, narrow window set next to the lobby door, Soren watched the ambulance pull in behind their cruisers. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
You've done nothing wrong,
Soren assured him. He didn't know if it was true, but Cody was close to collapsing. Another deep breath. I've been looking for some artwork I remember from when I was a kid. I couldn't sleep tonight. Last night, I guess. Anyway, I went back upstairs. It's not an attic, but it's been kind of treated like one. I found it behind a big crate. I still can't believe it. Foster Jennings opened the front door and held it for Devin Flynn, who Soren was surprised to see. Each man carried a medibag. Cody's eyes darted to the two of them and back to Soren.
What did you find?
A body? Dissected human remains? Soren's imagination took him to a grim place. A suitcase full of money, a lot of money. I don't even know how much money, at least $1 million. Foster was one of the best-looking men Soren had ever laid eyes on, and even if it was not the right time to think that, he did anyway.
Bertie's in the back.
Michael's back there. Cody sucked in another deep breath. He was shot. Foster headed for the back. Devin moved to join him, but Soren stopped him.
Can you take over here? Cody needs to be looked at. I think maybe he's in shock.
Devin approached them and set his bag down, then knelt in front of Cody, gently looking at his injuries.
Can you keep talking? We need to know what else happened.
Cody dragged his attention back to Soren. I called Danny.
You said. Why Danny?
Cody bit his lip. It was stupid, and I regret it. But I thought maybe he'd know what to do with the money or something. I panicked.
Soren wasn't entirely sure how to phrase his next question. He and Danny hadn't had a chance to talk about much. Had Danny come clean with Cody about his family history? Soren couldn't come up with another reason why Cody might think Danny was the one he should call when he found $1 million stashed in a suitcase. Cody saved him from having to ask.
Danny told me some things.
About his family?
Cody nodded.
This is going to sting,
Devin said as he began to apply disinfectant to the scrapes on Cody's left wrist.
Shit, that hurts. Yes, he did. So stupidly, I called him when I found the money. I couldn't think of anyone else.
And he came. Damn it, Danny.
He did, and I showed it to him, the suitcase.
And then what happened?
And then we came downstairs, and a guy was waiting in my office.
Cody flushed bright red. The man was going to give himself a heart attack at this rate.
I fainted, and I don't remember much else. He kicked me, and Danny tied me up with tape.
Danny tied you up?
Had Soren been completely wrong about him?
He did it as loose as possible. I know he didn't want to, but James made him. I'm pretty sure. I woke up while he was taping me, and he waggled his eyes back and forth like he was saying no.
Did he say anything? What else did you hear?
He was trying to convince the guy that Danny, was a gangster or something. I was in and out, but I definitely remember that part.
Devin dug around in his bag and pulled out a roll of lifesavers. He opened it and handed one to Cody.
Suck on this.
Cody flushed again, but took the candy.
Where did they go?
What?
Cody looked back at Soren. Soren dug deep for restraint. What he wanted to do was take Cody Prescott by the shoulders and shake him until he started making sense. He was a patient man, but even he had his limits.
Did James say where he and Danny were going?
Cody's eyes closed as he tried to recall what he'd heard.
There was a mobile home park. Danny said something about me being their ticket off the island, and James said they had a boat. I don't think it's here.
He frowned.
But I'm not sure. Everything is jumbled up. I'm sorry.
The employee door opened again, and Foster came out.
We need the gurney.
Devin blinked and shook his head.
Cody, the doc should take a look at you.
He strode off to get the gurney, Soren assumed.
Don't move unless it's to climb in the ambulance. I need to talk to Birdie.
I can't leave the hotel unattended.
Now, Cody looked stubborn. Soren thought about Kimball and Ryder back at the station. Not them.
What about Kim Carr? He'd come to help you out.
It's the middle of the night.
If Kim called you in the middle of the night, would you turn him down?
Of course not.
His voice rose in indignation.
Exactly. Call him now.
Chapter 23.
Danny.
Sunday.
Dead of night.
Danny wondered what was keeping James, or whatever his real name was, from killing him outright. But the longer he was alive, the longer he had to try to escape. Because fuck this, he and Soren had just found each other again like some couple in a fucking Hallmark commercial, and he wasn't letting his fucking family take that from him again. This creep may not have been related to Danny, but he was a puppet of the Petras, or the DeLeons. Why are we stopping here? Danny stalled, not wanting to go into the mobile home. Inside, he'd be trapped. Who's here? Because the way I see it, the more people that know you found the money, the more likely you are to end up dead. James stopped walking.
What are you talking about?
I know Paco de Leon. I've met him. If he doesn't have his goons waiting, locked and loaded with bullets personally engraved for you, then I'm fucking Santa Claus. You think he's going to reward you, don't you? Maybe give you a percentage of the cash that's in this suitcase? A finder's fee? Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. Christ, you people are so stupid.
What are you talking about?
The man repeated. Why do you think I'm here? You didn't think he'd let you do this job without any supervision. Not after being a guest in the big house for a few years. Who knows who got to you in that time? I'm here to make sure this operation goes the way my cousin wants it to go. Looks to me like you're here to fuck it up." The man glared at Danny, coming to some sort of conclusion.
"I saw you in Prescott's office. You're nobody. Why are you so scared if you think I'm nobody?"
James was scared. Danny could tell. Fear was rolling off him in waves. And Danny wondered what double, triple cross he'd had planned that Danny had managed to fuck up. A light came on in one of the other mobile homes, spooking the man even more.
"Put the suitcase back in the car," he hissed. "And get back behind the wheel. Any funny stuff, and I'll shoot you in the head."
The back of the SUV was still open. Danny hefted the suitcase back inside, where it landed with a whump. This was good. He could work with this. He needed to get the man with the gun away from people, away from where innocents could get hurt. Unfortunately, the front door of number 12 opened, and a woman appeared. Bundled up in a parka and fuzzy slippers, she stepped out of the house. "What's going on?" "Get inside." Her words floated out into the dark. It was long past midnight. Their voices were too loud. They seemed to echo all over, and more than one resident was going to be disturbed by the noise. Danny considered bolting. In the dark, he would have an advantage, right? His jeans and hoodie were black, and once he was out of the mobile home park, he could hide in English settlement or in the woods along the road until morning, or until they got tired of looking for him. The only problem with that option, such as it was that James and his partner would still be out there. They'd have the money, and they would find out that Danny was not who he claimed, not entirely, anyway, and that would put everyone Danny knew in more danger. Danny needed to get these two away from Piedras forever. Danny wasn't a killer, but for Soren, for Hazel and Dutch, for Kim and Winston, he'd do what he had to do. He had the beginnings of a plan, one that could end up with him dead as well, but in order for it to work, he needed the creep to get back in the car. So he waited in the front seat of that car, hoping and praying, which worked for about 10 seconds until a second door opened, this one to one of the mobile homes that was probably not a VRBO or Airbnb.
"Quiet hours are from 10 to 6,
Dutch said quietly, shutting the door behind him.
"Those of us who live here ask that you respect them."
Shit. Danny had no idea Dutch lived out here.
"Terry, I don't know what you're up to, but I'm regretting telling Rod you were okay to rent to."
Terry. Who was Terry? Danny racked his brain. He knew he'd heard the name, and in the last few days. "Get back inside, Dutch. This has nothing to do with you," the woman hissed. The fear and anxiety Danny had managed to shove aside when it was only him in danger, once Cody had been left behind at Broach, reasserted itself. He turned his head back toward James and Terry as if he was casually waiting for them to get into the car. Just a driver. No need to look too closely. Please don't see him. It hit him. Terry was Dutch's sister. Back at Lulu's, the night Dutch had been forced to have her kids sit for him, Dutch had been anxious about it, worried because Terry had always been in trouble as a teen and adult, but he was trying to believe she'd turned over a new leaf. Not so much, it appeared. She'd been the woman with James, pretending to be newlyweds.
"I was in trouble too," Dutch had said that night. "But then Hazel came around and everything changed, and even more so when her mom passed. It's just me and Hazel against the world these days."
Could things get any worse? Danny cursed himself for letting that thought cross his mind. Not with the goon and Terry on one side of him, and Dutch and presumably Hazel on the other, and millions of dollars of drug money packed into a suitcase behind the driver's seat. At least Cody was safe back at the hotel. Had he escaped and managed to call the police? Danny hoped so.
"Shut your hole, Terry," the man growled.
His tone made Danny's skin crawl. Danny saw James come to a decision. He glanced at Terry, at Dutch, and back at Terry. Moving away from the car, James grabbed Terry.
"Shut the fuck up and get in the car. We need to get to the boat."
She opened her mouth to argue, But she must have seen the same thing Danny had. Fuzzy slippers and all, she climbed into the passenger seat next to Danny, the creep getting in the back. Danny did not look at her. He didn't think she'd remember him from that morning at the resort, but who knew? If she did, his little deception as an active member of the Petra crime family would be over. No Petra would stoop to being a fry cook. "Where's the boat?" Danny asked.
"Take a right on the main road."
James's gun was back in his hand, a threatening gleam in the near black of the car. There was no moon tonight, or clouds, meaning the inky black sky was bright with stars. If he got on a boat, he was dying. Right along with Terry. She was, thankfully, keeping her mouth shut, staring out the front window as Danny drove. In the rear-view mirror, far behind them, Danny spotted the glow of flashing lights. Chapter 24. Soren. Sunday, Monday. They sped down the highway, lights on and sirens off. Soren's fingers had a death grip on the steering wheel. Birdie led the way and Soren matched her speed, wanting to be first, but knowing it was better she took point. He needed her balance. He didn't trust himself to make the best decision in the heat of the moment. While Cody had been calling Kim to stay at the hotel, PCS had gotten a call from a resident in the mobile home park reporting intruders and someone carrying a weapon. He and Birdie had exchanged glances, not needing to discuss whether it was the asshole who'd beaten Cody and taken Danny and, it seemed, a suitcase packed with millions of dollars. "I know you're itching to get in there, but we need to use our heads," she'd told him. "Radin is on Orcus. He can't act as backup. It's just the two of us. Promise me you're not going to do something stupid. We need to act as a team."
"I can't promise, Birdie. Danny is..." He forced the words out. "Everything to me. I can't promise I won't do anything stupid. I'm a man, after all. But I will do my best."
Soren had done his best to appear relatively calm, even though inside he was shaking. His heart had pounded against his ribs with the need to act, to get out on the road and find whoever was behind all this. The smallest smile flitted across Birdie's face. "Fair enough. At least you're honest about your failings." She held his gaze and continued speaking. "Let me assess the situation. Let me go in first. If you can't promise me that much, I'll have to ask you to stand down." Soren had agreed, knowing he'd do anything to save Danny. Anything. It was so clear to him that he'd never stopped loving Danny. If anything, the years apart had distilled his feelings into something stronger, more potent, more real. Did he know everything about Danny? All his deep, dark secrets? His wishes and hopes? No. But he knew he didn't want to be without Danny in his life. He wanted the time to learn all the things he didn't know, to build memories together that weren't just Soren getting shot and Danny... God only knew what was happening. Soren couldn't think about that. He had to focus on getting to him. They pulled up and stopped in front of the caller's trailer. A tall, muscular man came outside, pulling his door shut behind him. Other residents were up and awake too, some coming outside to listen in, others peering through their curtains to see what was going on. "Hi, Dutch. Did you call this in?" Birdie asked as she walked toward the man. Soren thought he recognized him, but couldn't place him.
"I did."
"What happened?"
"There were people talking out here. I didn't want them to wake up Hazel. She's been having a hard couple of days. When I came outside to tell them to shut up, there was a car parked there." He pointed across the lane. "And a guy I'd seen around the past few days was outside of it, talking. He had a gun in his hand. My sister rented that place from Rod Carver. She came outside too. It was obvious she knew the guy. I never should have trusted her when she told me she'd gotten her shit together." He shook his head. "Anyway, she got into the car and they drove off." "Did you see anyone else in the car?" Soren needed some kind of confirmation that Danny was alive, or had been. Dutch's glance slid Soren's direction. "It was hard to see. The light's not the greatest." It was a dark night,
and the street lighting in the mobile home park was limited to one lamp at the end of each row. Many of the homes had security lights, but those would only go on when activated.
But you saw someone else.
Well, there had to have been a driver. I didn't see them, but Terry got in the front and the guy with the gun sat in the back.
How long ago did they leave?
Bertie was heading back to her vehicle.
Maybe 5 minutes.
The guy, he said something about getting to a boat.
A boat?
Soren's stomach twisted, and the scar on his chest ached like it sometimes did when he was stressed. A boat on a moonless night in the rocky waters surrounding the islands. Only a fool would attempt that. He prayed Dutch was wrong.
Daddy, who are you talking to?
A little girl poked her head around Dutch's legs, her curly hair standing up all over her head. Dutch scooped her up in his arms.
The police, Ladybug Hazel. Why are you awake?
Hazel was watching Soren and Bertie in that way kids have of seeing everything at once.
What are they doing?
We're looking for some people in a car,
Soren answered.
Did you see the car from your window?
While they'd been talking, he'd noticed a curtain being pushed aside and falling again before she came to the door. Hazel nodded.
I saw Daddy's friend. When I met him at the restaurant, he said he'd make me apple pie a la mode with a cherry on it.
Dutch was the other cook Danny had worked with at Lulu's. Soren hadn't met him, only heard about him from Danny.
Thank you, Hazel and Dutch.
Soren had already turned away and was heading back to his car.
Which way did they go?
Bertie asked, standing next to her cruiser.
We didn't pass anyone, so they must have headed south.
Once again, Soren followed Bertie's cruiser. This part of the island was less forested, partly due to residents cutting down the trees, but also naturally. There were acres of wide-open meadowland that led directly to the edge of the world, or so it seemed in the dark of night when there was no moon. His radio crackled to life.
First, we'll check the deepwater docks. Aside from the Broach Resort Marina, there are only 4. Anyone needing a getaway boat would want it available at all times, not just when the tide is right.
That makes sense.
Soren had no clue what Danny knew about boats. He'd grown up in Hoquiam, but that meant nothing. Bertie was silent for a few seconds, then continued.
I want to check the one at the Eagle's Eyrie first. This is a gamble on my part, but hear me out. If they're mooring a boat somewhere on the island, it seems to me it would be at a property that doesn't get much use. Eagle is owned by some tech millionaire who comes up here maybe once a year.
I trust you, Bird.
They whipped past several private roads and property entrances before Bertie flicked on her turn signal and Soren followed. His heart thrummed in his throat with worry over what they might find. If there was nothing at this dock, they'd have to try another one. And again, if that didn't pan out. But if they discovered an abandoned white Tesla, it meant Danny was out there somewhere. The driveway was at least a mile long, and they had to take it slowly. Soren couldn't see the house beyond it being a darker-than-black hulk to their right. The drive split, veering right toward the house and left toward the water. Bertie went to the left, and Soren followed. As the water drew closer, the drive steepened until Soren guessed it was about an 18% grade. Bertie's headlights caught a glimmer of white, and Soren had to remind himself to breathe. He was lightheaded, but it was too soon for relief. The glimpse of white was from a boathouse, not a car. They pulled in next to each other and got out, leaving their headlights on.
Shit.
Bertie started toward the dock. At first, Soren couldn't see what she saw, but when he did, he ran, stumbling down the steep incline. There was a boat at the end of the dock, but that end of the dock wasn't connected to land any longer. It was floating free in the current. Where there had once been a metal ramp from land to the dock was now twisted, broken metal with a gap large enough for a car to have driven through.
Soren, stop!
Bertie reached his side. Together they shone their flashlights downward. The water churned and swirled underneath their feet. At least, that was what it looked like to Soren. If Danny was down there, was it possible he'd survived? After what felt like hours of scanning the water, Soren still saw nothing. There was no sign of a white Tesla. It would be nearly impossible at this time of night, with nothing but flashlights, to see a submerged vehicle. Cars floated for about 30 seconds to a minute and a half. That's all the time Danny would have had to escape, and only if he hadn't been injured or knocked out on impact. Soren couldn't think about that now. He needed to be in search and rescue mode. He'd trained and worked with the Skagit Search and Rescue Team. He'd spent days searching for missing hikers and climbers in the North Cascades surrounding his hometown. He'd been part of successful rescues as well as ones where they were only able to bring back the body. Please, Soren prayed. I need more than a body. I need Danny Petra. I need him like the air I breathe. I haven't felt this alive in years, and now that we've found each other, please don't take him away from me. The water was around 50 degrees this time of year. Survivable, yes, but the chances were much lower without a wetsuit. We need help with this. Soren felt like he was spinning in circles, but he also knew if they were going to be of any use to survivors, Danny, Dutch's sister, or the perp with the gun, they needed to organize and plan. I'm calling Devin. Hopefully he's done with Cody. The guys have trained for this. It is an island, and believe it or not, every once in a while some idiot drives off the ferry.
We need to call the Coast Guard too. That boat is floating away.
While Bertie called the fire department, Soren put a call in to the local Coast Guard unit. The huge Coast Guard ships were much better prepared to be cruising in the dark. Bertie was still talking to Devin. Soren walked as close as he could to the edge of the bluff and began to systematically sweep his mag light back and forth, this time close to shore. He didn't know what he hoped he might see, other than boulders covered with barnacles and kelp and beach logs piled up like matchsticks. He almost missed it. In fact, his light had probably swept over the dark spot several times. Approximately 70 feet from where the dock had been, there was something darker than the beach, darker than the rocks. As Soren watched, a wave washed up and moved the form. Even though he couldn't see clearly from his vantage point, he knew it was Danny.
Bertie!
She was at his side in an instant.
Keep your light on him. I'm going down.
Soren? Her voice was tight, but she wasn't stopping him.
One more big wave, and whoever that is will be pulled back into the water. At the very least, they probably are hypothermic. Every second counts. Let me do this.
Devin and his team are on the way.
Great. When they get here, they'll know where we are.
Popping his trunk, he grabbed a space blanket and stuffed it into his pocket and put on a fleece jacket. If nothing else, it might protect him from rocks. Then he ran back to the spot where the remaining piece of dock was attached to land. The builder had stacked up rocks, shoring up the cliffside, and Soren calculated it was about 40 feet down to the beach. The climb wasn't that difficult or technical, but his anxiety had him imagining Danny being swept away just as he got to the bottom. The rocks were slick, and he wasn't wearing climbing gloves. His fingers kept slipping, and from the pain in one, he knew he'd managed to gash the side of his hand. It didn't matter. He had to get to Danny. Bertie kept her light on him. Soren wanted her to keep the light on Danny, but knew she was doing the right thing. You're almost there? Soren felt for a toehold, stretching the full length of his body before he found one. He pulled his fingers from where he'd lodged them in a crack and kept moving downward. Toehold, fingerhold, toehold, fingerhold. When he felt ground under his foot, it surprised him, even though Bertie had warned him. Far above his head, Soren heard faint sirens. The fire department was close. He tugged his light off the back of his belt and shone it where he'd spotted the body. Holy hell! He hoped it was a living and breathing body. From the cliff's edge, the beach had appeared small, but it was larger than he'd expected, about 70 feet from the base of the cliff to the water's edge. Bertie's light swept back and forth across it until it landed on a still form. His heart in his throat, Soren stumbled across the rocks to kneel next to the body. He was face down, but it was Danny. Soren could tell by the soaked hoodie. Soren touched a finger to his neck, praying he'd find a pulse. The rush of relief had him sagging forward. It was there. Weak, but there.
Danny,
he whispered, begging, praying for a response, a sign he hadn't lost the one person who truly made him feel alive. The 6 seconds of doubt he'd had earlier rushed back. He was such a fool.
Danny, Danilo, it's me, Soren. Can you hear me?
Chapter 25. Danny. Tuesday. Danny was finally warm. He'd been so cold when the water rushed in through the shot-out window of the car. His eyes opened, and a ceiling he didn't recognize came into focus. What the fuck happened? He was in a hospital bed, hooked up to all sorts of tubes and wires. His entire body ached, but his right shoulder hurt.
That's what we'd like to know.
Slowly, Danny turned his head. Soren sat next to his bed. He had dark circles under his eyes, and one side of his handsome face was scraped and bruised. With cinematic clarity, the events of... What day is it?
Tuesday.
I'm supposed to be at work.
Cody understands you need time to recuperate. Can you tell us what happened?
The door to his room opened, and Deputy Flynn stepped inside, along with a barrel-chested man in a well-cut, dark suit. This is Special Agent Clay. He runs the field office out of Skagit.
As in FBI?
Danny rasped. He cleared his throat. It felt like he'd swallowed gravel. Soren nodded. Am I in trouble? He darted a look at Soren, who shook his head and let the corner of his mouth rise the smallest amount.
No.
Deputy Flynn and the FBI agent moved forward to stand next to Danny's bed, across from Soren.
We'd like to hear what happened out there Sunday night. Are you up for that?
Clay asked. Danny nodded. What about James and the woman, Terry? Terry was dead. He was fairly sure, but maybe James had survived a dip in the chilly water. Danny remembered being behind the wheel of the car, knowing if he got on the boat with the man he was talking about, he was dead for sure. Even if Danny sold the idea he was part of Franjo's operation, James would want him out of the picture. Danny had figured once they were all out on the water, it would only be a matter of time. Deputy Flynn shook her head. They didn't make it. Who was James, anyway? I'm sure that wasn't his real name.
You're right about that,
Clay affirmed.
His real name was Jorge Miller. He was freelance muscle who'd worked for Franjo Petra, among others.
He'd been in prison for armed robbery until a year ago. That didn't surprise Danny at all. Miller shot her, he remembered. She started screaming. He told her to be quiet, but she wouldn't stop. She completely lost it. He just shot her in the back of the head. I knew I was going to be next. The only reason he didn't shoot me then was because I was driving. We were already close to the dock, maybe 100 yards away at that point, and I thought if I drove into the water I might have a better chance.
Jesus, Danny.
Soren reached out and took his hand, somehow knowing Danny needed grounding. I floored it. Did you know that a Tesla can go from 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds? Soren smiled. For real this time?
I had no idea.
Do you need water or anything?
Can you keep talking?
Did you just ask me to keep talking? Danny asked with mock astonishment.
Believe it or not, I did.
Soren made a keep-going motion with his hand. Okay, right. We were screaming down that hill. Miller tried to get me to stop. He shot at me, but he missed because we hit something in the road or maybe the railing at the top of the ramp. It's a blur. Instead, he blew out the driver's side window. I managed to keep steering, though, and we hit the dock fast. I don't know, maybe 40 or 50 miles an hour. The next thing, cold water was rushing in, and I was disoriented even though I'd braced for the impact. The only thing I knew was I had to get out, get back to the shore.
You managed it.
Soren gripped his fingers hard.
What else do you remember?
They questioned him until he couldn't keep his eyes open any longer, and a nurse shooed both the agent and Deputy Flynn away. Soren stayed behind and only let go of his hand when the nurse had to check his pulse.
I nearly lost you,
Soren said as Danny's eyes began to drift shut.
You need to rest. I should go.
That didn't sound like Soren wanted to go. Can you stay? I keep dreaming I'm under the water. Everything is dark.
And I can't figure out where the surface is?
Of course.
Soren caressed the back of Danny's hand with his thumb, a soothing motion, giving him something to focus on other than what had happened. Danny had something else important he needed to say before sleep pulled him under again. He managed to keep his eyes open long enough to say, "I love you, Soren. I should have trusted you before. You were right."
Of course I was right.
His thumb ran slowly across Danny's knuckles.
I love you too, Danny.
When Danny woke again, several hours had passed and Soren's chair was empty. Within minutes, though, a nurse came back in and bustled around, adjusting this and that and asking him if he was comfortable.
"What happened? He clarified. What are my injuries?"
"Dr. Soper will be in soon. He's making rounds. It's best if he goes over everything, but I do know you're expected to make a full recovery."
"Fine."
Minutes later, his room door opened again. This time it was the doctor.
"Good to see you awake."
"I guess I'm glad to be awake."
Dr. Soper sat on the edge of the bed.
"You're a lucky man."
One might think a gunshot wound was the worst of your injuries, but it was the hypothermia. We nearly lost you. Luckily, my partner, Trevor, has a lot of experience with severe hypothermia. You didn't go into cardiac arrest, and there's no sign of organ damage. I took care of the gunshot wound, so you could say it was a team effort."
"He shot me? I don't remember that."
"It must have been after the window was shot out, when they were speeding toward the dock, maybe just as the car plunged into the water."
"You may not ever remember. What happened was very traumatic, and you were in survival mode."
"The nurse said I'll recover. What about being able to go back to work? I'm a chef. I have to be able to use both hands."
Was his injury going to keep him from his dream?
"You will."
"Mind, you can cook with only one hand, but I believe with proper physical therapy and exercise you'll regain full mobility." Relief coursed through Danny at those words.
"Thank you. Thank you so much. When am I getting out of here? No offense, but the food sucks."
"We'll see how you feel tomorrow. Sorry about the food. That's not my department." Soper laid a hand on Danny's good shoulder.
"What you did was very brave."
"There are some more people waiting in the hallway to talk to you. You're a popular guest. Do you think you're up for it?" First, Kim and Wynne entered the room. Their concerned expressions vanished when they saw that Danny was awake. He found the bed's remote control, pressing the button so he was sitting up.
"You gave us a scare,"
Kim said as he crossed the room. Danny grinned.
"I gave me a scare."
"You gotta check out the Island Times."
Wynne thrust his phone toward Danny. "Local chef a hero. Survives icy plunge into the Salish Sea." The article went on to detail what had happened Sunday night, even quoting Cody Prescott saying, "Danilo Petra is a hero. He saved my life and protected the safety of the Broach Resort's guests. We are lucky there was only one innocent life lost in this terrible event." The article further reported that Michael King, a Broach Resort employee and lifelong Piedras Island resident, was apparently shot by the intruder, and unfortunately did not survive. He is survived by his mother, Jenna King, 72, and daughter, Starling King, 22. The alleged gunman, Jorge Miller, then terrorized Mr. Prescott and Mr. Petra before abducting Petra at gunpoint. Danilo Petra is one of the newest members of our community, and we wish him a speedy recovery. There was more, but Danny didn't want to read it.
"For fuck's sake. No one except the police have talked to me about what happened."
Danny glanced up at Kim.
"How do they know all this?"
He handed the phone back to Wynne, realizing as he did that his own phone was probably dead at the bottom of the ocean.
"I imagine this is Stu Dennis's work. He has connections all over the island."
"Well, I'm not a hero."
"Try telling that to Dutch. He and his daughter are waiting outside. Is it okay if they come in?"
"Dutch was there?" Sure. Okay."
Wynne opened the door and Dutch and Hazel came in. Hazel held her dad's hand and had a shy expression on her face. Dutch smiled, although Danny could see worry lines creasing his face. It hit Danny then. Dutch had lost his sister. I'm sorry about Terry. Even if she had been involved in the whole mess, Dutch would still be mourning her. I'm sorry she managed to get involved in a scheme that got her killed. Dutch shrugged. But after what happened and what the police told me, I figure she used me moving here as an excuse to be here for her own purposes. It was never about getting to know Hazel or trying to mend fences between us. I'm just glad you're in one piece. He glanced at Danny's bandaged shoulder. Mostly in one piece. Mr. Danny, are you going to make me apple pie like you said? With a cherry on top? They all laughed. Hazel's eyes widened, and Dutch ran his big hand over her head as he looked down at his daughter. Danny has some healing to do before he can make pie, sweetie. I will, though, as soon as I can. I promise. After they all left, Kim promising to stop by again if Danny wasn't sent home soon, Danny let his eyes fall shut for a moment. He wasn't tired enough to sleep. His shoulder ached and he wanted to go home. He wanted to recuperate on his couch, in his living room, watching his favorite cooking shows. A tentative tap on his door interrupted his thoughts. As tempting as it was to tell whoever it was to go away, that his room was starting to feel like a bus station, Danny did not. He knew whoever it was wasn't a nurse or doctor because they knocked and came in anyway. Come in. Cody Prescott peered around the door frame. Hi, Cody. Boy, am I glad to see you're alive. I'm pretty glad to be alive. I can't believe you called me a hero, though. I'm no hero. At those words, Cody quit hesitating and darted to Danny's bedside. You are a hero, he said fiercely. You saved my life and others too. Who knows what that man would have done? He'd already murdered Michael. So, I still have a job? Of course you have a job. I convinced Mr. Grumpy Pants to stay on for another week. When are you getting out of here? I don't know. The doc said maybe tomorrow, but I have to wear a sling. Hey, is there any chance you can fit another cook on the payroll? Now that Lulu's is gone, my friend Dutch Schumach could probably use a job. I haven't asked him yet, but I like working with him, and I'm going to need help if I'm in a stupid sling. Oh my God. Have you heard the news? Cody was doing a stop-the-presses hand-wave thing. No, of course not. You're stuck in here. They arrested Lulu for arson. She burned her own place down. What? Was he surprised, though? He recalled her comment about wanting to retire. Kim had thought she was bluffing, but apparently not. Right? How wild is that? All I know is she was taken to the station a few hours ago. I don't think they would have done that if the evidence wasn't strong. Wow. I feel kind of bad. I was starting to suspect Ashley. Ashley? Front desk Ashley? Cody chuckled. Nope, it was Lulu herself. Have they found anything out about the fire at the resort? I think the investigator who came out thinks that Jorge Miller started it. If it was him, we'll never know for sure, I guess. Whoever said it used turpentine that the painters had left out. Cody stayed for about a half hour, filling Danny in on what else was happening outside the walls of the hospital before announcing he had to leave. Doctor's orders. He rolled his eyes. He says I've been working too hard and need to learn to take it easy. Right, maybe when he inherits a business. Anyway, I'll talk to you soon, and I'll give Dutch a call. Chapter 26. Soren. Monday, Tuesday. As much as Soren wanted to stand guard over Danny until he regained consciousness, he couldn't. He had a job to do. The doctors had done their work. Danny was stable, and now it was up to him to come back to the land of the living. Dr. Soper had assured Soren that Danny was merely sleeping, but Soren needed him awake, snarky and sardonic. A quiet Danny was terrifying. He hated that he couldn't stay, but he needed to trust the medical professionals to do their jobs while he went back to the station and did his. Ryder and Kimball had been busy while Bertie and Soren were at the crime scene Sunday night. Ryder had identified Alexander James as Jorge Miller and found the connection between him and Brian Reynolds. Before Brian had started to turn his life around, He'd been tangentially involved with the same criminals Miller had been the bagman for.
My guess,
Soren said after Ryder filled him in,
is that Brian must have seen Jorge at the brooch, or even given him a ride. Maybe Jorge wanted his help and Brian said no, not knowing that Jorge had evolved into a cold-blooded killer.
I think, Kimball added. You're lucky Danny was able to fool him into thinking he still had a connection to Franjo Petra. Everyone knew about Soren and Danny now. Even if he'd wanted to, there was no putting the cat back into the bag. Once Cody Prescott had calmed down and had some electrolytes, he'd remembered Danny pretending to be a gangster, using his name, his genetics, as a ruse.
That was ballsy, Ryder said. That's Danny. Ballsy to the end. Lucky man. Lucky he was able to get out of the vehicle. Lucky Miller didn't kill him too.
They were still working on recovering the Tesla. It was going to take more than Big T's tow truck to pull it out. It had sunk hundreds of feet deep off an underwater cliff. Coast Guard divers were at the scene now. It would be nice if they found the suitcase full of money, but with the damage Danny described, it was likely the money had been swept away, farther out to sea. That would suck, because if the public found out about it, they'd have treasure hunters trespassing and getting themselves in trouble for years. What else have you got? Bertie's gaze was on Kimball, and Soren saw his expression had turned even more serious.
It's my opinion the recent fires were not set by the same person.
Kimball stood from his chair and began to pace around the desks while he spoke.
After the events of last night, and the discovery that there was a significant amount of cash hidden in the attic of the hotel, I suspect the resort fire was set as a distraction. An attempt to get Cody Prescott and the night desk clerk out of the picture so Miller could search the premises.
But Cody didn't leave the front desk. Once the fire crew was called, he stayed at the desk, Soren remembered.
Right. So Miller was forced to come up with another plan.
Is that why they came up with that stolen jewelry story? Bertie asked. I really don't understand that at all. Soren tipped his head back and looked at the ceiling. There were several discolored tiles above his head.
Me either. Maybe Miller was grasping for anything. A Hail Mary, hoping he'd get a chance to look through the hotel? Or maybe that was Terry Schumach's idea. Maybe.
Kimball stopped pacing, his gaze landing first on Soren and then on Bertie.
Ryder, do you want to take over now?
Sure. Ryder spun in his desk chair so he faced them instead of his laptop.
Arson is almost always about money. Sometimes it's to get money. Other times it's because someone is losing money.
Soren and Bertie exchanged glances.
Lulu Ross was losing money. I snuck a peek at her financials, and she is not in good shape. You said she has a condo in Hawaii? That was sold over a year ago. The property the restaurant is located on is mortgaged to the maximum amount, and the actual diner, while busy, wasn't making enough to offset her other expenses.
Well, fuck. Soren's mouth dropped open at Bertie's curse. Scowling at him, she pulled her wallet out from her back pocket, plucked out a $20 bill, and walked over to drop it into the swear jar. Soren and Bertie pulled up in front of Lulu's house, a modest manufactured home just outside the Hidden Harbor city limits, and the front door opened as they were getting out of their cars. Soren's heart was heavy, and he was sure Bertie felt even worse. Lulu was respected and loved in the community. The shockwaves would travel far. I knew you would be coming soon. Do you mind if I get my coat? Lulu asked as they approached her.
How about we come in and wait while you find it?
Soren climbed the porch steps, Bertie behind him.
Do you want to talk about it? Tell us what happened?
In Soren's experience, people talked more freely in comfortable surroundings. It was inevitable that they would have to take Lulu to the station, but a few minutes here at her home wouldn't hurt. Her living room was simply furnished, a small dining room on the far side open to an equally small kitchen. Would you like to have a seat? Lulu asked. Soren glanced at Bertie, and they sat next to each other on an older couch while Lulu perched on what Soren's mother would call a settee. The older woman looked tired, which was not surprising.
We haven't met yet. I'm Deputy Soren Jorgensen, new to the force.
While he spoke, Soren got out his notepad and pen. Lulu met his gaze. Lulu Ross. It would have been nice to meet under different circumstances.
Would you like to tell us what happened?
Before leaving the station, they decided Soren would lead the questioning.
We know you set the fire, Miss Ross. Arson is a serious crime.
Since no one had been injured or killed and Lulu was in her 80s, it was likely she would not actually serve time, if she was even convicted. Lulu twisted her hands in her lap, a picture of anxiety and fear. She glanced from Soren to Bertie and back. Soren waited for her to speak. It's my grandson. Josh, he's gotten himself in trouble and... She looked at Bertie, tears welling. You understand, he is the last one. I'm the only family he has to turn to. At first, it was just small amounts of money, but they got larger and larger. I even sold the condo in Waikiki, but it wasn't enough. He just kept asking for more? Needing more? Bertie prompted while Soren scribbled notes. Lulu nodded, looking down at her hands while she spoke. He told me they were going to kill him. These friends of his that are not good people. I don't want him to die. She looked up at them again, her gaze pleading with them to believe her.
Why the fire?
Soren asked. That was Josh's idea. He said it was worth more in insurance than as a business. He called again a week ago in a panic. He said these people, she spat out the word, had given him 30 days to come up with $50,000, or they'd kill him. I didn't know what else to do. I panicked too. If Soren ever got his hands on this Josh fellow, he was going to wring his neck. There was likely a case here for coercion and maybe even senior abuse. Lulu Ross had emptied her bank accounts for this loser who took everything from her and still asked for more. He caught Bertie's gaze. He couldn't quite read her expression. Do you mind if I step outside for a moment? Bertie stood and started toward the door before Soren could reply.
Can you tell me your grandson's current address?
Soren pulled out his notebook.
We'll need to talk with him, too.
Lulu seemed resigned. She rattled off a Seattle address. I've been such a fool. Soren wanted to comfort her, but she probably didn't want to hear his thoughts on family and the trouble they could get you in. How so often it was those you were expected to love unconditionally who were in the best position to screw you over. A very Danilo Petra sentiment, but also true. The front door opened again, and Bertie stepped back inside. Let's take Miss Ross to the station and get the paperwork started. I've never ridden in a police car, Lulu commented while Soren helped her put her coat on. Bertie held the front door open. You can decide who you want to ride with. The charge of arson is serious, Miss Ross, but we're not going to put you in handcuffs. As he approached the station, Lulu had chosen to ride with Bertie. Soren watched a familiar black SUV pull into the parking lot. Soren parked one space over and watched Shay Delacombe get out of the vehicle. The lawyer caught Soren's curious gaze.
I've been asked to represent Lulu Ross.
His passenger door opened. Soren could hear but not see someone, which didn't matter. He recognized the voice. Help me out of this godforsaken monster car, Clarabelle Delacombe fumed.
Why is Clarabelle here?
Soren asked Shay quietly. Shay rolled his eyes.
You try telling her she has to stay home when an old friend needs help. Deputy Flynn called and shared, well, more than she probably should have, about what's happened. And Clarabelle hit the roof, so here we are, riding to the rescue.
That old fool is one of my oldest friends. Of course we are going to help her.
That's the royal we,
Shay whispered. Soren managed to suppress his smile. They trooped into the station. Clarabelle was at Lulu's side, both berating her and assuring her that Shay would do everything he could. It occurred to Soren they hadn't updated either Delacombe with what Danny had told them, that Jorge Miller had tacitly admitted to killing Brian Reynolds before he himself met his own demise. Soren let Shay and the two seniors into the bullpen ahead of him so he could speak with Bertie. Ryder and Kimball were still there, shoulder to shoulder, studying something on Ryder's laptop.
"We need to let them know what we think happened with Brian,"
Soren said quietly.
"I already did. When I called about Lulu's issue, Clarabelle asked first thing. She thought that's what I was calling about."
He nodded. That made sense. At least Clarabelle had closure. Brian's death was avenged. Even if the man responsible wasn't going to prison, he also wasn't hurting anyone ever again.
"What's Shay Delacombe doing here?"
Ryder asked in a stage whisper.
"You know Delacombe?"
Soren asked, surprised. Ryder's cheeks pinkened.
"I stayed with him for a few days last fall. Ryder had a crush the size of the moon on Delacombe," Kimball teased. "That's the real reason why he insisted on coming up here with me." "What?" "No, it's company policy. Keep telling yourself that. It doesn't matter anyway, even if you are possibly right. Shay has this stupid idea that I'm a kid." "How old are you?"
Ryder looked young, but looks were deceiving.
25. But age is just a number, right?"
Soren met Kimball's amused gaze.
"I guess. And a name is just a name, but my, boyfriend has spent his entire life trying to live his family name down."
Using the word boyfriend, even though he and Danny hadn't had the official conversation yet, felt good and right. Danny had briefly regained consciousness as the EMTs were loading him into the ambulance the night before. Soren had stayed at his side as long as he was able, holding Danny's cold hand in his own, not knowing if he should pray or not. It didn't seem right to ask a God he didn't believe in to do him a favor and keep his lover alive. Danny's eyes had fluttered open just as the EMTs were getting ready to shut the ambulance doors. Soren hadn't been able to ride with him. He had to drive his own cruiser back to the station.
"Is that you, Soren?"
Danny asked, his voice querulous.
"I'm not dead."
"You're not dead, but I'd appreciate you not scaring me like this again."
"I'm glad I'm not dead."
Me too. Me too."
"I think I'm in love with you, Soren."
The EMTs had interrupted them. They needed to get Danny to the hospital.
"I'll be by your side as soon as I can. Stay alive so I can tell you I love you back."
"Okay."
The desk phone rang, startling Soren from thoughts of Danny. He hoped this was not going to be something that would need his or Bertie's immediate attention.
"Sheriff's office, Deputy Jorgensen." "Jorgensen?"
Matt Dempsey's voice came across the line.
"What's this I hear about murder and arson?"
Epilogue. August.
"I can't believe you talked me into this."
Soren didn't reply, but Danny saw the corner of his mouth twitch as he tugged the zipper of Danny's life jacket up, covering the been there, done that t-shirt Soren had presented him with only that morning, and tightened all the straps one more time.
"Last time I was in that water, I nearly drowned."
"That's why this time you have a life jacket. You haven't even wanted to take the ferry. It's been 4 months. It's time for you to get your confidence back. We can't live in this part of the world and stay on dry land all the time."
"You were giving me a blowjob when I agreed to this."
Danny whined.
"My mind wasn't in the right place."
"Your mind was in the perfect place. And I promised you another one when we get back. Remember that we have the barbecue tonight. And you promised Hazel some sort of dessert extraordinaire, so we can't miss it."
Straightening, Soren patted the vest and adjusted it yet again. He raised his head, and his eyes met Danny's.
"You'll be fine. Nothing will happen."
Danny knew Soren couldn't actually promise that nothing would happen while they were out on the water, but the words reassured him anyway, because it was Soren who spoke them. They were putting in, as it was called by people who knew what they were doing, at the public boat ramp where Brian Reynolds had been murdered. It was strange to think that he'd died there, just up the beach, and
life went on. Danny had never met Brian. In fact, he knew next to nothing about him. But Shay Delacombe and his great-aunt, Clarabelle Delacombe, had come to visit him while he recovered from his injuries, and they'd thanked him for his part in catching Brian's killer. He didn't think he deserved any thanks, but the old lady was determined and, frankly, more than a little scary. So Danny had accepted their words, along with a gift basket stuffed with fresh fruit and crossword puzzle books. He'd been innocently working through one of them early that morning when Soren had snuck up on him and blown his mind. Sneaky bastard. The day was already hot. The wind wasn't even trying very hard, although Danny had learned that even on hot days, when the sun started to go down, the wind would pick up.
If you're sure about this, I'm sure. Get in the front, and I'll hand you your paddle.
Well, if you're going to be all commanding, you know how I like that. He waggled his eyebrows and bit his lower lip. Soren shook his head as he zipped his own vest closed and picked up the paddles he'd set to one side.
The only thing I know for sure is you are trouble, and I wouldn't want you any other way.
If that wasn't a declaration of love, Danny didn't know what was. It gave him stupid tingles. Fine. He reluctantly splashed into the frigid waters off Piedra's Island. Soren had surprised him with a pair of water sandals a week or so earlier, saying he was going to need them, which, now that he thought about it, should have been a clue that Soren had something up his sleeve. And he did need them because there was no such thing as a sandy beach in the San Juans, at least not the kind you wanted to walk barefoot along. Once he was crammed into the cockpit, he twisted around to grab the paddle Soren held out. I have told you that, aside from learning to swim because my grandfather thought it was cheaper than paying for a funeral, I haven't actually been out on the water much. Danny dropped the paddle across his lap to grab the kayak's sides as the craft rocked alarmingly. Soren pushed it farther out, and it rocked again when he climbed in behind Danny.
Who knows? Soren said from behind him. Maybe we'll get lucky and see something other than seals.
The kayak slid smoothly across the gleaming sound. Soren was right. It really was the perfect day to get out on the water.
What's that?
Danny pointed to his right, where it looked like there was something roundish that wasn't a wave. They'd been on the water for what seemed like forever, though Soren assured him only 45 minutes had passed, and they'd seen nothing but seabirds, seaweed, and jellyfish. Danny had had no idea jellyfish came in so many different sizes and colors. The first one he'd thought was some kind of floating trash. It had been red-orange and the size of a dinner plate. Then Soren had pointed out some white ones that were barely the size of his thumb.
Seal.
How do you know?
Beady eyes, whiskers.
I'm out here risking my life. This needs to be worth my while.
He loved hearing Soren's chuckle. Sometimes he pretended to be difficult just to make Soren laugh. God knew why Soren put up with his antics, but he did.
This may come as a surprise, but the wildlife won't bend to your will.
That's ridiculous.
The seal disappeared under the waves. The kayak glided past an islet where a number of seals were sunning themselves on the beach. When they spotted the human intruders just off the shore, several grunted and flopped back into the water. Danny had an idea he'd been mulling over for weeks. He was stupidly nervous about suggesting it to Soren, but out here on the water, with only the horizon and some big-ass jellyfish in front of him and Soren solid and reassuring behind him, Danny thought it was time to put his hopes into action.
I was thinking you should move in with me, he said, rushing the words out. It seems kind of foolish for you to pay rent when you're at my place all the time.
And Danny didn't say the rare time Soren stayed away. He missed him. It seemed that after years of being on his own, his brain had decided no more. Soren didn't reply right away. Danny could hear the sound of his paddle dipping into the water, keeping them on a trajectory to nowhere in particular.
Aren't you going to say anything?
He demanded. Had he been wrong?
Of course.
Danny scowled and twisted around to glare at Soren.
Of course? What kind of answer is of course?
Soren's grin was wicked and knowing and irritating, and Danny wanted to kiss it off his face.
I was just waiting for you to be ready, Danilo. I've been ready since we met.
Goddamn this fucking kayak and him being trapped in the front. Row to that beach. Danny pointed to one that was not populated with killer sea animals.
You paddle a kayak. Rowing is reserved for rowboats.
I know something else I'm thinking about paddling. Hurry it up.
It would be quicker if you actually used your paddle, just saying.
When the kayak scraped up the beach far enough so Danny could extract himself, he splashed to land and waited for Soren to join him, which he did, which he had been since the night they first met. Danny met his boyfriend's amused gaze.
Come here. I need to kiss you.
I hope that's all you want to do.
Danny glanced around. The beach they had landed on was especially rocky, and each rock appeared to be encased with barnacles. There would be no beach blowjob.
Yeah, no, but fine.
He tugged on Soren's life vest, pulling him as close as possible, and right there on that rocky beach, with questionable sea life close by, Danny claimed Soren as his forever. He let himself fall into Soren's touch, needing the feel, taste, and scent of him almost as much as he needed oxygen. Soren filled up Danny's dark corners, kept the monsters at bay, and generally made him a better person.
I love you, Soren.
The words had been stuck in his throat for so long, but now they just popped out randomly. The amount of pleasure he got out of saying them still surprised him, as did Soren's reaction each time. One big hand cupped the back of Danny's neck, thick fingers digging into his hairline as Soren gently nibbled Danny's lower lip.
I love you too, Danilo.
Danny couldn't say how long they embraced, how long they kissed. If it hadn't been for the rocks, Danny would have gone down on his knees. Soren's cock in his mouth was one of Danny's favorite things. A grunt, followed by a splashing sound, reached his ears, and Danny turned his head toward the water. Close enough for Danny to see his eyes was a seal, staring right at them. Is he telling us to get a room? Soren's laugh carried out over the water as the seal disappeared underneath the surface.
I think it was.
He kissed Danny again.
Are you ready to get home and fire up the grill? I could use one of your gourmet burgers.
Who could have predicted Danny Petra would become a family man? That he would be taking his man home and cooking up a big dinner for him, along with Kim, Winston, Cody, Dutch, and Hazel. If someone had suggested such a thing to him even 6 months ago, he would have laughed in their